said you better watch what you're doing, 'cause I ain't gonna stop when I'm moving. I'm headed to the top, I'ma do it. I'm headed to the top, I'ma prove it. And I could go all night, I'm sick of being nothing. All right, I'm gonna be something. I'll fight with every breath, trust me. I'ma be the one at the top, you can't touch me. I bleed with every word coming. I would rather die than be someone who's nothing. I'm the type of dude who will not remain nameless. I'm the type of dude who is headed for greatness. I'm the type of dude who could really make changes, 'cause I'm the type of dude that's becoming contagious. I'm the type of dude that will always be ageless. I'm the type of dude that will always feel shameless. I'm the type of dude that they say is fucking heinous, 'cause I'm the type of dude that you know is fucking dangerous.
You are absolutely right. The way he went about it was absolutely wrong. Like, so, like I said, I'm not
of my Jewish hatred that actually goes. Other than the fact that why are y'all popping out of the sewers in New York City?
Annunciation Catholic Church. You couldn't have called it pronounced Catholic Church?
Yeah, pronounce the Catholic.
Shit, everything's fucked. Hold on. It's not connected. Hold on.
American patriot.
Somalians ain't our people. They told them Somalians don't with us when they came up here. That's why they don't with us. And we don't with them. You notice we ain't trying to help them. And then look at all the money that they stole. Look at all that $9 billion. And then put nothing in the community. Some Somali, it's just like George Floyd. His stupid family got $20 million and they didn't even build a community in the city. They just left with the money.
God.
George Floyd.
George Floyd.
Put all that shit on to whatever you film and put that shit out there. Because that's how it goes. When you don't with the community and help the community, you. They took that money and left. Now look at them. They all broke. Yep. They got tricked out of all that money.
$20 million.
Right now today. Off for $20 million. Come on, man. Quit playing with the game. All this shit is a farce.
Jesus Christ. American patriot.
I mean, he's not wrong, though. He's literally not wrong. What up, Ken? How you doing? Yeah, my shit is, let's see. Is it connected again? Go with that. Yep. Chat screen, that's the Rumble side. That is supposed to be the YouTube side. Is it even connected correctly? Yes, it is. I'm fucking it up, apparently. But what up, Ken? How y'all doing today? It's a little pop-up one. Look, I know this is not our normal time. We're going to come back with a normal show tonight. We're going to actually have a guest with us tonight as far as that goes. But I wanted to hit this Jack Smith one up. You guys have got to hear this one. And yes, I will be doing something in the background like normal to try to keep my blood pressure and anger low. But this Jack Smith one is just, it's insane, guys. It is already fucking insane and incredibly stupid. There's no point in this at all. Like I said, though, it's just to see what they can say publicly and to hear the defense and deflection and to hear the bullshit deflection from the defense as to why Jack Smith was allowed to bring these charges as special counsel and everything's above board and legitimate and y'all are just mad because Orange Man bad. Of course, that's what it's going to be. But some of the questioning I've heard a fair amount of. Some of the questioning has been good so far. Some. Let's go ahead and get into it, though, because this is supposedly going to take a minute. It's going to take a minute. We may not even finish the whole damn thing ourselves, ladies and gentlemen. I will be kicking this up into faster speed. We're doing it 1.5 till we catch on.
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll begin today's hearing with opening statements. Chair is now recognized for an opening statement. It was always about politics. And to get President Trump, they were willing to do just about anything. January 7th, 2023, Kevin McCarthy becomes Speaker of the House.
What up,
16
Jenna?
days
How
later,
you doing?
Jack Smith issues a subpoena for his phone records. Phone records from 2 years prior for a 2-month time frame, Election Day 2020 to January 7th, 2021. Jack Smith and the Biden Justice Department get the phone records.
I have
of the
no
top
idea what
Republican
you're
in
trying to
government,
say there.
The guy second in line to the president.
What, Ken?
They know who he called,
How you doing,
who called
sir?
him, when the call took place, and how long it lasted. You can pattern an individual's life. They know who the speaker talked to before big votes, who he talked to after big votes, when he calls his colleagues, when he calls his family. And to add insult to injury, they go to the judge with a subpoena for a gag order on the carrier. AT&T, don't tell your customer, the Speaker of the House, that you just gave his phone calls to Jack Smith and Joe Biden. And here's the kicker. They say to the
See, it
court,
shows up
we
on this
need
one.
this gag order
fuck?
because he's a flight risk. Someone might tamper with witnesses or with evidence. Are you kidding me? The Speaker of the House is going to run? They got my phone records for 2.5 years. Even the Democrats said this was wrong. But of course, we shouldn't be surprised. Democrats have been going after President Trump
the top
for
is
10
gonna be a
years,
thing for a minute.
for a decade. And the country should never, ever forget what they did. Over the next few hours, we're going to hear a lot of yelling and screaming, I assume, from the other side. But we should never forget what took place, what they did to the guy, we the people, elected president twice.
I mean, I
It all
agree.
started in 2016 when they spied on his campaign. The Clinton campaign
not
hired the law
about
firm
him.
Perkins Coie, who hired the public relations firm Fusion GPS, who hired a foreigner,
It could have been
Christopher
easily
Steele,
any one
to
of
put
us
together the
had
fake
we have
dossier.
done the same.
Bunch of garbage in that document, but that was used by Jim Comey's FBI. And we all know Jim Comey. He was the guy who just last year was strolling along the beach when the good Lord had the waves wash up on shore seashells in the formation of 8647. That guy took that dossier to the FISA court, lied to the court, and then spied on the other party's campaign.
Yep.
This, of course, led to the Mueller investigation, 2.5 years, 19 lawyers, 40 agents, $30 million to find nothing. No conspiracy, no coordination whatsoever. Then it was impeachment one, the anonymous whistleblower. We couldn't even know who was bringing the charge against the guy they were trying to take it, the guy we elected, who they're trying to kick out of office. We couldn't know. Secret hearings in the bunker, in the basement of the Capitol. Again, nothing. Then it was impeachment two. No secret hearings here because they didn't have any hearings. It was a snap impeachment, and the Senate trial actually took place after President Trump wasn't in office. Then, of course, it was Alvin Bragg, who said before he got elected district attorney that there was no case here. Then he gets elected and changes his mind when the left starts pressuring him to go after President Trump. He hires Michael Colangelo, former Democrat National Committee consultant, and the number 3 guy at the Department of Justice. And then, of course, it's Fani Willis and Nathan Wade in Fulton County, Georgia. We actually deposed Mr. Wade, one of the most interesting depositions I've sat through. We said to him, you know, you bill taxpayers in Georgia thousands of dollars for meetings in D.C. with the January 6th committee and with the Biden administration. And we asked him some questions. Who'd you talk to, Mr. Wade? He couldn't remember. We said, where'd you meet? Did you meet the Capitol? Did you meet the White House? Where'd you meet? Couldn't remember that either. We said, were these meetings in person, on the phone, or did you have a Zoom meeting? Couldn't remember, couldn't remember, couldn't remember. We finally just asked him, did you really come to D.C. and meet people? He said, oh yeah, I came, and I billed the taxpayers. I know I came, just no idea who he talked to or what he did. And then there was the raid on President Trump's home, you know, where they searched Barron's room and the First Lady's closet. In our deposition with Stephen D'Antuono, head of the FBI Washington field office, he told us none of the normal process, none of the normal protocol was followed in the investigation. He said, first of all, the case was run out of D.C. Normally you run it out of the Miami field office. No, we're going to run out of D.C. He said he recommended, and the people in the FBI at the time in the Washington field office recommended to give the president notice before they do the search, or at least when they got there, before they start the search, call the president's lawyers, ask them to come there and meet them and conduct the search together. Again, the answer from Main Justice was no. Which brings us back to Mr. Smith. On November 18th, 2022, 3 days after President Trump announces he's running for president, Attorney General Garland names Jack Smith special counsel. One of the first things Mr. Smith does is put on his team the very people responsible for the raid on President Trump's home.
Yes.
The very people. And then Jack Smith also puts on his team the people responsible for getting the phone records of dozens of members of Congress. People like Thomas Wyndham, who, when we deposed him, took the fifth 71 times. We've actually referred him to the Justice Department for obstructing our investigation. Jack Smith then gets a gag order in his investigation on President Trump from Judge Chutkan without filing a single affidavit with the court from a witness or a potential witness that they felt threatened by statements from the president. Stop and think about it. Jack Smith restricts the speech of the former president while he's a candidate for president. Thank goodness Mr. Smith was slapped down on appeal and the order was changed. In fact, just 2 weeks ago, the Washington Post editorial page, Jack Smith would have blown a hole in the First Amendment. I just want to read 2 sentences from this. Mr. Smith seemed unconcerned about interfering in the democratic process by seeking to muzzle a candidate for high office. 3 appellate judges, all nominated by Democrat presidents, ruled that Mr. Smith's proposed gag order infringed on President Trump's First Amendment rights. And of course they did. And this wasn't the only time Mr. Smith lost in court.
I mean, yes.
Classified documents case in Miami. Judge Cannon held that Mr. Smith was not permitted to be special counsel. Jack Smith was never properly appointed. In fact, he couldn't be properly appointed because he was never confirmed by the Senate for any position in the executive branch as the law requires. Here's what Judge Cannon stated. quote, the special counsel's position effectively usurps that important legislative authority, transferring it to a head of department, and in the process threatening the structural liberty inherent in the separation of powers. And of course, on July 1st, 2024, the United States Supreme Court ruled that President Trump had immunity for actions taken in his official capacity as the president. 1 month later, after this decision by the Supreme Court, Jack Smith files a superseding indictment on August 27th, 2024. But Mr. Smith doesn't stop there. He does something unprecedented. On October 2nd, he files a motion with the court before President Trump's defense counsel has even responded to the indictment. Everyone knows the normal process is the government indicts, the defense responds with some motions, and then the government responds to the defense. But Mr. Smith skips the second step, and the brief that he files is 165 pages, almost 4 times the court limit. Even liberal Judge Chutkan, who's given Jack Smith everything he's asked for in the course of this investigation, even she called it atypical and irregular. Now, why would Jack Smith do that? Why would he abandon proper procedure? Why would he ignore court rules? Why would he do that? Because he's running out of time. There's an election around the corner. It's coming in 33 days, and he's got to get President Trump. He's got to stop President Trump from tie him up in court. He's got to get to trial, or at a minimum, insert an 165-page political document into the presidential campaign.
How you doing?
It's always about politics. The good news is the American people saw through it. They saw through it. For so long, the left has controlled so much in this country. The left controlled big media, the left controlled big tech, the left controlled academia, Hollywood, certainly the Democrat Party, and I think all too much the federal bureaucracy.
Come this weekend.
But the left doesn't control we the people. And in spite of the left and the weaponization efforts of Jim Comey, Alvin Bragg, Fonnie Willis, and Jack Smith, we the people saw through it all, and we elected President Trump twice. Before turning to the ranking member for his opening statement, I would just ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the Washington Post editorial, Jack Smith would have blown a hole in the First Amendment. With that, I yield to the gentleman from Maryland.
Well, thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by recognizing the presence of 4 American heroes here today, 4 of the hundreds of officers who defended us on January 6, 2021, Michael Fanone, Aquilino Gunnell, Daniel Hodges, and Harry Dunn. And I thank them for being here today. Mr. Smith, thank you for appearing before the American people. I'm glad that the committee has finally granted you the same chance to report your findings to the American people that every other special counsel investigating an American president has had. The good chairman started by saying it's all about the politics. Well, maybe for them, but for us, it's all about the rule of law.
The people who lied in front of the January 6th committee are there.
Mr. Smith, you're one of America's great
and
prosecutors.
He's just like,
for nearly 3 decades, you worked for justice under both Republicans and Democrats. The Manhattan DA office, where you prosecuted sex crimes and domestic violence cases. The Eastern District of New York, where you prosecuted murderers, rapists, gangbangers, and other violent criminals. Leading the public integrity section. At the Department of Justice, you brought prosecutions against corrupt public officials across the political spectrum. When you went to The Hague as chief prosecutor in the Kosovo trial, you prosecuted war crimes and crimes against humanity perpetrated against thousands of innocent victims. While others may have devoted their lives to corrupt self-enrichment, you have devoted your life to the rule of law and to public service. You've never been prosecuted for anything. You've never been convicted of anything. As far as I can tell, you've never even been the subject of a disciplinary proceeding over the course of your multi-decade career.
Dude, are you going to blow him in even
says
harder?
You're a criminal and you belong in prison. He says you belong in prison, not because you did anything wrong, mind you, but because you did everything right.
No.
You pursued the facts.
You
followed the
fuck.
law.
That never goddamn happened that way.
With extreme caution to every rule of professional responsibility. You had the audacity to do your job. Everybody here knows what you did wrong in Donald Trump's eyes and why he says you
every
belong in prison.
goddamn thing.
You found, and I quote from your sworn testimony before the committee.
Hey, Raskin, he was never able to bring those fucking charges. Why didn't Chutkan fucking dismiss the whole damn case after that was found out and brought forward? He was never able to bring those charges. What did he do wrong? He knew it. If he's supposed to be some badass fucking lawyer, he knew what he was doing wrong, right? Bringing up charges, trying to impersonate an officer. Especially an officer of the court at that, wouldn't that be? I mean, special counsel in that kind of situation? Huh. I thought impersonating an officer was a federal offense. Wow. I guess not, really, huh? I guess you are above the law if you're certain people that do whatever the fuck other certain people want. Huh?
You found proof beyond a reasonable doubt that President Trump engaged in a criminal scheme to overturn the results of the 2020 election and to prevent the lawful transfer of power. When asked whether you believe the evidence was enough to obtain a criminal conviction against Donald Trump at trial, you had a one-word answer: yes. When asked if Donald Trump was responsible for the violence that took place at the Capitol on January 6th, you said, our view of the evidence was that he caused it and that he exploited it and that it was foreseeable to him. You found that Trump knew he had lost the election. How? Well, his own
God
Attorney
damn,
General William Barr
Raskin.
repeatedly told him so and described all of
You
Trump's
are
theories as
really
BS.
fucking
Trump's
worried,
top
aren't you?
campaign advisors told him he lost the
What
election.
has got
Vice
you
President
so
Pence
fucking
told him he lost the
spooked
election.
today?
More than 60 federal, state, and court decisions, including 8 rendered by judges he appointed to the bench, rejected every outlandish election fraud and corruption claim that he made. Trump himself even privately acknowledged it, gesturing to Joe Biden on TV and saying, quote, "Can you believe I lost to that effing guy?" He knew he lost,
when his Raskin
but he threw
ever told the
everything
truth.
into his
Never.
big lie, which some people, even in this room
Pretty
to
sure
this
he would
day,
break out in
will
hives if
stand
he
by
had to
and swear
tell
by.
the truth.
Well, when the big
Probably.
lie wasn't enough to convince officials like Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, a Republican, to commit election.
But I will say this, though. I mean, something has this motherfucker spooked. I mean, yes, this is at 1.5 speed, but I've never heard him just be like, and he throws a fit. He literally throws a fit because somebody's actually speaking here. He throws a fit because somebody speaks. You got to watch it. It's fucking amazing.
Fraud and just fined Trump 11,780 votes when it wasn't enough to convince Trump's DOJ to, quote, just call the election corrupt and leave the rest to me and the House Republicans, when it wasn't enough to force Vice President Mike Pence to announce and then exercise lawless powers to reject Electoral College votes and use counterfeit slates to anoint Trump the winner. That's when Trump incited mass violence on January 6th. While more than 140 officers were being
The
brutally
speech and
assaulted
debate
by
clause
Trump's
has
mob,
been
while rioters
abused
beat them
over
with
and over
flagpoles
again
and sprayed
too
them with
fucking
chemical
much.
agents and crushed them in doorways, and while they chanted, "Hang Mike Pence," and chased the vice president out of the Capitol, Trump and his team worked the phones, calling not the National Guard, which was under the direct unilateral control of Donald Trump, but calling members of Congress, urging them to delay certification and to nullify the election results.
Wait a minute. He was on the phone? But I thought cell phones were jammed in that area, weren't they? Like, people were saying that their cell phones weren't working, so he was on a landline? Is that what you're trying to say? He went back to the White House to coordinate everything from the fucking White House? Is this where Clavicle Girl's story comes into play here? Because I just don't understand what the fuck y'all are talking about. Literally, you make no fucking sense when you try to make up these fucking stories that contradict themselves time and time again.
Special Counsel Smith, you pursued the facts. You followed every applicable law, ethics rule, and DOJ regulation. Your decisions were reviewed by the Public Integrity Section. You acted based solely on the facts, the opposite of Donald Trump, who now is purported to take over the Department of Justice. He's in charge of the whole thing under his unitary executive theory, and he acts openly, purely based on political vendetta and motives of personal revenge, and he doesn't deny it. Our colleagues have complained about the special counsel's review of toll records, which are phone records like a phone bill, showing only the timing and duration of calls.
He doesn't
and
deny
containing
it because
no
he's
content,
tired of the
no
fucking
substance whatsoever from the
weaponization?
calls. But those records were lawfully subpoenaed because Donald Trump
says you
made
will
those
pay
members of
for your
Congress relevant to the
weaponization?
investigation. It was Trump who chose to call them to advance his criminal scheme. As you testified, Mr. Smith, if Donald Trump had chosen to call a number
Something
of Democratic
has got
senators,
this
we would have gotten
motherfucker
toll
rattled.
records for them too. I trust our colleagues get the point because America certainly gets the point. There's much Mr. Smith still can't talk about, though we know he badly wants to. His investigation developed what he calls powerful evidence that Trump stole documents containing our country's most sensitive secrets, hoarded them in the ballrooms and the bathrooms of his well-trafficked Mar-a-Lago social club. He showed them off to visitors, and then he obstructed a federal investigation by instructing his attorney to pluck out anything really bad before turning materials over
You know
to
what? Fuck it. I'm going to come back to this and I'm going to make a point. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to look at this right here, okay? Now, these were documents that were in the ballroom and bathroom. Number one, what he doesn't tell you, these pictures were taken in 2 different fucking days. Because when the FBI went in beforehand, it was what, late January, early February, they went in, took pictures of all those boxes and everything that he moved out of the White House, he stuck on that fucking, the stage there in that ballroom. And they said, oh, no, you got classified fucking documents. We're going to take all of this shit back. You can't be doing this. So they go through everything and they take documents back. Well, then they leave shit there because he's like, no, there's personal items in here. You're not taking the personal items. You're going through the argument. They leave shit there, which is this bottom photo, right? Now, it's not possible to have that many boxes turn into this many if you didn't take shit, right? Because where are the brown boxes? You only got one right there next to the fucking sink. Where are the rest of the brown boxes if he had taken them from the stage and put them in the bathroom like they claim. Where are the rest of them? Oh, these are only the ones that contain the classified documents? Okay, cool. Let me ask you a question. Why were there still passports and shit in those fucking boxes that were in that bathroom where he was talking about you were taking my personal shit? Why was there just newspaper clippings? If they were just classified fucking documents, why wouldn't he have removed his own personal shit from it? See, what actually had happened is they went in going for shit because they knew he had classified documents that were packed away in boxes, and they were going in there just like every single fucking president that leaves the White House. And this actually does occur. They went in there, found some classified shit, told him to lock him the fuck up. He said, okay, no, you lock it up. They put a fucking lock on the damn door. Then, during the fucking raid, after Hunter Biden says, yeah, the laptop was mine, then they raid they raid Mar-a-Lago for the information that they knew they had and that they locked up themselves. It sounds like a fucking setup, right?
He obstructed a federal investigation by instructing his attorney to pluck out anything really bad before turning materials over to the FBI and having his staff delete incriminating security tape footage. But today, we're not going to hear a lot about that because you are gagged by an absurd judicial order rendered faithfully by Trump's most servile and sycophantic appointee to the federal bench, Judge Eileen Cannon. This order not only blocks release of Volume 2 of your report, which is unprecedented, about the classified document scam, it also gags you from discussing the report or its contents with us, with America. And so we don't know what's in it, but it must be pretty devastating because Donald Trump is desperate to keep Mr. Smith or any other DOJ official for all time from ever releasing it to Congress and to the American people. Now, Mr. Smith, if any of our colleagues
he was probably pulling
foolishly
some
choose to attack
strings.
you
I mean,
and vilify you today, and I know that's not going to happen from some serious prosecution.
Up until recently, we've never really been able to find anything on Raskin other than him just being a dick. He never really stepped out of the bounds. He never did anything unethical. He hasn't done shit except for leaking classified information to reporters. Yeah, that's been found out, Raskin. You know, maybe this is it. Maybe this is why you're so scared that actually people are looking into the shit you're saying. Because you are saying some very inflammatory shit. Like you always do, and you hide behind speech and debate clause. Well, I say speech and debate clause be damned. The words that you are using are very hostile to the American fucking life. The words that you are using are getting American fucking citizens killed. The words that you are using are getting American citizens to attack federal agents. You are levying war on the American people. Maybe the little classified leak was just the way in. But something needs to be pushed here with this fucker.
Prosecutors over there, like Mr. Knott and Mr. Schmidt, who understand what federal prosecutors do and what the rule
Y'all
of law means. If
it.
anybody decides to attack you personally,
how easy it's
they will
getting
only
to do
be
that
revealing
shit?
their own ignorance
This
of what
Skinny
prosecutors
was
do and their
fucking
own
right.
indifference to what the rule of law requires in America.
But in this case,
They will
am
only
I
be stroking
wrong?
the wounded ego of a lawless, twice-impeached, convicted felon president who not only unleashed a mob against Congress and his own vice president, but is now pardoned and released into our communities hundreds of extremists, insurrectionists, and cop-beating felons who have proceeded to commit dozens more crimes against the American people since they were pardoned. Mr. Smith, I understand you are a long-distance marathon runner. I read that you're a triathlete who's done more than 100 triathlons and 9 Ironman competitions. You are in the fight for justice and the rule of law for the
So
long
the
distance,
motherfucker's a
for the long
runner.
haul, and I thank you for that. And we should all
He's
try
a
to follow your
runner,
example.
so he's an
America looks
American
forward to
fucking
your testimony
patriot that
today. I
didn't
yield
do
back to
shit
Mr.
wrong because he
Gentlemen,
likes
the
to
background
run.
objection. All of the opening statements will be included in the record. We will now introduce today's witness. Mr. Jack Smith was appointed as special counsel in
I
November.
don't give a
November
shit
18,
if he's the
2022, served
fucking
until January 7, 2025.
best deep sea
welcome to this
diver in
today. We'll begin by
existence.
swearing you in. Would you please
What does
rise
that
and
have
raise
to
your
do
right
with
hand?
this?
Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
What up,
and information,
Bruce? How
belief,
you
so help
doing?
God? I do. Let the record reflect that the witness has answered in the affirmative. Thank you. You can be seated. Please know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony. Mr. Smith, you may begin.
Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Raskin, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to discuss my work as special counsel. I love my country and believe deeply in the core principles upon which it was founded. For nearly 3 decades, I've served as a career prosecutor in both Republican and Democratic administrations. I've handled cases ranging from domestic assault and gang violence to public corruption and election crimes across the United States, and I've prosecuted war crimes overseas. I am not a politician, and I have no partisan loyalties. My career has been dedicated to serving our country by upholding the rule of law.
Do you expect
Throughout my
us to
public
believe
service,
that
my
how?
approach has always been the same: follow the facts and the law without fear or favor. Experienced prosecutors know that specific case outcomes are beyond our control. Our responsibility is to do the right thing, the right way, for the right reasons. These principles have guided me through my career, including as special counsel. I'm proud of the work my
So
team
you've
did,
been a
and I
corrupt
appreciate
piece
the
of shit
opportunity
from your
to
fucking
appear here
birth?
today to correct false and misleading narratives about our work.
Okay,
During
go
my
ahead.
tenure as special counsel, we followed Justice Department policies, we observed legal requirements, and took actions based on the facts and the law. I made my decisions without regard to President Trump's political association, activities, beliefs, or candidacy in the 2024 election. President Trump was charged because the evidence established that he willfully broke the law, the very laws he took an oath to uphold. Grand juries in 2 separate districts reached this conclusion based on his actions, as alleged in the indictments they returned. Rather than accept his defeat in the 2020 election, President Trump engaged in a criminal scheme to overturn the results and prevent the lawful transfer of power. After leaving office in January of 21, President Trump illegally kept classified documents at his Mar-a-Lago social club and repeatedly tried to obstruct justice to conceal his continued retention of those documents. Highly sensitive national security information was held in a ballroom and a bathroom. As I testify before the committee today, I want to be clear.
Held in a ballroom and a bathroom. Why didn't you choose those distinctions there? Why didn't you say it was held in the ballroom? Then after we went in the first time, they were held in the bathroom that we locked up. Why? You don't play partisan bullshit? Come on, dude. Come the fuck on, dude. There ain't no way you can spin any of what you've done to be anywhere unpartisan. Especially seeing as how nobody went after all the other people that had classified fucking documents. Oh, what's the difference? Well, they gave them up. Oh, you mean the FBI didn't lock those fucking things in somebody else's house to raid them later on that year? Wow. Why didn't we? I mean, if you can do it to one person, why didn't you do it to everybody else if that's a fucking thing? It's not partisan. Everything you motherfuckers do are partisan. So what do you mean? What do you mean it's not partisan? Why the fuck didn't we go after Mike Pence? Why the fuck didn't you go after Joe Biden? Oh yeah, you're right. You were supposed to, but he's just a doddering old fool. Huh. What about Obama? What about all these other motherfuckers? Why does Adam Schiff have classified shit in his damn home? Why did a Washington Post fucking reporter, a journalist, why did a fucking Washington Post journalist have classified information in their home? And nobody does shit about that. As a matter of fact, all they did was get the classified shit back, and they didn't press charges on the fucking Washington Post reporter who had classified information. But you go after only one fucking person because they had classified information that you yourself knew and you yourself had locked up. Not yourself as far as Mr. Smith was the one that put the lock. Yourself as far as fucking government is concerned, you pansy ass pussy. Why not? A fair question for every single American citizen out there. Why didn't they? If they were going to make it a national fucking thing, a fucking headline goddamn news for months on end, how the president, ex-president had classified information, what about the Washington Post reporter? What are we going to do about that, America? Nothing? Okay, cool. Yeah. It's interesting, isn't it? It's interesting how you didn't go after our former president before about it, about Obama, who said he was going to digitize 30,000 fucking documents and never did. It's interesting how you didn't go after a fucking vice president who had classified information. He didn't have to classify powers. It wasn't in a skiff. It's interesting how you didn't go after a fucking sitting president at the damn time. For 1,650 fucking boxes of classified information spread out over, 6 different areas? One of them is still missing information today, had fucking gone into the Penn Biden Center, and then all of a sudden, a little while after that, fucking Penn Biden Center gets a mysterious donation from China. Something in the effect of like $50 million or something like that. And then the documents disappear. We're not going to do anything about that, though, right? It's just Orange Man because he had documents in his ballroom that we locked in his bathroom. That's it. That's the only people we're going after, America. That's it. Only him. Didn't Letitia James say that? You don't have to worry about it. We're only going after him. Isn't that weaponization?
I stand by my decisions as special counsel, including the decision to bring charges against President Trump. Our investigation developed proof beyond a reasonable doubt that President Trump engaged in criminal activity. If asked whether to prosecute a former president based on the same facts today, I would do so regardless of whether that president was a Democrat or a Republican. No one should be above the law in this country, and the law required that he be held to account.
Except for you, apparently.
To have done otherwise on the facts of these cases would have been to shirk my duties as a prosecutor and as a public servant, of which I had no intention of doing. I remain grateful for the counsel, judgment, and advice of my
You
team.
thought it was going to get
President
you
Trump has
somewhere.
sought
You
to
thought you
seek
was going to be
revenge against
famous. You
career
thought they were
prosecutors,
going
FBI
to
agents,
hold you
support
up
staff, simply for
and
having
make
worked
you
on
a
these cases.
god.
To vilify and seek retribution against these people is wrong. Those dedicated public servants are the best of us, and it has been a privilege to serve with them. After nearly 30 years of public service, including in international settings, I have seen how the rule of law can erode. My fear is that we have seen the rule of law function in our country for so long that many of us have come to take it for granted. The rule of law is not self-executing. It depends on our collective commitment to apply it. It requires dedicated service on behalf of others, especially when that service is difficult and comes with costs. Our willingness.
There you go. Rule of law is not self-executing. It is up to us to decide who we will punish. There was my answer, right? We will punish Donald Trump, but we will not punish Barack Obama. We will not punish Mike Pence. We will not punish Adam. I want to punch Adam Schiff. We will not punish Adam Schiff. We will not punish the Washington Post reporter. We will punish Donald Trump. Is selectively using the law, right? But it's not self-executing, right? See, none of what he says makes any goddamn sense when you listen to it and you actually apply it with his last goddamn sentence.
To pay those costs is what tests and defines our commitment to the rule of law.
This still ain't working for some reason.
Wonderful country. Thank you.
Gentlemen, we will now proceed under the 5-minute rule. We have votes coming in any minute now, but I think we'll have time for 3 or 4 members to get their 5-minute questions in before the committee will take a recess to go vote. They are not going to close the vote until we get there. I know that much. So we will start with the gentleman from California, recognized for 5 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Smith. When Attorney General Garland appointed you, he cited the particularly sensitive matters at issue and extraordinary circumstances as the reason for appointing a special counsel. What did you take that to mean?
What I understood that to mean is I was to conduct an independent investigation and come to my own conclusions about whether the facts and the law supported a prosecution.
But clearly he was alluding to the fact that we had an investigation into a leading candidate for president. That was part of the extraordinary circumstances. Would you agree?
I will rely on his public statements about that. I understood my role as special counsel was governed by the regulations, which required me to make an independent decision on my own.
So certainly you would agree it was important to approach the investigation with humility and restraint. Is that fair?
Yes, and that's what I sought to do. I sought to
And you thought you possessed those qualities. In fact, you testified at your deposition, quote, "I thought I was the right person for the job." Of course, some disagreed. Constitutional law professor Jonathan Turley, for example, has said, quote, "Jack Smith has a reputation for stretching criminal statutes beyond the breaking point." I assume you disagree with that statement by Professor Turley.
I do disagree with that statement. I think my career speaks for itself. I have been
But that statement was also, and I'm sorry to have to interrupt, I just have a short amount of time. That statement was also echoed by the United States Supreme Court in a unanimous opinion in McDonald versus the United States, where the court overturned convictions that you had pursued against a former governor, criticizing your boundless interpretation of the federal criminal statute at issue. That opinion was joined by Justices Ginsburg, Breyer, Sotomayor, and Kagan. So do you
Wait a minute. I thought he was a shining beacon of fucking lawyering.
My career in a nonpartisan
You mean to
fashion.
tell me that
particular case,
fucking
the legal position
Raskin
that,
lied?
The department took, that wasn't my personal position. That was the
Pikachu
position of the
face.
department.
I see. So, Mr. Smith, I've had the opportunity during my time in the committee to review the work of 2 special counsels, John Durham, appointed during the Trump administration, and Robert Hur during the Biden administration. And in both cases, they seem to exhibit that humility and restraint that we talked about. But in reviewing in detail the way you conducted this investigation, I see a very different mode of operation. One that sought maximum litigation advantage at every turn, one that repeatedly circumvented constitutional limitations to the point that you had to be reined in again and again throughout the process. For example, shortly after you became special counsel, you issued a subpoena for the phone records of the Speaker of the House of Representatives over a 2-month period, along with for other senators and representatives, even though the public integrity section at DOJ cited litigation risk to doing this. What was that litigation risk?
With respect to the toll record subpoenas that we issued, they were approved by the public integrity section. The public integrity section, in approving those subpoenas, noted the fact that the subpoenas were for records for people who were not targets of our investigation.
But they said there was a litigation risk and you moved forward with it anyway. And not only that, but you also sought
Bruce Rice with a dono here. Damn, big dono. Thank you. Cheer up, Richard. You are winning. Dude. I wish I could say that. I wish I could fucking say that. But here we are in the midst of a civil war. We're about to have election, fucking all that election shit drop. In the middle of the goddamn midterms, they're gonna fuck up trying to make everything good again because, well, they don't have time to fucking do it. Midterms are gonna be so fucked up, and we're gonna be in the middle of fucking bullshit after bullshit. We've already seen it. Abigail Spanberger, she's already trying to make it to where the National Guard can't be activated by anybody but her. And no other fucking guard from any other state can go in. We're there. We got the indictments and everything of Jacob Fry. And yes, they've been referred, right? Referral. That's it. It's referral. Nothing's actually happening just yet. But Jacob Fry, Tim Walz, all these. You were in the midst of a civil war. Are we winning? If we were winning, we wouldn't have to be in this position, right? They're just getting violent because they're losing control. We're not winning. We're just not getting our asses kicked anymore. That's where I stand on that. Sorry, guys.
orders from judges, making it so those who were having their records seized would not know about it. And you even didn't tell those judges that it was members of Congress whose records you were going after in apparent contravention of a federal statute saying that a telephone provider for a Senate office shall not be barred from providing notice that the records had been requested. Now, if you sought to do that today, would you be able to get away with that, with asking the judges for a non-disclosure order without telling them these are members of Congress?
When we secured these toll record subpoenas, it was done consistent with department policy. You're correct in that that policy has since changed.
They changed the policy based upon the actions that you took. Similarly, you issued a gag order against President Trump that the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals vacated as overbroad. Is that correct?
Well, the D.C. Court of Appeals, in passing on that order, found that it was justified. They narrowed the order, but they confirmed that the phenomenon—
They narrowed the order because it was overbroad. In addition to that, you sought an early trial date that the district court rejected, and when you presented your prosecution memo to Attorney General Garland, it's been reported that he was visibly unimpressed and expressed First Amendment concerns. So, Mr. Smith, looking at the record, I see that you were reversed and rebuked by the Department of Justice itself, by the Attorney General, by the Solicitor General, by multiple district court judges, by the Court of Appeals, and by the U.S. Supreme Court itself. So my final question is, do you believe that you made any mistakes? Do you have any regrets as to how you conducted this investigation?
if I have any regret, it would be not expressing enough appreciation for my staff who work so hard in these investigations. We followed the facts and the law. These people who work for me sacrificed endlessly and have endured way too much for just doing their job. So if anything, I wish that I had thanked them.
Time of the gentleman.
No mistakes. There's that humility. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Yeah, time of the gentleman's right. The chair now recognizes the ranking member for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the good gentleman from California certainly knows, because he was a student of mine, that lawyers go to court and sometimes they win motions and sometimes they lose motions, and there's no crime in any of that. And I'm just sorry that you had to be lectured about humility and restraint by a politician. Because
there's no crime if you win and lose motions. Not if the fact that somebody else in an appeals court says, no, this was a bad decision. Not because somebody else had to intervene and step in. No. Winning and losing in emotions is fine, Raskin. Not being reversed multiple fucking times by somebody up higher because you did something wrong. What the fuck? Are we gonna play like this is actually intelligent for you to say here? Because no, it's fucking retarded.
We might not be best poised to lecture you on those particular virtues. But let's go to the toll record, since that's been raised, Mr. Smith.
I'm not a fucking lawyer, and even I know that.
Congress has allowed toll records to be subpoenaed. This committee has actually tried to limit it over the years, and the senators who are whining the most over on the Republican side in the Senate, they never went along with our determination to try to limit the government's ability to subpoena toll records. So it's perfectly lawful what you did. Explain, why did you want those toll records?
We wanted to conduct a thorough investigation of the matters that was assigned to me, including attempts to interfere with the lawful transfer of power. The conspiracy that we were investigating
by spying on people,
relevant to get toll records, to understand the
by
scope of
spying
that
on members of
who they
Congress,
were seeking to coerce, who they were seeking to influence, who was seeking to help them.
And that's normal investigative practice, right?
It's
in
normal
conducting a criminal
investigative practice. Okay,
securing
fine.
non-content toll records, as you described.
Subpoena
is a
Raskin's
common
records right now.
practice
Every
in
bit of it.
almost any
Subpoena
office.
his health
Let's go to
records.
something else
I
that I've
want to
been
know
hearing
about that
over the last
fucking
week by our colleagues
cancer
as they've,
claim.
eagerly anticipated your
If it's
arrival
okay,
here. They've been
we're just
saying
doing
that,
an investigation,
there's
right?
some kind of First Amendment defense that Donald Trump would have had to the crimes you indicted him for. Is there a valid First Amendment defense to
I want to know what this
defrauding the public?
motherfucker
Is there
actually
a
did
valid
have
First Amendment
cancer.
defense to disrupting a federal proceeding? Is there a valid First Amendment defense to violating the voting rights of the people and cheating the public out of a fair election?
The First Amendment is something that we took seriously in our investigation, but the First Amendment does not protect speech that facilitates a crime. Speech that is used to facilitate a crime, a fraud crime in particular, is not protected under the First Amendment. The Supreme Court precedent on that is clear. This is an issue that we
Raskin
litigated
spray paints
before the
his hair
district
plugs.
court,
No.
and the district court ruled as I just.
No. Hold on. You may be maybe not spray paint, but there is something going on with it. You know how they made fun of Rudy Giuliani as the shit, the hair color shit was running down his face as he was sweating? You can see it. Dude, he's got black spotches on his skin around the side of his head with gray hairs growing out of those black splotches. It's not that the hair's just like different colors and it's just, no, it's black spotches of skin right around his head. It's like he used shoe polish and the shoe polish stained his skin. Hopefully you'll be able to see it in this. I've seen it like once or twice and I'm just like, holy shit. This dude is horrible at this shit. He really is.
Stated that it
He
is not, in
put
fact,
pubes
protected.
on his
The case
head.
law is perfectly clear on this, right? All frauds are perpetrated by speech, right?
Yes.
All conspiracies are perpetrated by speech. So just because your criminal conduct is brigaded with speech doesn't somehow mean you've got a First Amendment defense against trying to overthrow the government. I mean, the people who attacked the police officers on January 6th were chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." I suppose that was political speech, or they were saying, "Stop the steal." Does that mean they've got a First Amendment defense to violent assault against the officers?
It does not.
William Barr, by the way, was somebody.
What about the DC siege that happened for a month? Do they have immunity for their violent assault on officers? What happened there? Oh yeah, they were brought up on charges. And what happened to those charges? They were all dismissed in court because you couldn't tell if it was them because they were wearing a mask. So what about that, Raskin?
Who was perfectly clear about that. Donald Trump's own Attorney General said there's no freedom of speech that you have to engage in a conspiracy to overthrow an election, to commit crime.
He tattooed black
He was
spotches.
perfectly clear about that. Back in those
Look,
days,
you can
in
even
fact,
fucking
lots
hold on.
of people on that side of the aisle, including my
You
good
can
friend.
see it. You can see it. You can see it when he turns his head sideways. Hold on.
William Barr, by the way, was somebody who was perfectly clear about that. Donald Trump's own Attorney General said there's no freedom of speech that you have to engage in a conspiracy to overthrow an election, to commit crime.
That's not hair. Right there at his ear. That is not hair. That is a black splotch on his fucking skin. His hairline, you can see, I don't know if he's losing it or he shaved it here or something. I don't know what's going on, but you can see a little bit of coloring of hair. His hairline comes straight the fuck down. And then when it reaches his ear, it shoots over just a fucking bit and goes straight down again. This black splotch right here at the very end of this tip of hair, it's not hair. It's dyed fucking skin.
He was perfectly clear about that. Back in those days, in fact, lots of people on that side of the aisle, including my good friend, the chairman, denounced the violence that took place on January 6th. The cat's got their tongue these days. My friend Chairman Jordan said, what happened last week was terrible, it was tragic. It's as wrong can be, he said. Republicans, we know all political violence is wrong. I asked my friend Chairman Jordan at a rules hearing, are you also not interested in what happened to us on January 6th? He said, of course, everyone's interested in holding people accountable who did wrong. The FBI is doing that. The Justice Department is doing that, appropriately so. What do you think about the attack on the Department of Justice and the special counsel for doing your jobs?
You are incredibly fucking.
The people who work with me as
you are
public
shook
servants,
today, are you not, Raskin?
Part of the reason I've been a prosecutor
What
for
the
so long
fuck is going on with you?
Not just the prosecutors in my office, but also the agents, FBI agents who are heroes who have served their country not only as agents but also overseas. I think those attacks are unwarranted based on the facts, and I think that they have no basis in who we are as Americans, as a country. I don't see attacking people like that as anything appropriate.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back to you.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Smith, is Cassidy Hutchinson a liar?
today.
She was their star witness. January 6th committee, their star witness in one of those staged and choreographed hearings they paid the former president of ABC News to put together. She was, in fact, the only witness at this special primetime hearing, Tuesday, June 28th, 2022, 8 o'clock in the evening, and she told some stories.
Yeah, the one that was done by Hollywood producers.
The president lunged across the back seat, grabbed the steering wheel, tried to drive the car to the Capitol. And I just want to know, you think she was lying?
Chairman Jordan, my assessment of that particular issue is that with respect to the testimony about the president lunging towards the driver, my recollection of her testimony about that is that it was secondhand. She said she'd heard that from somebody.
You familiar with the name Tony Ornato?
I'm sorry?
You familiar with the name Tony Ornato?
Yes.
White House Deputy Chief of Operations, Deputy Chief of Staff for Operations, right? You remember what he said about it?
As I sit here right now, I do not.
Yeah, he said it didn't happen. How about Bobby Engel? You familiar with that name?
Yes, I am.
Secret Service agent who was actually in the car that day. You know what he said? He said it didn't happen. And they both said the first time they ever heard this story was when Ms. Hutchinson testified in the primetime hearing as their star witness of the January 6th committee. By the way, did you ever confirm her testimony about this particular incident?
We conducted, as I said before, our own independent investigation of all aspects of the case that we thought was relevant. We, attorneys from my office.
Did you ever confirm it? That's a simple question.
Well, we interviewed her, I should say attorneys in my office before.
Did you ever confirm the president leaping across the seat, grabbing the steering wheel, this whole concoction she brought up in the January 6th hearing? Did you ever confirm that?
Right. We interviewed another firsthand witness who was in the car who did not confirm that had happened, but also
in your deposition to the committee last month,
So you
Mr.
didn't
Smith,
talk to the people that were
you said
directly
this. My
involved.
recollection with
You
Ms.
just
Hutchinson
talked to
was a number of the
somebody
things
else
that she gave
who...
evidence on were secondhand hearsay. You remember making that statement to us last month in the deposition?
I did, and I was
Hold on. You didn't directly talk to the people involved. You talked to people who were there. Why would you not talk to the people who are directly involved in this situation? First-hand account is better than second-hand or third-hand, right? Why did you not talk to the people directly involved instead of people who were there? Stupidity be damned, right? Who is the prisoner sitting to his right?
referring particularly to what we're talking about now.
Yeah, and you also said Ms. Hutchinson regarding this particular claim.
You talking about? Well, that's Jordan's staff member, but I don't think there's anybody sitting next to Jack Smith.
Was a second or even third-hand witness. We ask you, if you were a defense attorney, how would you
They're
handle cross-examining her if she was
yes.
on the witness stand? And you said, if I were a defense attorney, Ms. Hutchinson were a witness, the first thing I would do was seek to preclude her testimony because it was
fucking
hearsay. You were
weird.
saying all that?
They're all freaked the fuck out
correct,
for
right?
something.
Were you going to put her on the witness stand if you ever got to trial?
We had not made final determinations as to who we were going to call as a witness. We had a large.
You were still considering her?
We had a large choice of witnesses in this case.
Are you familiar with what Washington Post reporters Carol Leonnig and Aaron Davis said in their book? They did this book, 300-some pages book on chronicling the whole investigation of the Justice Department. And here's what they said on page 310. They said Jack Smith had wondered whether some of Hutchinson's claims might be relied upon at trial. Still, at one point, Smith told the elections team he wasn't ready to give up on Hutchinson's account. Ultimately, however, Trump administration officials uniformly, fiercely disputed her accounts under oath. Prosecutors on your team told Smith they wouldn't want to use Hutchinson as a witness in court, and Smith agreed. Are Carol Leonnig and Aaron Davis, who wrote this, are they lying?
My recollection is that I certainly had not made any final determinations about who we were going to call.
And that's the point. That is the point. The fact that they used her in a primetime hearing and you won't rule out using her, didn't rule out using her, putting her on the witness stand when everybody knows she wasn't telling the truth, that says it all. That's the degree the left and Democrats were willing to go to get President Trump. Putting on the witness stand someone everybody knows is making it up. Everybody knows that. And you were willing to. By the way, you know how many times Cassidy Hutchinson was mentioned in their report, the January 6th report? Any idea, Mr. Smith?
I do not.
185 times. Someone that the whole country knows wasn't telling the truth, and you were still considering putting her on the witness stand because you had to get President Trump, and everybody can see that. We better take a recess for votes. We will resume as soon.
Too bad you do nothing but do this shit. It's great to have this WWE SmackDown shit, but remember, it was him and Comer that told Hunter Biden all the fucking what is it? The contempt of Congress shit can go away as long as you just come in here and talk to us. Just reschedule and come talk to us, and we'll let it all go away. Yeah, let's not forget that.
As soon as votes are over, back here 10 minutes after. Mr. Smith, you guys can go back to the room that you were in.
goes to the question of the hypothetical witness at the trial that didn't happen. New York Times, May 1, 2024, Trump acknowledges he wanted to go to the Capitol on January 6th.
Objection.
Carol Lenig, who you quoted, Carol Lenig outlines Tony Ornato's history of lies. That's June 30, 2022. In July 1, 2022, the men disputing Hutchinson's testimony are two of Trump's biggest acolytes.
So the people involved said, nah, none of this shit didn't happen. I'd rather go up on fucking stand right now. Put me on fucking stand. None of this happened. They never did put him on stand, by the way. Never did put his ass on stand. And then all of a sudden, oh, we're just going to put articles into the record here saying that he's a liar. What the actual fuck, dude? They refused to put the people who were involved in the situation that Cassidy Hutchinson had lied about. They refused to put them into the fucking witness box in there for the January 6th committee. And now you're just going to put up articles because we couldn't hear first-hand account from them themselves, from their own damn mouths. We couldn't hear it. You put in articles that say, oh, he's just a liar. Shut the fuck up, Raskin. What kind of fucking douchebag do you think the rest of America is? Goddamn, you stupid fucking faggot.
And finally, June 29, 2022, CNN, Cassidy Hutchinson stands by her testimony amid pushback. Thank you very much.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The stupidity of mankind has got to goddamn stop.
On you. Donald Trump has said you are totally
We cannot let them keep reproducing.
A left-wing radical, a criminal, a fully weaponized monster, and that you should be considered mentally deranged and thrown out of the country. Just this week, he called you a sick bastard. Unfortunately, the rules of decorum prevent me from saying what I think of Donald Trump. But he is not the only one to launch attacks against you. Chairman Jordan has accused you of abusive surveillance and accused you and your team of partisan and politically motivated prosecutions.
I'm sitting here
Despite the
playing
mountain of
Icarus
evidence
in the
laid out in the special
background,
counsel's report and in your court filings, President Trump's supporters are convinced that the only reason your team tried to hold him accountable is because you have a vendetta against him. I want to address these allegations today. You have had a long and distinguished career with the Justice Department, including serving as the chief of DOJ's Public Integrity Section for 5 years. While leading the Public Integrity Section, you led investigations and prosecution of public figures and political leaders from both parties, Republicans and Democrats.
My migraine
Can you give us a couple of examples?
solidifies. I don't blame you on that one. I would feel the same.
Sorry about that. During my time as the chief of public integrity, I investigated cases involving both Republicans and Democrats. The standard in all of those cases was the same: follow the facts and the law. Didn't matter what party you in; it mattered the facts of the case. In doing that, there were cases I brought against Democrats and cases I brought against Republicans. There were also cases that I investigated and did not bring against Democrats and Republicans. Party affiliation played no role in my investigations. I can think of multiple cases of prominent members of Congress that we investigated who were Republicans who, upon reviewing the law and the facts, I decided not to go forward in those cases. And the same could be said with people on the Democratic
We're not
side.
talking about
Always try to
those.
follow the facts and the law.
It doesn't matter. You want to try to use that as some kind of justification. We're not talking about those. We're talking about the clear politicization and weaponization of your supposed special counsel.
As a federal prosecutor, in making a prosecutorial decision,
Just because you
you're
did
guided by the
something
federal
to
principles of
people on
prosecution,
both sides
which
doesn't
guide
mean
one
this
not only to
wasn't
look at the facts and
partisan.
the law, but the federal interest, and that is exactly what we
That
did
is a
in this case, as set
retarded
forth
fucking
in my
statement
final
to
order.
make.
Does partisan politics play a role in your decision whether or not to prosecute someone?
None.
To be clear, did
I'm
partisan
sorry.
politics play a role in your decision to charge
Yeah,
Donald
it did.
Trump?
It did not.
What does it do to the justice system if political leaders place pressure on prosecutors?
Wait. So you mean this Jack Smith thing, knowing he couldn't have been a special counsel unless he's a retarded fucking lawyer, and there's no goddamn reason he needs to even have well, I'm not going to say a degree, but there's no reason he should be accredited by the bar, if that's the thing, right? I mean, seriously, let's take it to this fucking level. Holy shit. Oh, I've done things to Democrats and Republicans, so therefore I'm not partisan. But as soon as all this shit with Trump came up, I was chomping at the fucking bit. I was there for everybody's beck and fucking call. I was making sure that I was front fucking face in front of everybody to just do this. And as a badass fucking lawyer that I am, I know full fucking well this place that they're appointing for me is not going to be able to bring the charges that I'm supposed to bring against the goddamn former sitting president of the United States. But fuck it, I'ma do it anyway. Then I make such a fucking stink where in the fucking Chutkin case, I have 11 million fucking pages of documents. Fucking, what was it, 8 to 10 terabytes of fucking data on hard drives. You only have 2-3 months to go through it all? But don't worry. We have highlighted everything for you. highlighter girl over here, Molly fucking Ringwald. Yeah, you all remember her. Yeah, highlighter girl. She highlighted and tabbed everything for you. Everything that we're going to use out of that 11 million pages of documents that we brought forward, everything that we're going to use is tabbed. You'll have it. Don't worry about it. You don't need time to go through 11 million pages of documents and fucking 10 terabytes worth of fucking data. You don't need that time. Why? Because we've given you our entire fucking argument. Who the fuck thinks that's a good idea? If you do, you deserve to be in fucking jail. You're too goddamn stupid to be a citizen. Holy shit, you think the prosecution is going to give you everything that they fucking have to take you to fuck down? They're supposed to. Do they? Absolutely fucking not. And that goes for defense, too. Do you think the defense is going to have everything thrown in? No, they're going to act like, hey, this just came up. I just realized this. I didn't know this was a thing before. Yeah, you did 3 fucking weeks ago. But you're going to play like you didn't. Defense does it, too. But we should allow this fucking perversion of justice to be a thing in our system? I'm sorry, suck what?
Prosecutors to file charges against their political enemies. What are the implications if prosecution decisions are based on politics, not the law?
I think it weakens the rule of law in our country because it weakens the mechanism for us to prosecute, among other things, corruption. When there is political prosecutions targeting people because they're enemies of the president, the department loses credibility and it can't do its job in all sorts of cases.
According to your deposition before this committee, it sounds like your problem was not determining if you had enough evidence to charge Donald Trump, but rather that you might have had too much evidence and struggled to determine how to present a clear narrative to a jury. How would you characterize the evidence against Mr. Trump about inciting an insurrection against the laws of this country?
Inciting an erection. Come on, you want to say it?
Well,
inciting the erection.
With respect to presenting the case that we charged, one of the central challenges was trying to present that in a concise way because we did have so many witnesses. Some of the most powerful witnesses were witnesses who, in fact, were fellow Republicans who had voted for Donald Trump, who had campaigned for him, and who wanted him to win the election. These included state officials, people who worked on his campaign, and advisors. I will say, however, with respect to the charge of insurrection, we did not charge that, as I set forth in my report. While I believe that there is, courts have found that that was an insurrection, and that there's a reasonable interpretation, a reasonable prosecutor could interpret the evidence to support that charge. I chose not to do that, looking at the facts in the law. I thought the charges we brought were appropriate, given the evidence that we had.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, for your decades-long public service and for working tirelessly to uphold the rule of law. Those who attack and smear you and your team in order to protect Donald Trump should be ashamed of themselves. I yield back.
Wait. You mean to tell me that for years you motherfuckers were saying he incited an insurrection? He's an insurrectionist. He wanted his loyal cult followers to storm the Capitol so they could take it over. He did all this. This was him. But we're not going to charge him for it. The fucking moron do you take me for? You're going to sit there and, oh, he did this. He is so fucking guilty of all of this, but we're not going to charge him for it. You didn't charge him for it because you knew it wasn't fucking true, and there's no way in hell in court you could actually fabricate enough evidence to make it look true. That was the truth. And here we are playing this stupid-ass fucking game with these people. Yet again. 5 years later. 5 years later, here we are playing this stupid-ass bullshit game yet the fuck again. We're never going to get anywhere.
Yields back to someone from California is recognized.
Mr. Smith, do you see criminals to my left? You don't see any. Do you see people who are committing crimes because they continue to believe things that just aren't true? That's paraphrasing Ronald Reagan, that liberals aren't stupid, they just know things that don't happen to be true. If the president believed that he was cheated in an election, that there was fraud, or in some other way a number of items led to his defeat, when in fact he should have won according to the Constitution, does that make him a criminal?
Sir,
No, that's a yes or no, please, Mr. Smith. These
Stop
people
playing
here are
fucking
continuing
stupid-ass
to
games, boy.
grapple constantly with things that aren't true, like socialism works, or that somehow everything the Republicans do is evil and everything they do is right. They've never reached a conclusion in a typical partisan case in which we're not evil because we think something different and we're not wrong. You understand the Constitution. Do you understand the Bill of Rights, that someone has the absolute right to believe something, whether it's true or not, and to advocate for something, whether it's true or not? Do you understand that in addition to your oath to the Constitution, that's one of the things the First Amendment allows for, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if you know
Okay.
that people have a right to opine, lobby for, assert, do everything they can legally to ask for people to make different decisions, then why is it you saw criminal conduct on behalf of a president who believed he didn't win? Chairman Jordan and myself have something in common along with a number of others.
Look, if wanting to believe something isn't true, then I guess that isn't true is now legal. Fuck, flat earthers? Those that don't believe dinosaurs walk the earth, those that fucking want to deny the Holocaust, those that think that there is a firmament above the fucking planet. You're talking about most of human fucking kind deserves to be in prison for believing retarded shit, including me. I get off into some conspiracy theory shit, and some things just kind of make sense in my own brain. Logically, it doesn't make sense when you actually think about it, but it's still fun to go through. So we all deserve to be in prison because we believe stupid shit. If that were the case, can we start with all these motherfuckers running around in the streets trying to step in front of ICE vehicles because they believe they're Nazis, literally kidnapping people? Can we start with them first? Make an example of them and the rest of us will follow suit and be like, yeah, flat earth is fucking dumb. Jesus fucking Christ, I don't want to go to prison because I believe something fucking stupid. Fucking hell.
Here, we saw wrongdoing, and on January 6th, we voted not to confirm 2 states because they had violated the U.S. Constitution in how they selected who got ballots. And yet, you're going to come here and say, oh, I just followed the law. When you went after these people and you said, well, technically I can do that, you didn't see any selective nature or any separation of powers under the Constitution to spying on the activities and the conversations of the Speaker of the House? To what end would conversations between the Speaker of the U.S. House, third or second in line to be the President, and the President, in what basis would it be any of your business other than you believe that there was a conspiracy without conspiracy as a basic premise? You, like the President's men for Richard Nixon, went after your political enemies. Maybe they're not your political enemies, but they sure as hell were Joe Biden's political enemies, weren't they? They were Harris's political enemies. They were the enemies of the president, and you were their arm.
They were the enemies of the Democrat Party.
Oh, great. So you spied on the Speaker of the House and these other senators and so on, and informed no one, and in fact put in a gag order so they couldn't discover it. If they were not subjects of a conspiracy investigation, why did Congress, a separate branch that you, under the Constitution, have to respect, why is it that no one should be informed, including the judges? As you went in to spy on these people, did you mention that you were spying on seeking records so you could find out about when conversations occurred between the U.S. Speaker of the House and the President? Did you inform the judge, or did you hold that back?
My office didn't spy on anyone.
Wait a second. The question I asked you, Mr. Smith, was pretty straightforward. Did you withhold that information from an Article III judge in the process of taking the records of the Speaker of the House?
We complied with the
Did you hold back
Mr. Chairman,
that
would you please instruct the gentleman to allow the witness to answer the question?
It's not your time. I'd like my time back.
Mr. Chairman.
Raskin, hold up. Raskin, you do this shit all the goddamn time. Why is your pussy hurting now, son? Why does it hurt so fucking badly? Why are you so goddamn flustered as to sit there and say, oh, he needs to answer the question now, when you don't let anybody else answer your questions when you try to character assassinate? There is no justification, is there? It's just Raskin's bleeding pussy all over the place.
You've repeatedly done that in the past. The witness has the right to answer the question.
And there'll be due time to answer the question. Would you please put my time back and let me finish this? Mr. Smith, I asked you a question, and you were not responsive to it, and I want you to be responsive to it. Did you, whether you think it was legal or not, whether you think it was right or not, did you withhold the name of Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House, when you were seeking records on Kevin McCarthy, the Speaker of the House, or Jim Jordan, the chairman of this committee?
At the time the gentleman is...
No, please give me back the time and take it away.
Time has expired, but we're going to let the witness answer your question because it's an important question. The witness can respond.
We did not provide that information to the judge when we requested a non-disclosure order, consistent with the law and consistent with the party's
Mr. Chairman, the amazing thing here today is
so
that we
you
have an
didn't
admission.
tell him you were going after
The
members of
gentleman's time
Congress.
has expired by now 34 seconds.
It gets more than 5 minutes.
How many times do you interrupt me?
The time belongs to the gentleman from California, but it has expired.
I will be brief in my address to the chairman. We have the evidence that an Article I representative on behalf of the President withheld that Article 3.
Mr. Chairman, I would need the same leniency.
With that, I yield back.
What has Raskin so fucking flustered today that his pussy is just bleeding all over the place and he can't stop it? What is this? What is going on? I have never heard him so fucking flustered like this. I have never heard him cry so badly. What is going on right now? What is happening behind the scenes that we don't fucking know? I demand answers.
Disgust of this witness.
Sticking with California, the gentlelady from California is now recognized.
Mr. Smith, thank you for being here today. Earlier the chairman spent a lot of time talking about Cassidy Hutchinson, who we know is just one of many witnesses. It's important to note that there was testimony that she was told something by Mr. Ornato, not that she had personal knowledge, and of course Mr. Ornato was of very questionable veracity. We had testimony from a Metropolitan Police Department official about an argument, a big argument that the president was having about going to the Capitol. The fact that the vehicle was delayed going back to the Capitol.
More than likely his involvement or somebody that's
I want to focus on something my
close
colleagues
to him.
across the aisle seem to want to ignore. The fact that your investigation into President Trump's attempt to overturn the 2020 election
Make
was built
dueling
on
great
testimony
again.
from members of the Republican Party. In fact, last week, the New York Times published grand jury transcripts from Georgia that show the same pattern.
I can't
in Trump's
say
Georgia
what I
criminal
want to
case.
make great again.
Georgia's Republican Attorney General Chris Carr testified that he told,
But
quote,
you
this,
all
quote,
know.
"We're just not seeing the things that you are seeing." And the late Georgia House Speaker David Ralston, also a Republican, testified that Trump's fake elector scheme was, quote, "the craziest thing I've heard."
Let's say this,
And then
make
there's Senator
treason
Lindsey Graham, one
punishable
of the
again.
president's closest allies. In his secret grand jury testimony, Senator Graham told the jurors, quote, "I have told him more times than we can count that he fell short," unquote. And then he said this, quote, "If you told him Martians came and stole votes, he'd be inclined to believe it." Martians, that's from Senator Graham speaking under oath. So here's my question. Mr. Smith, in your deposition with this committee, you testified, and here's a quote, "Our case was built on, frankly, Republicans who put their allegiance to the country before the party." Also, that the president's closest allies are telling him that his claims of election fraud are wrong. And so I'm just wondering, can you explain what you meant in your deposition, that it was Republicans who were putting their allegiance to their country ahead of their party?
Yes. There were witnesses who I felt would be very strong witnesses, including, for example, the Secretary of State in Georgia, who told Donald Trump the truth, told him things that he did not want to hear, and put him on notice that what he was saying was false. These were people who knew how the elections were conducted in these states, and I believe that witnesses of that nature, witnesses who are willing to tell the truth, even if it's going to impose a cost on them in their lives, my experience as a prosecutor over 30 years is that witnesses like that are very credible, and that jurors tend to believe witnesses like that because they pay a cost for telling the truth.
In terms of the grand jury testimony that's now been released, the fact that Donald Trump, according to Senator Graham, would believe that Martians stole the election, what does that tell you about Trump's state of mind?
That statement is consistent with what we found in our investigation, in
That y'all are fucking
Our
retarded?
investigation revealed that Donald Trump was not looking for honest answers about whether there was fraud in the election. He was looking for ways to stay in power. And when people told him
Oh my
things
fucking
that
God.
conflicted with him staying in power, he rejected them, or he chose
So
not even
saying
to
I
contact
believe
people like that who
Martians
would know,
stole the
if
election
election
before
was done
Joe
properly in the
Biden
state.
beat
On the other
me
hand, when individuals
shut
would say
the
things
fuck
that
up.
would allow him to
Shut
stay
the
in power
fuck
no
up.
matter how fantastical,
Shut the fuck
he would
up,
latch
pussy
onto it.
bitch.
That pattern, over time, we felt was powerful evidence that he, in
Oh
fact,
my God,
knew
because
the
he
fraud claims
said
was
some,
making
he
were false.
believes some weird
know,
shit
who are some
before
of
he
the
believes
Republican
Biden
witnesses
beat
who
him.
told you
He's
President
crazy.
Trump-
He's
told
insane. He
President
just
Trump
wanted
his
to
claims
stay in
of election
power.
fraud were false? Can you share that with us?
There were a range of witnesses.
Dude.
They ranged from
Jesus
people
fucking
on
Christ.
his
Make a
campaign
public
team
example
who
of this
had,
fucking
wanted
faggot.
him to win, were employed to help him win the
Seriously.
election. They included state officials, state Republican officials who wanted him to win, voted for him, campaigned for him, asked him and his co-conspirators to provide evidence to support their claims, and invariably they never did. It included officials, advisors, people he worked with in the White House who he relied upon for important decisions and who he trusted in other contexts. We felt we had strong evidence from a variety of sources.
Time of the gentlelady has expired.
Mr. Chairman, with my fellow Californian who are allowing the witness
That's a good question. Isn't that grounds to let him answer?
I've given him 30 seconds extra, the gentlelady 30 seconds extra. If the gentleman can be concise and finish up here quickly, we will allow him to finish.
Yes, sir. And just conclude saying we felt that constituted powerful evidence of the knowing falsity of his statements in furtherance of the fraud.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to yield back, noting the presence of officers who were severely
Got
attacked.
nothing to yield back. You're a minute over. The gentleman from
protecting
Texas.
our lives on January 6th.
The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gill, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Smith, in January of 2023, did you
The people
subpoena
who
then
straight
Speaker
up
of the House
fucking
Kevin
lied
McCarthy's
in the
toll records?
January 6th committee about their whole goddamn testimony is there in
Yes,
the
you did. And
crowd,
the
and
subpoena
we
covered the
should
time period between
acknowledge
November
that they're
2020 and
fucking
January
there.
2021. Is that right?
I'm sorry, sir. Could you say
God
that again?
damn.
We're not going to delay like this. The subpoena covered the time period between November of 2020 and January 2021. How many days after Kevin McCarthy was sworn in as Speaker did you subpoena his records?
I don't recall, but those two things had nothing
It
to
was
do with one.
16 days after becoming the highest-ranking Republican in the House of Representatives. You subpoenaed his toll
They're
records. Do you
floundering,
agree that that might
guys.
reasonably be considered a
don't
violation
even-
of the speech or debate clause?
I do not, and I want to be clear that the toll
You were
records...
collecting months' worth of phone data.
Through this whole thing so far, the only thing I've heard is, I'm mad. I'm mad. Coming from Democrats, that's it. I'm mad. He's got an impeccable record. He's a great shining example of what it means to be a lawyer, and I'm mad. You have nothing to actually back up or refute the fucking claims that are coming from Republicans other than the fact that my pussy hurts. What is this? Are you throwing him down the fucking river now? Like so many others, has he just become a tool that has outlived his usefulness? Holy shit. Or is it the fact that you've been caught fucking red-handed and there's nothing you can say to justify this shit?
On the Republican Speaker of the House, the leader of the opposition, right after he got sworn in as Speaker, all around the time of a major vote. That sounds like a flagrant violation of the speech or debate clause to me, and I think most people agree with me. And Speaker McCarthy had no recourse, did he? Because you issued a non-disclosure order ensuring that neither he nor any of the American people knew about these subpoenas. Is that right?
The toll record, the non-content toll record subpoenas, we did secure non-disclosure orders for those subpoenas.
You did, and let me ask you, Mr. Smith, at the time you secured those non-disclosure orders, was Speaker McCarthy a flight risk?
The non-disclosure order was based on concerns about...
Was Speaker McCarthy a flight risk?
He was not.
He was not. Then why did your non-disclosure order refer to him as a flight risk?
Oh.
It says right here, the court finds reasonable grounds to believe that such disclosure will result in flight from prosecution.
God damn, son.
Sir, when securing a non-disclosure order, the risks don't have to be
You
associated...
think that the Speaker of the House is a flight risk?
the question?
No, this is not your time. This is my time. You think the Speaker of the House is a flight risk? You think he's going to hop on a plane and leave the country?
No, what I was trying to explain is, with respect to a non-disclosure order, the risks aren't necessarily associated with the subscriber to the phone. They're the risks to the investigation.
I think that you were using, this was clearly in reference to Speaker McCarthy, and you were using clearly false information to secure a non-disclosure order to hide from Speaker McCarthy and from the American people the fact that you were spying on his toll records. But I've got more, so let's move on. In May of 2023, you also issued subpoenas for toll records of 9 U.S. senators and an additional representative. Is that right?
In May of 23, we did issue...
You did, and there were non-disclosure orders in conjunction with those subpoenas as well, right?
That's correct, consistent with department policy and the law.
So again, nobody would know what you were doing. The senators would, and the representatives would, and the American people would know what you were doing. Is that right?
The toll records that we secured and the non-disclosure orders were consistent with policy.
And you knew whenever you were doing that there was a risk you were violating the speech or debate clause. Is that right?
The toll record subpoenas that we secured were with the concurrence of the public integrity.
Your own analysis says that you knew there was a risk you were violating the speech or debate clause. I have it right here. This is an email from John Keller at Public Integrity Section to your team. As you are aware, quote, as you are aware, there is some litigation risk regarding whether compelled disclosure of toll records of a member's legislative calls violates the speech or debate clause in the D.C. Circuit. That's from your own analysis right there. So you did know, didn't you?
So with
I'm going to say this. Mr. Gill is fucking growing on me, man. Whether you want to admit it or not, whether you'd like to admit it or not, he is fucking effective as shit. He's a dickhead. Straight up, he's a dickhead. But a very fucking effective at questioning. Holy shit. Why did you consider him a flight risk? I didn't. On this paperwork, it does say... shit, son. You don't have to go after character assassination. Just give it to Mr. Gill. Fuck.
With respect to the item you just put up on the screen, the last sentence states...
we're going to get to the last sentence.
Okay.
We're going to get to the last sentence. And you cite case law in here, quote, the bar on compelled disclosure is absolute. Is that right? Or do you think that you didn't have to abide by that precedent?
To be clear, this statement is not from my office. This is the statement of the public
This is your
integrity.
justification for those subpoenas and NDOs that you ordered. This was part of your analysis. It's a cursory analysis. I think it's worth noting. But let's get to that last sentence then. Quote, given my understanding of the low likelihood that any of the members listed below would be charged, the litigation risk should be minimal here. In other words, you're using a novel legal theory, which you knew was novel, has never been tested by any court. You're not charging any of these members. Nobody's going to know about it because you issued NDOs. Nobody's going to sue about it, so sue this. So who cares? We're going to do it anyways. I mean, you walked all over the Constitution throughout this entire process,
Chairman, the gentleman's time's
spying
expired.
on members of Congress, and you know it. It's absolutely disgraceful. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Not going to be charged. They're not going to see it. They're not going to know because we're not going to tell them. So let's go ahead and do it. It's exactly what happened. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Smith, it's a great...
I've got no other criticisms for Mr. Gill other than go harder sometimes, because fuck, son. You literally just had him straight up just sit there and look like a fucking moron this entire time. Yeah, you can sit there and literally say he lied. You can make that fucking argument just from that. He lied. You had all the fucking documents. You saw everything that fucking happened. You see straight up that what he put into these motions and emails and everything, and now he's sitting here in front of us saying he didn't do it. We need more of these motherfuckers like him.
That you've been allowed to come here and testify to the American public. Is there anything you'd like briefly
Oh,
to
God,
discuss
Cohen.
what Gil brought up on the reasons why you needed those phone records and the limitations that you thought might have been on you and the prosecution because of the risk of the investigation?
Sure, and I would begin by pointing out that the email that was referenced wasn't a justification from my office. It was an email from the Public Integrity Section to my office approving the subpoenas. The subpoenas that we secured with non-disclosure orders from a judge because I had grave concerns about obstruction of justice in this investigation, specifically with regards to Donald Trump. Not only did we have the obstruction of justice that we were investigating in the classified documents case, but I was aware during the course of our investigation of targeting of witnesses during the course of the conspiracy itself. There were election workers who had their lives turned upside down and received vile death threats because they were targeted by Donald Trump and his
Election. Bitch made motherfucker. Are you talking about, oh God, who was that? The woman that worked for Letitia James? She was on her campaign staff in the courtroom and everything like that. God, oh shit, who was that? God, what was that bitch's name? Is that who you're talking about? Trying to go after those motherfuckers who were sitting there right next to Letitia James who campaigned on just fucking prosecuting him? Is that what you were talking about? Oh, he was going after those. Who was it? Which case was it where the fucking judge's daughter? Yeah, the judge's daughter was that campaign person, wasn't it? I remember that. I don't remember her name. Greenwald? No, that was Molly Ringwald. Guys, what the fuck is his name? Holy shit, that judge's daughter that was working with Letitia James on her campaign staff and then was all of a sudden in fucking court. She was on that court case too. Yeah, that was Judge Mercan's case. Yeah, but it was his daughter. God, I remember something like that. Jesus Christ, I'm gonna have to look. Is that who you're talking about? Holy shit! What about that was also Mercan, right? With his wife that was posting like anti-Trump shit, and then all of a sudden when it was found out, she deleted it all. And yeah, everybody's just trying to put gag order after gag order after gag order on this motherfucker because he comes out saying, "Hey, look, there are clear. This is a clear-cut case of conflict of interest. At the very least, here, this is clear-cut conflict of interest." And they're still going on about this. Is that what you're talking about, Smith? Holy fucking shit. Because if that's what you're crying about, it's fucking justified and warranted.
Co-conspirators. I had a duty to protect witnesses in this investigation. That risk, that threat to witnesses was only confirmed.
Yeah, she also gave up she also donated like hundreds of thousands of dollars to the Democrat Party or something like that, but somehow they're unbiased as shit, right?
The effect of, if you come after me, I'm coming after you. In my mind, I can't think of a more direct threat to witnesses and individuals involved in that proceeding, given that sort of threat.
Oh, if you come after me, I'm coming after you. Okay, so in his eyes, ladies and gentlemen, if anybody comes after you, you can't retaliate in any way. Nope. You just have to let them just dog walk you in whatever it is, whether it be physical, whether it be lawful, whatever it is, they should just dog walk you because you can't retaliate in any way for anything that they do to you. If they punch you in your goddamn face, you can't do a fucking thing about it. Sure, Jack Smith. That's clear. That's retaliation. I'm sorry if you punch me in my motherfucking face. I'm a dog walk the fuck out of you down the street. I'm not gonna fucking stop. Yeah, I'll go to jail for being the fucking, yeah, you're right, Molly Ringwald, that's it. I'll go to jail for being the fucking aggressor at that point. Punch me in my goddamn mouth. I'll make sure you never fucking think about, even try to think about touching another motherfucker. I'll go to jail because I saved humanity from yet another worthless fucking piece of shit. Got no qualms with that. But you're sitting there straight up telling me that if you punch me in the face, I can't do a fucking thing about it? If you come after me for some bullshit fucking lawful fucking reason that you just make up in the back of your head because you've got to put me in jail for whatever fucking reason, I can't turn around and do anything lawful back to you because that would be retaliation? Well, if that's the case, motherfucker, nobody can sue for fucking wrongful arrest then, right? We can't sue for wrongful arrest anymore, ladies and gentlemen, because that's retaliation for somebody doing something wrong. You are the dumbest son of a bitch walking the face of this earth in the fucking law field in any way. You cannot justify any of this.
It was, in my view, completely appropriate to protect the integrity of the investigation, to protect against destruction of evidence, and to protect the witnesses in our case.
And just to make clear, you did not see any of the discussion. There was not any, it was just the content that they made a call to the president and vice versa, but nothing about any content whatsoever.
That's correct. A toll record subpoena gives you who a call is from, who it is to, and the length of that call. It does not tell you the content of what people are speaking about.
You felt that you had a case that was one that you would win beyond a reasonable doubt, no moral certainty.
If it's legal, it is fair and not retaliation. Yes, Boom Boom, what's up?
That you believe has not been presented to the public in the past or have been
How
misrepresented.
you doing, Glenn?
Is there anything
essential facts that you had that you felt would have resulted in a conviction of the president on the charges that he was indicted upon?
I think my report, the report of our case, the final report, summarizes the evidence, I think, in a way that is, gives a fair rating of the strength of the case.
And you have no question about it have been successful before jury?
My review of the case, I came to the conclusion we had proof beyond a reasonable doubt. We were ready, willing, and able to go to trial in the case. Of course, as I said in my opening statement, prosecutors can't control outcomes, but I felt confident in pursuing the case to trial.
Did Merrick Garland ever pressure you to bring an indictment or to do anything in your investigation?
No.
Did anybody else in the administration, President Biden, Vice President Harris, et cetera?
I was given the independence to conduct my investigation, and I came to the decision to bring charges in this case without undue influence from anybody in the department.
And you dropped the case.
You know
Why did you
that's
drop the
fucking
case?
bullshit.
The cases against Donald Trump were dismissed pursuant to department policy.
Department policy, the Office of Legal Counsel said if somebody's president, you can't bring a charge against them or they can't be held liable. Is that correct?
That's correct. There had not been a case of this nature ever where someone was...
Which case was it? Was it the Alvin Bragg or the Jack Smith case where the prosecutors before... I think that was Alvin Bragg. The prosecutors beforehand wouldn't prosecute Donald Trump over the same shit because he was saying he'd have to go through or go for every single property owner or something like that. I think that was the Alvin Bragg one, right? Because Letitia... Yeah, that was that one. Okay, never mind.
Elected president with charges pending, so that was slightly different. So we
Kenna
consulted with
Griswold, go
public
after her
the
instead.
Office of Legal
Does she
Counsel,
file?
and they determined pursuant to policy.
Oh, that's that woman that tried to...
be dismissed.
And you weren't
That
pleased
was
with
the
that, but you had to
crazy
follow
ass
the law,
bitch
and
that tried to sit there and kick
We
him off the
followed
ballot,
policy
right?
Throughout my investigation, my job was not to set policy. My job was to follow it, and that's what we did.
I want to thank you for your service. I think you're a great American, and you came out of this as being somebody who people can respect and look up to.
I see why both my grandfathers were pissed about when schools and universities started teaching people what to think rather than how to think.
Yes. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Okay, so it was
Mr.
Bragg.
Smith, there's something that's really bothering me since your deposition. It's how and why you got the position of special counsel and your personal relationship with Marshall Miller. Let's go back to 1999 when you were...
Seriously? Hold on. I don't. Whatever. William Kelly is being charged with conspiracy to deprive rights. Oh, William Kelly. Okay, this dude. Conspiracy to deprive rights. I thought you were talking about Senator Kelly, Mark Kelly. I was about to say, holy shit, they're actually fucking moving on these motherfuckers. Now, Okay, so they got his ass. Conspiracy to deprive rights and federal crime and violating the FACE Act. Hell yeah. Good. Good. Let me send this over here. I will say this though. You're still not going after the bigger fish. You're going after the little small fry. You're not going after the ones that are pushing this shit. You're going after the people that fall victim to it. I agree the people that fall victim actually do need some kind of punishment as well, but how many others are you going to punish while you let the fucking big fish go out there continuing to push this shit, to continue to lie, to continue to make motherfuckers out here, the retards among us that walk among us, you're just going to continue to punish them for falling victim instead of going after the people that perpetrate the retardation. What have I been saying? You want to come after me? That'll be fine. Go ahead. Because I'm going to sit there and be that fucking martyr. I'm going to be that motherfucker to sit up there on stage and say, you let people like fucking the Fagenstein brothers sit there and post 8647. FBI walks up to them and says, hey, you know you shouldn't do that, right? Change your tampon now and sit down. And then they cry because that happens. You got James Comey posting the same fucking shit. He gets indicted and the indictment goes away. You got Letitia James literally running off just fucking prosecuting a person. Then she does that, fabricates all the fucking evidence, and you do nothing about her. You do nothing about these other fucking people like the goddamn the brothers that start with the V, goddamn, what is it? Vindman. You got the Vindman brothers going out there still persecuting or propagating this shit. You have all fucking mainstream media sitting there still lying and fucking going off about this shit, knowing full fucking well that they know the actual truth. You do nothing about that, yet you go after the fucking small fry. You're going to continue to go after the fucking small fry, and they're going to get to a point to where they're tired of your fucking bullshit and then come and call for your fucking heads. Your heads, because you do nothing about the others that actually keep propagating this shit. That'll be fun. Send me to prison, make me that martyr. That's going to be fun. Some people just want to watch the world burn, right? I'm getting to that stage.
You were working for the United States Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of New York.
But that's awesome. At least he got his ass.
Yes.
So after ED New York, did the two of you ever work together again prior to becoming special counsel? According to the public bios for you and Mr. Miller, you overlapped at DOJ from 2014-15 when you were chief of DOJ's Public Integrity Section and Mr. Miller was chief of staff for DOJ's Criminal Division. Is that accurate?
I believe that is accurate, yes.
Okay, so were the two of you social outside of work?
I would say intermittently, yes.
Okay, but after 20 years of knowing each other, it's safe to say you were friends, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so let's fast forward to 2022. Mr. Miller is appointed principal associate
just
deputy
because I
attorney
know
general
somebody
at DOJ,
doesn't make me a
number
friend of
3
theirs.
at DOJ. You call your friend and congratulate him, and according to the deposition transcript,
I can't
you
say
say you'd
that.
be interested in a position at DOJ.
No.
Is that correct?
Yes. What I recall is that I expressed an interest if the right position came up, I would be interested in
But at that point, there's no discussion about special counsel. Is that correct?
This is some time ago, and so I don't have a specific recollection of all these conversations.
So you were first approached about special counsel and that role before the 22 midterm elections. And according to the deposition transcript in October of 2022, you fly to D.C., meet with the AG and the Deputy Attorney General. Is that correct?
Yes, I flew to D.C., I believe it was in October, and I met the Deputy Attorney General, and also I met the Attorney General.
So in multiple conversations with your friend Marshall Miller, he never once tipped you off that the Attorney General or Deputy Attorney General have you on the short list for special counsel? That never came up?
Again, this was some time ago, but my recollection is I came to Washington and I met with those individuals as well as the Human Rights Section. Marshall Miller is the person who set that up.
So he was at the meetings. Was he at the meetings? So just to tie all this together, you've known Mr. Miller since you were both AUSA in New York. You stayed in touch over a 20-year career in federal government. He gets a job with the Biden administration, and just a few short months later, you're offered the role of special counsel. I'm having a hard time believing that this is some big coincidence and that there wasn't a back and forth on the special counsel. So maybe you never received directives explicitly from the AG or the Deputy Attorney General, but was Marshall Miller, did he become a two-way conduit throughout the investigation with DOJ?
No, and I would not take direction from a political person, a political figure, about how I should conduct an investigation.
But you never spoke to him throughout the entire time you were conducting the investigation?
No, I didn't say that. What I said was that he was, I think you asked if he was a conduit of information. He was present, to my recollection, at meetings, briefings that I had with the Attorney General and Deputy Attorney General during my time as special counsel.
I mean, I don't want to assume anything, but Mr. Miller wanted you in that position, not because you're necessarily the best lawyer he ever met, but because of the long-term friendship that you have with him.
What I can tell you is I have been a prosecutor for 30 years. I have been an apolitical public servant for 30 years. I've prosecuted cases against Democrats and Republicans, all the same. I've had, in my view,
apolitical, my fucking asshole, son.
And that's why I accepted it.
So he knew that you would pursue, I mean, he had to have an idea that you would pursue exactly what the Biden administration wanted, which was criminal charges against
You were
President Trump.
even fervently online defending your fucking actions.
I think that anybody who knows me well,
If you were actually
the idea that I would
apolitical,
take
you
direction
wouldn't have
from a
fucking
political
said a
figure
goddamn
about
thing in
how
the
an
public fucking
investigation should
view.
come out. I don't think anybody who knows me thinks that's true.
Well, Chairman Jordan, I think the next deposition should be with Marshall Miller at this point. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
And while we are deposing Marshall Miller, maybe we can depose Donald Trump about why he chose his
Oh
personal
my
lawyer
God.
to be the head of the
Are we gonna cry?
DOJ.
Hey, has Guam tipped
On
over
January
yet?
6,
If
2026,
not,
the
shut the
fifth
fuck up.
anniversary of the insurrection, the White House launched a taxpayer-funded website that attempts to rewrite history about what happened on that day of infamy. On January 6, 2021, there was an insurrection at the United States Capitol that resulted in a police officer dying the next day, another 4 officers dying by suicide in the months thereafter, with at least 140 police officers being injured by the insurrectionists, with 15 of them requiring hospitalization. And I'm proud that.
What about the whole fucking Summer of Love? What about that whole goddamn month-long siege in fucking D.C. where they burnt down a whole bunch of shit, where they damaged more fucking property and injured and killed more fucking policemen than anything that ever happened on January 6th at any point in time? What about the siege on the fucking White House where they let that guard shack on fire trying to get into the fucking White House property, which I can only assume was an attempt to kill the sitting president because the news told him that he was racist? Yeah. Yeah, what about that? What about when they couldn't get onto that? They set fire to St. John's Church right across the street from the fucking White House, and then all of a sudden, he was gassing peaceful protesters after he was sent to a bunker. Forgot that part. Yeah, because of the attack on the White House, he was sent in a bunker, and they made fun of him, calling him Bunker Boy, because his crew faced a credible fucking threat and decided to make sure he was safe. Yeah, what about that? And then you set fire to St. John's Church. And then you gas peaceful protesters to take a picture of you holding a Bible upside down in front of the church that they set on fire. And every bit of that. Oh, what happened? All those people that were charged in that, every bit of their fucking cases were dismissed. Yeah, and then they turned around and sued for wrongful prosecution, and they won. They got paid for attacking the fucking White House. So has Guam tipped over yet, bitch? Because unless Guam tips over, I don't want to hear a fucking thing come out of your pussy ass mouth. Holy fucking shit, retard. Why do you still fucking exist in the halls of Congress after that Guam incident?
We have 4 former officers as well as on-duty Capitol Hill police officers here today. Mr. Smith, I want to ask you about this website because the Trump administration is using taxpayer dollars to lie to the American people about the events leading up to and the events taking place on January 6, 2021. For example, this Trump propaganda site claims that the 2020 election was, quote, stolen. Mr. Smith, did your investigation uncover evidence sufficient to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Donald Trump knew that his claim that the election was stolen was false?
Yes, it did.
And did your investigation uncover evidence sufficient to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Donald Trump publicly claimed that the 2020 election was stolen from him while he privately acknowledged that he had lost the election?
Yes, we cited instances of that during our in our case.
But yet here we see that on the 5th anniversary of the insurrection, the Trump White House propaganda machine is still promoting the stolen election theory on this government webpage with a text box titled, quote, fraudulent election, stolen election certified, end quote. The site also has a subsection reading in part, quote, FBI entrapment operation exposed. Mr. Smith, did your investigation develop any evidence to support the allegation that the FBI entrapped insurrectionists into committing crimes on January 6th?
Our investigation revealed that Donald Trump
was
the person who caused
Of course, Glenn's got
was foreseeable to him, and that he sought to
a
exploit
grudge against Beryl Howe.
This website also accuses you of being a, quote, Biden prosecutor.
I can't blame
who
you there.
Quote,
I would
weaponized
too.
charges against Mr. Trump. Mr. Smith, were you a Biden prosecutor who weaponized the Department of Justice against Donald Trump?
Absolutely not.
Did Attorney General Merrick Garland direct you to prosecute Trump because Donald Trump was running against Joe Biden in the presidential election?
No.
There are also allegations that President Trump was the victim of, quote, lawfare, and accusations that the Department of Justice.
So wait, wait. So somebody is accused of something like this, right? We have a lot of fucking evidence saying that he is fucking guilty. Now we're supposed to take their word for it, right, Johnson? How many motherfuckers in how many hearings have said the actual fucking truth, and you have gone after character assassination after character assassination, trying to prove that they're lying? How many have done that? While you're sitting here trying to justify Jack, say, God damn, we got swallows well in this fucking hearing. I just saw this faggot's face. How many other motherfuckers have you sat here and said, just because you say it, it isn't true, but you want us to sit here and believe just because Jack Smith says it, it is true? I mean, come the fuck on, dude. We got a lot of evidence to the contrary about everything that Jack Smith really does fucking claim. And you're going to sit here and tell me that I'm supposed to believe it just because he says it's true? What the actual fuck? What are you smoking? Jesus fucking Christ. Your staffers make you look more retarded than you really are. I don't understand why you pay these motherfuckers money to sit here and make you look this fucking stupid. You can do that on your own, don't get me wrong. But how in the fuck are you going to pay your staffers to make you this fucking dumb on camera? It's like you're even oblivious to the fact that you're dumb. I know how ridiculous that sounded right there at the end, because of course he's oblivious to the fact that he's dumb. He thinks he's the smartest son of a bitch walking the face of this earth. And the stupid statement for me, I get you. But fuck.
Lawyers who prosecuted Donald Trump used, quote, fabricated indictments and rigged show trials. Did you, Mr. Smith, or the men and women working on your team work to fabricate indictments or put on rigged show trials?
No, we secured indictments from grand juries, and we were prepared to prove our case in court beyond a reasonable doubt.
Did you use your appointment as special counsel to conduct a politically motivated witch hunt, scam investigation, and prosecution of Donald Trump?
I did not. We followed the facts, and we followed the law. Where that led us was to an indictment of an unprecedented criminal scheme to block the peaceful transfer of power.
Nope, gotta do it. Gotta do
have been dismissed. Can they be rebrought or resurrected after Trump leaves office?
They were dismissed without prejudice.
So they can be refiled, and he can be prosecuted after he leaves office. Is that correct?
I'm not going to speak to that. I can only speak to what we did, which was dismiss the case without prejudice.
All right. The website put out by the Trump White House on the anniversary of January 6th is nothing more than a pack of lies. It proves that Donald Trump is hell-bent on misusing taxpayer dollars in a feeble attempt to rewrite his criminal history and the history of what happened on January 6, 2021. And with that, I yield back. But I would like to, Mr. Chairman, offer for the record unanimous consent. A statement from Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency released on November 12, 2020 that states the November 3rd election was the most secure in American history.
Objection.
And also testimony from...
I don't give a shit what you've got to say. I want you all to remember this stupid shit right here. And yes, I'm bringing it video on the full fucking screen.
Hey, Trump. Where you going with that gun in your hand? Hey, Trump. Where you going with that gun in your hand? I'm going down the street and shoot down democracy. You know I want to be a king someday. I'm going down and shoot democracy down. You know I want to be the king someday.
All right, I've bloodied your ears long enough. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you... Whoa, my camera's not even active. What the fuck is happening right now? Oh, because I don't have it. Yeah, it's a different input. Fuck. Look, I'm fucking everything up. Look at that. I'm not going to bloody your ears anymore with that. At all. This motherfucker is sitting in the highest form of our fucking government, making the laws to tell you how to live your life. Keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. Holy fucking shit. They're supposed to be the better men, right? The better men and women. They're supposed to be the best of the best among us. Why the fuck is he sitting there then?
I would like to request unanimous consent to enter into the record.
All we do is come here and
September
support of
24th,
off-label,
2020
and you
testimony of
torture us
Trump's
with this
former
horseshit.
FBI Director Chris Wray, who told Senate Homeland Security, excuse me, the
If
Homeland
I'm
Security
tortured by
Committee of the
these
Senate,
thoughts,
that the
so
FBI
much
had,
to
quote,
you,
not seen
right?
or historically
You're here.
had any kind of coordinated national voter fraud effort in a major election.
Without objection.
And last but not least,
This doesn't
Mr.
sound
Chairman, I'd like
rehearsed
to
at
ask
all.
unanimous
My
consent
last
to
statement
enter the
actually
record
applies to
this
that
article
song.
titled "Disputing Trump Bar Says No Widespread Election Fraud."
Without objection. Gentlemen, yield
At
back.
least
Gentleman from
Bill
Texas
could play
for
the
5 minutes.
saxophone, right?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, on November 18th, 2022,
At least that
Garland
motherfucker
appointed you as
did have
special counsel.
skill.
Can you tell me about your swearing in or the oath of office that you took after that?
I don't recall the specifics of it. I know I was sworn in. I don't recall the specifics of how that was done.
You don't remember who swore you in?
I don't.
Would you agree that taking the oath of office
How
is a
do you
legal
not
requirement,
remember that shit?
for the job that you had?
I've taken oaths of office.
Hold on. If that's supposed to be one of your proudest moments in life, how the fuck do you not know who was standing in front of you that said, take this oath, put your hand on the Bible, repeat these? How the fuck do you not remember that? I'm sorry, if that were something like, if I were actually going to be something like that, hey, you know, it's a proud fucking privilege for me to do this shit. I'm going to remember where I was, who was in the room, who said what within the last 20, 30 minutes before and after the fuck that I got sworn in. I'm going to remember every little fucking detail about that to the day I die. But you're going to sit there and tell me you don't remember a fucking thing. I don't believe that in any damn way. Unless you are completely goddamn retarded, in which case you shouldn't be anywhere near lawfare in any way.
Regularly, I haven't researched whether it's required or not, but I've done that, I think, in every government case.
It is required. Terms I heard earlier today were atypical, irregular, no proper procedure. Yet in your opening statement, you said that we followed Justice Department policies, and I would assume you meant the
I
law
bet
as
you
well.
there's a lot of
It strikes me
motherfuckers
as
sitting
odd
behind
that you
bars
don't
that were
remember who swore
prosecuted
you
by
in, how you were
him
sworn in.
being
It's
like,
pretty significant. We all
what
get
the
sworn
fuck?
in here, and I remember every day.
How did
You
I
don't remember
lose
who
to
swore
this
you in.
shit?
I don't remember the details of it as I sit here today.
But you did take the oath of office before you got rolling.
I think my recollection is it was when I was appointed.
It was when. It strikes me as odd that Attorney General Garland had you retake the oath of office on the 14th of September of the following year. Why did he make you do that?
As I sit here right now, I do not recall. I know
You
that
get
there
the
is the oath
JD
of office that I
side-eye.
signed. I believe it was on the 18th, the day that I was appointed, and I know the department had me do a second one. I don't know the particulars of why they asked me to do it again, but I know
You signed it on the 20th of November 2022, but there was no witness, which, I mean, you have to agree, it's a little odd. If there's no witness saying that you took the oath of office, it would maybe make someone like me question whether or not you were legitimately doing the job until you finally took the oath of office. It sounds like the Attorney General had the same question and thought, oh shit, we got to have him sign this on the 14th day of September of the following year. So why did you take the oath of office again on the 14th of September of the following year when you say you took the office in November of 2022? Why did you need to do it twice?
My recollection is that I took the oath of office, as you said, it was the 18th or the 20th, and felt I was under the oath of office. I believe, if you have it in front of you, I think I signed an oath.
You signed it, but there was no witness. There was supposed to be either notarized or a witness, and apparently Attorney General Garland thought it was significant enough to have you do another oath 11 months later. That's strange, right?
I don't know why they asked me to sign it again. I don't recall ever discussing this issue with Attorney General Garland.
Well, that is just wild to me. I'd like to yield the balance of my time to Mr. Jordan.
Well, which one was the official one? Which one counted? I think that's what the gentleman's asking.
I understood myself to have taken the oath of office when I assumed the job.
How much money did you? Okay. How much money did you spend in the investigating President Trump? How much money did your office spend?
I do not recall as I sit here now, but I know that pursuant to, I believe it's the special counsel regulations, reports were issued each 6 months detailing how much.
We gathered at $35 million. And what I want to know is how much of that $35 million of taxpayer money did you give to confidential human sources? We know you gave $20,000 to someone. It just got reported last week. How much more money did you pay confidential people we don't know about, with American tax money going after the guy we elected president?
My recollection regards the $20,000, which was not a payment from me. It was me approving a payment by the FBI to a confidential human source who was reviewing video and photographic.
Who's the source?
I do not know the identity of the source.
How many other payments went to this source or other sources?
As I sit here, I do not know the answer to that question. My role as special counsel.
$35 million, and you're giving money to people the country doesn't know who they are, and you're giving their hard-earned money to these folks?
God
The main question I have
damn.
too with this is, why'd you have to do it? You subpoenaed bank records from the RNC, phone records from members of Congress. You got subpoenas for bank records for people sitting right down the front row. Why did you have to pay people for information when you
Time,
could
Mr.
subpoena them and get it?
Time has expired.
Time's expired. You can answer the question now. Country'd like to know why you had to do it.
My recollection and understanding is the payment, the $20,000 that I approved, was for a confidential human source to assist in the review of video and photographic evidence showing people who were attacking the Capitol, attacking police officers, and seeing if we could prove that some of those people had come directly.
That wasn't my question, but my time has expired. The gentleman from California, recognized.
Mr. Smith, I want you to have the utmost confidence in what you did. You did everything right. Harry Dunn, Danny Hodges, Sergeant Cannell, Mike Fanone, they did everything right. These guys, my Republican colleagues, are a joke. They're wrong. History will harshly judge them, so I want you to lean in today. You have nothing to be ashamed of. You did everything right, sir. And I am so, these guys are so lucky they're not under oath, because they would have to tell you what they really think of Trump. They call him crooked. They call him cruel. They call him a scumbag. I've heard you all say it.
So do I,
You're lucky you're not
faggot.
under Trump, but when the lights go on and the cameras
And
are
I
on,
still
you're
say
tiny,
he's the best
you're small,
president in
you
my
shrink.
fucking lifetime.
Everyone remembers Matt Gaetz coming over here after a committee hearing.
What
He
does
laughed
that
how
mean?
stupid he thought Trump was. This is all a show.
Hold on. What is it? What does that fucking matter? I say the same goddamn thing, and I'm still sitting here saying what you fucking did to that fat orange fuck is goddamn wrong. What does that even matter, Swallows? Well, it only matters to those of you who are against or for something. And if Donald Trump says anything, you must be against it. If you're not against it, then you're their enemy. And if you're their enemy, well, they get to use any fucking stupid ass thing like, he's Trump appointed too. Okay? So you're saying just because somebody was given a job by somebody that they cannot or will not turn their fucking back on somebody and straight out lie? Like, that's never happened in American history, right? It's the same old dumb shit with you motherfuckers. Well, we're not playing partisan games, but everybody that's on my side must hate this. Shut the fuck up, crybaby little pussy ass wannabe bitch.
And Mr. Smith, you're just the latest act that they brought in. But they can't erase what happened on January 6th because we saw it with our own eyes.
Yeah, what
Mr.
we
Smith,
saw is the
after the
fucking
mainstream
federal
media called the race
government
for Biden about a week after the
using
election, did Donald Trump
the
concede the
people
election?
themselves to try to overthrow the
The next month,
government
the
to
Electoral
install
College met in
whatever
every
the
state and
fuck
voted
they wanted
Biden
to
is the winner.
install.
Did Donald Trump concede then?
He did not.
We also saw how the Democrat fucking party literally pushed Joe Biden aside. Fuck the voters themselves. We're just going to put Kamala Harris as our running person. You don't get a say, America. We're going to save democracy by fucking democracy up completely. And you don't get a say. You either vote for this candidate or you vote for Orange Man. You either vote for us or you're a fucking Nazi. I'm sorry, did the Nazis let people vote on who their fucking candidates were? No? You either vote for our candidate or you're a Nazi. I think it's vote for our candidate and then you're a Nazi. What the fuck? I'm
Shortly
so
after that,
fucking
the last
tired of this
court case
goddamn
that Donald Trump brought
retardation.
was thrown out. Did he concede then?
No.
I don't
Is it your
understand
judgment
how
then
this faggot isn't
that
fucking
only
in
Donald
prison
Trump
anyway.
could have convened the mob in the size that it was assembled?
I don't understand why he isn't in prison. Tell me that, America. Why isn't he in prison? We knew about this. Oh, shit. We knew about him sleeping with a Chinese spy for a long time. Yeah, that goes back to what, 2015? And then Pelosi covered it up, letting a Chinese spy, a known Chinese spy, what's up, Dobiqua? Letting a known Chinese spy use commercial fucking flights to fly back to China. By the way, he wasn't the only one. The Swallow was passing around fucking Christine Fang between 3 other Democratic fucking state members, whether they were House of Representatives, senators for states, 3 other Democratic state members, and 2 Midwestern fucking mayors that were unnamed. They were passing her around like she was a fuck doll. And then all of a sudden, oh, well, fuck, she's a Chinese spy. All right, cool. Here's what's going to... You didn't say nothing before post-nut clarity, Swalwell. You didn't say a damn thing. You're not like every single other one of these motherfuckers sitting here on these James O'Keefe videos. You're not going to play that. You're not going to say some shit you shouldn't be saying just to impress some Chinese whore, right? No? Cool. She can go back on a commercial flight back to China, and it's fine. You did nothing wrong because we investigated ourselves. How is this motherfucker not in prison? Make it even fucking worse. How does this motherfucker sit on the Homeland Security fucking committee? This motherfucker was balls deep in a Chinese spy, and he still sits on the Homeland Security committee. Let's not forget this shit, America. What up, Jennifer? How you doing?
On January 6th.
Our assessment of the evidence is that he is the person most responsible for what happened on January 6th. He caused what happened. It was foreseeable to him. And then when it happened, he tried to exploit it in furtherance of the conspiracy.
And you actually obtained indictments from a grand jury, right? You went to a grand jury and did something that the Trump administration has not been able to do as they go after their enemies. Their cases are being thrown out. You obtained criminal indictments against the president. Is that right?
That's correct.
Mr. Smith, do you know who Edward Loya is?
I'm sorry?
Edward Loya, L-O-Y-A?
I believe Mr. Loya worked at the public integrity section when I was.
Did you know that he said of you, when it comes to investigating allegations of sophisticated federal criminal matters, Jack Smith is the gold standard? Do you know who Mr. James McGovern is?
If Jack Smith is the gold standard, goddamn, we are
Do you know that he
fucked.
said of you, I have no idea what Mr. Smith's political beliefs are because he's completely apolitical. So are you a registered independent?
Again, related to the church
I have
rioters.
no partisan loyalties. I don't
Charges
know if I'm
down
registered
the
as
line.
independent or not registered at all.
Are you glad you accepted Attorney General Garland's request to be a special prosecutor, even though you've been dragged over political barbed wire and
I'm going to have to
your
get that
family's
done
been
too.
subjected to death threats?
I don't regret it.
Do you remember where you were on September 11th?
I do.
What did you think of that day?
I was in Brooklyn when that happened. I was at the command center that night. I worked on that investigation. I remember pretty clearly.
Do you remember where you were on January 6th?
On January 6th, I was living in Europe working for the State Department seconded to a war crimes tribunal.
What did you think as you watched on television what happened at the Capitol that day?
To be honest with you, I don't recall if I saw it that day or a later day because of the time period.
What did you think when you saw it?
I was shocked. I was shocked by it. I obviously, being in Europe and not following things as closely, I was not, frankly, up to speed on the events leading up to it.
What shocked you about it?
I just never seen anything like that happen in our country.
Mr. Smith, I don't know if I'll ever have the honor to talk to you again. If I don't, please know that I and my colleagues on the Democratic side, and even my Republican colleagues when they speak privately, have nothing but respect and appreciation for what you tried to do and how you did it. You, unlike many here, are a man of honor. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, you appear before this committee today not as a neutral observer of the law, but at one point you were one of the most powerful prosecutors in the federal system, armed with enormous discretion, minimal oversight, and a mandate that goes to the very heart of our constitutional order. You brought charges during an active election cycle. You relied on legal theories that had never before been tested in context. And you did so while disregarding long-standing Department of Justice policies designed to prevent prosecutors from influencing elections. Mr. Smith, you claimed in your investigation you developed proof beyond a reasonable doubt that President Trump
some things
engaged in
for y'all
criminal
later
scheme to
tonight,
overturn
too.
the results in the 2020 election and to prevent lawful transfer of power. However, a few weeks ago in Georgia, Fulton County election board officials stated that 315,000 ballots were certified without required signatures on the tabulator tapes for poll workers. These signatures were required by the Georgia statute. If not counted, this could have turned the state of Georgia red, and I won't doubt there were similar schemes in many other states. You were illegally appointed to serve as special counsel since you were not confirmed by advance and consent Senate and stated in the Appointments Clause. You also issued an indictment against then President Biden's most formidable political opponent. The candidate was President Trump, and you issued a gag order for President Trump during a 2024 election cycle. This was a major violation of President Trump's First Amendment rights and a poor attempt to outright censor the leading political candidate. These actions were nothing short of election interference. 9 senators, including Senator Tuberville from my state of Alabama, and multiple Republican members of the House of Representatives had their phones subpoenaed, or their records subpoenaed. Some you seize their phones. Even then, Speaker of the House Kevin McCarthy, one of the highest-ranking Republicans in the country, had his phone records subpoenaed, all for political gain. These subpoenas clearly violated the speech and debate clause. As John Keller of the DOJ's Public Integrity Section addressed this issue in an email dated May 17th of 2023, D.C. Circuit President stated that the speech and debate clause, and the bar is this, bar on compelled disclosure is absolute. These instances are not only the tip of the iceberg about you and your team's flagrant disregard of the Constitution. Mr. Smith, your actions have changed and damaged confidence in our justice system. Today, this committee will determine whether that damage was a result of reckless judgment, political bias, or deliberate
Thank
misuse
God
of
for
authority.
double
With that,
speed
Mr. Chairman, I'll
playback.
give you the balance of my time for questions.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I'm going to go back to that email. If we could put that up, this email that
we're at
Mr. Gill
1.5.
highlighted a few minutes ago.
Yeah, Georgia got robbed. Remember the call when he was just like, find me 11,000 votes or something like that? We had 300,000 that were illegally tabulated. How is that? How is that election denying? How is that just trying to stay in power? If the motherfucker was correct, yet again, how is that a thing? How can you charge somebody with all the fucking charges that came down with the conspiracy shit down there in Fulton County in Georgia, arresting the lawyers and everything, because of a call where he was telling fucking, what's his name, Glenn Youngkin or whatever the fuck that dude's name was, to find the votes? How the fuck can you say that was illegal and you shouldn't have done that when it turns out to be 100% fucking true? Huh. Interesting thought, though, isn't it? Because somehow it's illegal to tell the truth now.
This is the justification from the public integrity section. If you look at the bottom, John Keller, public integrity section, for going and getting the phone records, toll records of members of Congress. And there's a couple things I want to highlight. That first highlighted area, there is some litigation risk. So they admit there's some concern here. And they send this to the copy to Jack Smith's team. And then you go down later, as Mr. Gill pointed out, the case law is clear. A legislator may intervene and oppose such use. So the risk is real. But here's the deal. There was really no risk because we weren't going to know. They weren't going to tell us. They made sure they didn't tell us because they went to the judge and got a gag order. And look at the last sentence. The last sentence. Low likelihood that any of the members listed below would be charged. So they're not going to know because we're not going to charge any of these guys. They didn't do anything wrong. And so therefore, the litigation risk should be minimal. They're not going to be charged. We're not going to go after them. The litigation risk is minimal. And it's minimal because, frankly, it's non-existent because they're not going to know. And we're going to make sure they don't know because we're not even going to tell the judge who we're getting the gag orders on. And yet, Mr. Smith thought that was A-okay. That was just fine. That was in the letter and the spirit of the Constitution. I find that hard to believe. And you know why? You know why everyone knows it's wrong? Because the public integrity section at the Justice Department has now changed its policy. You can't do this anymore. They've changed their policy. But it was okay for Jack Smith to do it because we got to get Trump. We got to get the president. That's what this was about. You go back to the gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a transcript of the voicemail that President Trump's lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, left Senator Tuberville on January 6th, in which he states, I'm calling you because I want to discuss with you how they're trying to rush this hearing and how we need you, our Republican friends, to try to just slow it down so we can get these legislatures to get more information.
Without objection. Gentleman yields back to the chair. Now recognizes the
What's that got to do with anything, though?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The House Judiciary
seriously,
Committee
what's
is
that got to do
responsible
with
for
the
helping
damn
to
thing?
ensure the rule of law. Unfortunately, the chairman of this committee ignored a bipartisan congressional subpoena directed at him. His actions have made it
Oh
harder
my
for this
God,
committee
Mr.
and other
Lou,
congressional
you were the
committees
biggest.
to get witnesses and
I'm
testimony
not going to say the
and
biggest
damage
joke,
the rule of law.
but you were a
Before
fucking
I ask
joke,
questions
dude.
of Mr. Smith, I just want to make a simple observation. How scared are Republicans of talking about the Epstein files? They're so scared that they literally are calling Jack Smith, the distinguished federal prosecutor who secured multiple indictments against Donald Trump with multiple felony counts. Republicans would rather talk about the criminality of Donald Trump in trying to steal an election, trying to stop the peaceful transfer of power, and the criminality of Donald Trump in stealing classified documents obstructing justice than about Donald Trump's associations with Jeffrey Epstein and his pedophilia ring. I demand this committee, this chairman, and Republicans to call an immediate hearing asking why the Department of Justice is refusing to release 99% of the Epstein files and why the DOJ is violating the law right now.
What is that?
I have questions, Mr. Smith, for you. And
Look, motherfuckers, if you were this goddamn fervent about it when you had the fucking House, we'd have had everything, especially if it implicated Donald Trump in any goddamn way. For you motherfuckers to sit there and say, I demand this shit now? Goddamn, you fucking... First of all, you look like a goddamn Chinese Winnie the Pooh. I don't... Xi Jinping ain't got nothing on Winnie the Pooh. This motherfucker, look at him. Look at him. If Winnie the Pooh were chink and had a part down one part of the side of his fucking head like that, Winnie the Pooh would look like this. You're a fucking joke, dude. Every damn time you pop up is something that just people fucking laugh about. But yet somehow you get put into fucking Congress time and time and time again. Again, ladies and gentlemen, there has to be some kind of litmus test for voting. Because there ain't no goddamn way you're going to tell me an informed fucking voter votes for this dumbass. He never makes any kind of relative point in anything. Everything he says is just flat out fucking verifiably wrong and certifiably a goddamn lie. So you can't tell me informed voters are voting for him in any way. Man, they can be the fervent fucking the zealous fucking cultist crowd, whatever you want to call them. It doesn't matter anymore. It really doesn't. It's not going to hurt them. It's not going to wean them in any fucking way. They're too reliant on that. But yeah, you can make that argument that they're voting for him, but even then, that doesn't make any fucking sense. You're telling me there's a stronghold of these fucking psychotic cultists running around in his area? No. I refuse to fucking believe it. If it were something like Vermont, you could get away with it. You could make that argument and I believe it. If it were something like Greenland, you could make that argument and get away with it. But a whole fucking no. Where the fuck is he from, by the way? Ted Lieu. 36th District of California. What is the 36th District of California? Images. California's 36th District. Hermosa. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Never mind. I can actually understand why this fucker's in now. Hold up. I was talking about that stronghold of fuck-ass retards. Yeah. I can understand why he's there now. Beverly Hills, Santa Monica. Yeah. El Segundo. Hermosa Beach. Ronaldo Beach. That's his area. I take back what I just said. I understand. Goddamn. No, actually, I don't, because California's fucking elections are all kinds of fucked up. All kinds of fucked up, and there's no way you can say it's fair in any way, shape, or form. So again, how does he keep getting in?
Thank you for being here today. My questions center on interactions or lack of interactions between the Biden administration and yourself. Did President Biden or anyone in the Biden White House ever direct you to seek retribution against anyone perceived to be Biden's political opponent? No. Did the Biden administration or President Biden or anyone in the White House ever write a social media post directing you to seek retribution against any particular individual? No. Did President Biden or anyone else in the Biden White House ever direct you to take any prosecutorial step whatsoever? No. Okay. Donald Trump made it clear he wanted to seek retribution against New York Attorney General Tish James. Trump relentlessly attacked her, saying, quote, she should be prosecuted and, quote, arrested and punished because she dared to hold Trump accountable for Trump's fraud in New York. Trump weaponized
Not Winnie the Pooh, it's Winnie the
Trump
Lou.
DOJ opened a sham investigation into her alleged mortgage fraud. We know it's a sham investigation because they couldn't even get
Bear, Winnie the Lou,
grand juries
Bear.
to secure indictments against her.
It just doesn't hit the
When interim
same.
U.S. Attorney Eric Siebert, who Donald Trump himself appointed, spent 5 months investigating Tish James. He concluded there was not enough evidence to go forward. And what did Trump do? He fired his own U.S. attorney. Mr. Smith, did President Biden or anyone else in the Biden White House ever tell you that Donald Trump should be, quote, arrested and punished? No. Did President Biden or anyone else in the Biden White House ever threaten to fire you based on any action you took or did not take? No. Okay. Donald Trump also directed the Trump DOJ to open investigations into his own appointees who refused to do his bidding. His DOJ recently investigated Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell because Powell won't cede to Trump's bullying on interest rates. Did President Biden or anyone else in the Biden White House ever direct you to go after any Biden appointee? No. Okay. I just want to say a little bit about what the Republicans have brought up about these phone toll records. Do you believe the Speaker of the House is above the law? No, I don't believe anybody should be above the law. Right. And U.S. senators are not above the law, correct? No. Yeah. And members of Congress are not above the law, right? No. Yeah, that's right.
Then why
Because
the
we're
fuck
not.
haven't you motherfuckers
And what
been
Republicans are trying to
convicted
argue
yet?
is somehow, if you're doing an investigation, you can't do stuff to senators or members of Congress. Get out of here. We're just under law like everybody else.
And by the way, the speech and debate clause only applies to legislative acts, communications with legislative acts. Stealing a frickin' election, trying to do so, is not a legislative act. It is a crime. So I don't know what the heck they're talking about.
So you mean every time you go in front of a fucking camera for the news and you straight up lie? So you admit the speech and debate clause doesn't actually go for that, does it? Because that's not a legislative act. A legislative act would be, you know, debating something on the House floor. There's some kind of bill. A legislative act would be like a hearing. But talking in front of a news camera? I don't consider that a legislative act. And I'm sure a whole bunch of American citizens wouldn't actually say that either. You can make the argument if you want to, but I don't see how you're going to justify the fact that just talking in front of a camera is a legislative act just because they announce you as congressman or congresswoman. It's not a legislative act to go on TV. It does nothing. So are you saying that every time you lie in front of a camera and defame somebody, that can be used in court against you? Did you just open that door, Lou? Are you that fucking dumb? I mean, there's going to be a lot of people to miss that shit. But yeah.
And this is so stupid. I'm a former prosecutor. You'd never in an investigation go and try to get someone's tow records or phone records and then tell them, hey, dude, we're about to get your phone records. Of course you wouldn't tell them. What the Republicans are saying today is just idiotic. I'm so pleased you're here on national TV.
Wait. All these investigations into other fucking people, y'all motherfuckers were screaming the same thing. Why didn't you tell us you were investigating us? Why didn't you tell us you're investigating us? And now you're sitting there saying, do people tell you that they're investigating you? No, so it's stupid. Then why the fuck were you asking it not 2 months ago? If it's stupid, why the fuck were you asking it? Is it because you just admitted that you're fucking retarded? And there is absolutely no reason on earth why you need to be in government? Holy fucking shit, how dumb can you motherfuckers get?
Telling the American people that Trump was indicted, he was indicted lawfully, and multiple grand juries secured those indictments. Thank you for your service, and history will look upon you well. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Smith, you have a long tenure at the Department of Justice. Would you agree with the statement that DOJ charging policies require prosecutors to bring charges only where the admissible evidence is expected to be sufficient to obtain and sustain a conviction? Is that right?
That is correct. That's from the federal principles of prosecution.
And in this case you brought against President Trump, one of the charges you pursued was under Title 18, Section 371, which requires an agreement to interfere with the lawful function of the United States through deceit or dishonesty that the defendant knowingly and intentionally joined, and an overt act. And what I'd like to ask you about is this. So you would agree that Section 371 requires dishonesty or deceit and also proof that a criminal defendant acted knowingly and intentionally. Is that right?
I believe that's correct. It requires knowing deceit targeted at lawful government function.
So you would then also agree, would you not, that opinion, disagreement, or even mistake is insufficient to satisfy the burden of criminal intent set forth in that statute?
A mistake certainly would. We needed to prove and intended to prove at trial that the false statements that Donald Trump made were knowingly false.
That they were false and that it was done knowingly. So even under your theory of the case, even if we took your facts as true, you still would have been required to prove that the president said something false and that he did it knowingly. So going on to your next charge, let's talk about obstruction. There too, that charge requires proof of wrongful intent, does it not?
That's correct.
So if a defendant there actually believes a factual claim is true, that would mean he could not be convicted of that charge. Isn't that right?
Well,
not correctly convicted.
The defendant for that charge would have to behave corruptly, and corruptly could include seeking an unlawful benefit, seeking a benefit to benefit themselves, in this case, to stay in office when they had, in fact, not won the election.
But there, too, there's a requirement of intent, that this conduct must be knowing and intentional. Isn't that right?
There is an intent requirement, yes.
And didn't you also acknowledge in your deposition that the president was receiving information from multiple advisors, Giuliani, Eastman, Clark, Powell, and in your deposition you said he was almost just regurgitating what they told him. Isn't that right?
I don't believe I said he was regurgitating what they told him. I think what I said is that he was making knowingly false claims, that he was believing anything that would keep him in office, and he was rejecting anything.
You would agree that those people, or some people, were giving the president conflicting advice at that time, would you not?
You're correct in that his original campaign staff told him he had lost. He fired them and brought in people who would...
But criminal liability, under the statutes you used in your indictment, requires proving intent, not simply the undermining of democratic norms or expressing an opinion with which you do not agree. So is it not correct, sir, that here you charged 2 intent-based crimes without any direct proof whatsoever that the conduct charged was knowing, intentional, or that you were going to have an adequate basis to sustain a conviction at trial?
I felt we had proof beyond a reasonable doubt. I felt that proof included direct testimony from a number of witnesses to prove the knowing falsity of his claims.
Despite the fact that in your own deposition you acknowledge the existence of conflicting advice. If this defendant were anyone other than Donald J. Trump, Mr. Smith, I find it hard to believe that we would be sitting here today having a hearing about an indictment that was returned knowing that the elements of the offenses could not be demonstrated. Now, let's talk about this. I assume you're also familiar with the Department of Justice policy that prohibits prosecutors from selecting the timing of investigative or prosecutorial actions for the purpose of affecting any election.
Yes, I am. That's the election year sensitivities policy, and we followed it in all respects. The public integrity section who administers that policy concurred that we followed it in all respects.
Chairman, my time has expired.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the ranking member for UC.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. This is from John Dowd. I was Donald Trump's lawyer. Jack Smith should be celebrated, not vilified. December 16th, 2025, last month.
Objection?
I have asked unanimous consent to enter the record a criminal complaint filed by the Trump
Intent
Department of
is
Justice
the
on December
word to
13th,
focus
2025,
on. Yeah.
detailing
Oh,
how
that was all
Patel and
intentional.
FBI
We
used
know
a
it.
confidential human source in an
The
undercover
Sarah
FBI agent
Jessica
investigative
Parker
bomb threat
looks
in
good.
Los Angeles. And then finally, this is an article published by The Verge on October 19th, 2023. Titled Peter
That
Thiel
was a good little
reportedly an
rib
FBI
jab
informant,
there.
which reports that Peter
There,
Thiel served
KB.
as a confidential human
That was
source
a
for
good
the
one.
FBI.
Without objection, the gentleman from Arizona is recognized for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First one is from MSN.com. Biden's FBI paid anti-Trump sedition hunters as informants in J6 Arctic Frost probes.
Without objection.
Jack Smith team approved $20,000 payment to informant to snitch on Trump during Arctic Frost probe.
Without objection.
AT&T turned Kevin McCarthy's cell phone records over to Jack Smith.
Without objection.
Biden's legal team met with Jack Smith aide before Trump indictment.
Without objection.
Jack Smith deposition gives insight into failed effort to hold Trump accountable.
Without objection.
Trump special counsel Jack Smith was involved in Lois Lerner IRS scandal.
Without objection.
Special counsel Jack Smith's mixed history pursuing high-profile politicians.
Without objection.
And FBI resisted opening probe into Trump's role on January 6th.
Without objection, the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh.
I think it's our turn. You yield your time.
Lost track after all those unanimous consent requests. Gentlelady from Washington is recognized, and then the gentleman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, thank you for coming here today.
32
Your
now.
willingness to speak directly to us and to the American people about your investigation is professional, it's courageous, and it's patriotic. It's high time that the American people hear directly from you about the results of your investigation of President Donald Trump for his criminal actions leading up to and the day of January 6th, 2021. The facts, according to your report, are simple. Without a single piece of evidence, Trump sowed doubt about the 2020 election results and urged his followers to, quote, walk down to the Capitol and fight like hell on January 6th. And that's exactly what they did. Thousands of insurrectionists violently tried to stop Congress from...
Shovel face. Shovel face. Shovel face. God. Is this like anything like Beetlejuice? Can I just say shovel face and this bitch just appears in the mirror? I need to test that theory. That's not Beetlejuice. What is that? Bloody Mary. Yeah, that's it. Bloody Mary. Is she anything like Bloody Mary? You know how quickly I'd just be bashing in every mirror in my house if that were a thing? I would never see my reflection ever the fuck again. Holy shit.
certifying the 2020 election and doing our duty, and they assaulted law enforcement officers, some of whom are sitting right here in the chamber with us. I was trapped in the House gallery with a small number...
You mean the ones who lied that Stephen Baker proved lied and then went to fucking prison for proving that they lied? You mean those motherfuckers are sitting there? Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. A journalist goes to jail for proving that fucking officers goddamn lied. We are here, America. We've been here.
...of members that day, and I will never forget the pounding on the doors and the insurrectionists threatening to kill us right outside. My Republican colleagues keep trying to rewrite history. They claim that somehow Trump's words and actions did not legally rise to the level of criminal activity, that he did not directly cause violence at the Capitol. And so I want to set that record straight with you right now. First of all, you successfully secured indictments against Donald Trump in 2 major federal cases: election interference in the 2020 election and mishandling of classified documents after leaving office. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've been a federal prosecutor for nearly 30 years. You led this investigation, combing through hundreds of thousands of documents, photos, videos, and communication. Did your investigation find that Donald Trump attempted to manufacture fraudulent slates of presidential electors in 7 states that he lost?
Yes.
by doing the same goddamn thing that everybody else fucking has ever fucking done, just in case there's a challenge, we're going to go ahead and send an alternate slate of electors. Because why in the fuck, if a challenge succeeds, would you throw it all the fuck back and have a new election again? You have an alternate slate of electors that if a challenge actually happens, the alternate slate is chosen, and it usually goes to the opposing candidate. But it's doing it this time was fucking illegal. Why was it illegal? Because nobody signed it. You mean to tell me that the governors who failed to do their fucking job correctly didn't sign the paperwork and they shoved it on through anyway, so they should be doing for a federal fucking shit? You mean to tell me the governor was the one that held up this fucking, this federal progression? You mean the governors who didn't sign the fucking thing should have been the ones that go to fucking prison? No, because they didn't sign it. They didn't do anything wrong. You mean they didn't obstruct a federal fucking proceeding? This is where we're at, ladies and gentlemen. If you do your job any damn way, even if somebody else is doing something illegally, if you do your job anyway, you're going to prison. But if you don't do your job, you're going to prison. How's it feel, America?
Did he pressure state officials to ignore true vote counts in those states?
Yes.
Did he spread lies and conspiracies to his followers to make them believe that the election had been illegally rigged against him?
Yes.
Did he pressure DOJ officials to stop the certification of the election?
He did.
Did he pressure his own vice president, Mike Pence, to stop the certification
Screaming
against
like
the
a
oath of
banshee
office that he
doesn't
had
make you
sworn to
right,
the Constitution?
bitch.
He did.
And when all of this didn't work, did he, Donald Trump, motivate and inspire an angry mob to the U.S. Capitol to stop the certification?
Our proof showed that he caused what happened on January 6th, that it was foreseeable, and that he exploited that violence.
Did Donald Trump know that his allegations of election fraud were lies when he spread them?
Our proof was that he did, and we intended to prove that at trial.
In fact, as the quotes from your report behind me show, he even privately admitted that he lost the election, correct?
Yes.
He said, quote, "It doesn't matter if you won or lost the election, you have to fight like hell." And he said, "Can you believe I lost to this effing guy?" During your closed-door deposition last month, you and I had an exchange about the impact on our democracy, the toll on our democracy, for not holding
Yeah,
the
I
president
can't believe you
accountable
lost
for
to
trying
him
steal
either, which
elections.
is
You remember
why
that
it's
exchange?
a little fucking
I want to
fucky.
return to it
And
because
everybody
I think
says
you
it's
said in the
fucky.
closed-door deposition is important for the American people to hear right here in your public
And
testimony.
yes,
How would
that
you
is a
describe
thing.
the toll on our democracy if we do
A
not hold
lot
a
of
president
motherfuckers think
accountable
that.
for attempting to steal an election?
More than that, don't.
My belief is that if we do not hold the most powerful people in our society to the same standards of the rule of law, it can be catastrophic. Because if they don't have to follow the law, it's very easy to understand why people would think they don't have to follow the law as well. And so I think the law should be applied equally to everyone.
And what do you think the toll is for future elections and future presidents who try to steal an election?
I think if we don't hold people to account when they commit crimes, it sends a message that those crimes are okay, that our society accepts that. I believe that if we don't call people to account when they commit crimes in this context, it can endanger our election process, it can endanger election workers, and ultimately our democracy. The attack on this
No
Capitol on
fucking
January
way
6th
this potato
was,
won.
and
Right.
The Court of Appeals in Washington, D.C. said this. It was an attack on the structure of our democracy.
And we could experience much worse results down the road if this happens again. I thank you for your work, for your courage, and for your patriotism, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from North Carolina, North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Smith, just briefly, if there was no mob on January 6th that attacked the Capitol, we would not be here today, would we?
I can't speak to hypotheticals. The case I investigated involved a mob of supporters of Donald.
So you were investigating the January 6th shit, right? You bought... No. Track this with me. You were investigating the January 6th shit. You brought charges against Donald Trump because he said fight like hell. He was pushing for an insurrection. He was doing all this, trying to interrupt the peaceful transfer of power. But if he weren't there, if he weren't the president, we wouldn't be having this. I don't know. I could have still brought them charges anyway. I don't know. Would we be here? Would I have still brought all these fucking charges against Orange? It's not a partisan game, is it? It's not partisan. He's not being partisan, but he can't say, hey, if January 6th didn't happen, yeah, we wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be bringing charges against a former president. You can't say that? Holy shit, that is very, very much just going to show you. Yeah, it was all fucking planned in the first goddamn place. Because if they couldn't get him on January 6th, they were going to get him on something, right? That's why all these fucking 34 felonies, all this other shit started popping up. Because if you can't pin them down somewhere, you can pin something somewhere. Somebody's going to be corrupt enough to do it. Right, Letitia James? Yeah, you brought a known fucking perjurer up on stand and he lied in that courtroom, lied about lying to Congress. Yeah, he lied to Congress, got thrown in prison in it. In that case, stood up on stand and was asked, hey, didn't you go to jail for lying to Congress? Yes, I did. Did you lie to Congress? No, I didn't. Then you had Stormy Daniels, the fucking key witness. Well, the key witness was actually Michael Cohen. But Stormy Daniels comes on the stage. She's talking about summoning fucking demons like it's something to do in court. Like that has any fucking bearing on the Stormy Daniels hush money case, right? She's talking about summoning demons up on fucking stand, and somehow, a known fucking perjurer that's allowed to lie on stand right there in that fucking courtroom, you know, a deranged lunatic talking about summoning demons wins their fucking court case. Yeah, that's not suspicious in any way, right? So I can go ahead and put criminal charges against somebody for whatever fucking reason, and I can lie on stand and talk about summoning fucking demons, and somehow I'm going to win my case. There's no way you can justify any of this.
Sure, I understand that. But had there not been a mob that rushed the Capitol, if they had just stayed in the original speech, if they had obeyed the instruction, go peacefully and patriotically and make your voices heard, we would not be here. Isn't that correct?
Well, in that case, Donald Trump wouldn't have done many of the things.
I'm just asking. If they had gone peacefully and patriotically, we would not have had a special prosecutor. President Trump would not have been indicted. There would not have been, quote, the attack on the foundations of our democracy, correct?
That's a hypothetical, and I think it's a counterfactual hypothetical.
Well, in second point, in regards to what we just heard from my colleague from Washington, I think it's noteworthy that the vice president, despite the enormous toll that he has taken in these events, was against charging the president criminally in this case. But in regards to my own experience, Mr. Smith, I've charged many conspiracies. There's obviously a lot of benefit to that charge. It's a useful tool for fact-finding, scrutinizing evidence, figuring out exactly what happened, trying to form charges, trying to prove charges, trying to solidify the evidence. And in your case, sir, you've detailed, number one, the unprecedented criminal scheme, your words, not mine. In the press conference, you said there was an unprecedented assault on the seat of American democracy. Do you remember saying that?
I believe so, yes.
And in regards to your investigative authority, it was quite broad. We've already established that you had millions of dollars at your disposal. You had teams of lawyers. You had total subpoena power. You used campaign officials as witnesses. You subpoenaed millions of documents. You had civilian witnesses. You had political leaders. You had campaign officials that worked with the president, folks who were in the room. And after all of this, sir, you charged a conspiracy, and notably absent, there was no insurrection charged. There was no seditious conspiracy charged. And there was only one defendant, correct? Donald Trump.
That is correct.
Despite 6 co-conspirators identified in the indictment, only one person was charged. Is that correct?
Yes.
Despite there being an unprecedented criminal scheme, you did not find it necessary to charge anybody else who was admittedly, by your own evidence, involved in a criminal conspiracy that amounted to an unprecedented assault on the seat of American democracy.
Yes. At the time of the conclusion of our work, my lawyers had believed that we did have proof to charge other people. I was in the process of making that determination when our work was concluded. But you are correct that the only person charged in this case was Donald Trump, who, in my estimation, was the person most culpable for the crimes charged.
Well, I understand your position, sir, but again, you started at the very top and only charged the top conspirator, in your opinion. You didn't charge anybody underneath him, correct?
Correct.
Despite that charge requiring that you would agree that a criminal conspiracy federally is a criminal agreement, correct?
Yes.
So by extension, people, under your theory, people besides the president were involved in the unprecedented assault on American democracy, but you didn't find it necessary to charge them criminally.
I had not yet charged anyone besides the president.
You decided not to charge anybody but Donald Trump in that indictment.
Consistent with the federal principles of prosecution, which emphasize the degree of someone's culpability in making a charging decision, Donald Trump is the person that was.
I understand that. I understand your position. But you made the decision to charge one person and nobody else, correct?
I made the decision to make the charges in this case.
In regards to the way that the case handled from there, sir, I just want to get this on the record. In regards to your press conference, politics played no role, correct?
That is correct.
The charges you brought, politics played no role, correct?
Correct.
The expedited trial date played no role. Politics played no role, correct?
I followed the facts and the law, the department policy.
The speedy trial request, there was no role in politics, correct?
That's correct. Supreme Court precedent emphasizes that.
And even your brief that the court found atypical, politics played no role.
Mr. Chairman, the time's expired.
Time of the gentleman's expired. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank
I
you, Mr.
wonder
Smith,
why
for being here
Raskin
today.
ain't so
I believe
pissy
it's
anymore.
important for the American people to finally hear from you directly about your investigations that you and your office conducted with integrity, following the facts and the law without
What up,
fear
Queen
or
Bee?
favor
How
as
you
is
doing?
department policy. And as people do hear from you, I think they're going to better understand
Spuzz
why the
is
White
here
House and
with us.
congressional Republicans are trying to rewrite history
Gloria,
and
I
seeking
saw
to
you.
discredit you and your investigation so that they can help the president avoid accountability for his crimes against the American people. So I'd like to move on from some of these baseless conspiracy theories we've been hearing and focus on your actual work as special counsel. In volume 1 of your report, you concluded that when it became clear that Mr. Trump had lost the election and that lawful means of challenging the election results had failed, he resorted to a series of criminal efforts to retain power. Chief among those criminal efforts was Mr. Trump's dissemination of demonstrably and often obviously false claims of election fraud in key states, claims that Donald Trump himself knew weren't true. In order to pressure officials to ignore vote tallies and submit fraudulent certificates of fake electors to Congress, he repeated these false claims and ultimately used them to direct an angry mob to attack the Capitol. So I represent southeastern Pennsylvania, which was one of the states targeted by Mr. Trump's criminal efforts. So being mindful of the clock, I wanted to try to explore 3 topics. First, the evidence that Trump made false claims of election fraud in Pennsylvania, knowing they were false. Second, the evidence concerning the submission of fake elector certificates from Pennsylvania to Congress. And third, why the evidence and witnesses concerning Trump's efforts in Pennsylvania were so compelling. So first up, in your report and deposition, you detailed the overwhelming evidence that Trump had lost Pennsylvania, and he knew it. Despite this, he and his co-conspirators continued to make false statements about that result to advance their criminal plan. Can you describe the evidence that these were false claims and they knew they were false, including statements by election officials, court cases, and conversations between Trump and his Republican allies in the state?
Sure. What springs to mind most immediately is I recall one particular claim that there were more votes than ballots that had been sent out. This was a claim that was obviously false because many, even in the campaign, knew that the reason for that discrepancy is we were talking about 2 different elections. One was the primary and one was the general election. My team interviewed Rudy Giuliani regarding that claim, and he admitted it was wrong. He admitted flat out that that was a mistake. And so that's one of several. With respect to witnesses in Pennsylvania, what springs to mind is the chair of the Republican Party, I believe, in Pennsylvania. This is relatively early, shortly after the election, had informed Donald Trump that the idea that fraud was the reason was not accurate. It was because of the counting of mail-in ballots, which was totally normal in this process. And again, this is someone who is a Republican who supported Donald Trump, wanted him to win. I submit he would have been a credible witness at trial.
And I mean, a second part of this, in addition to making
He's
false claims.
kind of right. It was the
election
counting of
results
the
that they knew
mail-in
were false
ballots,
and
but
in
they
your
were all
deposition
fucking
and you report
fraudulent
into
in the
this some
first
detail.
place,
There was also
just
this
like
fraudulent
Georgia's
elector plan where
300,000.
Trump and his co-conspirators
Still got to look at the
solicited,
other ones.
Folks who
Still
had
got to
been
have
planning to
some
be Trump electors
real
if they won
shit
and
come out
asking them
about
to
the others,
submit
but
fake
hey.
certificates to Congress. And I think what you found was pretty remarkable, including a former congressman who told the co-conspirators that this was illegal and it was an attempt to overturn the government. Is that right?
That's correct. That particular elector, who was signed up to be a legitimate elector, had Donald Trump in fact
I
won
gotta
the
turn my
election,
camera off.
was
Hold
a
on.
former U.S. attorney and former member of this Congress.
I mean, the bottom line is that despite the facts and over objections from his allies, Trump still went to the ellipse on January 6th and lied about Pennsylvania's votes to direct his angry mob to attack the Capitol. So I just want to thank you for your work and your years of service to the country, and I would invite everyone to read your deposition and to read the report because it tells a very different story than what our colleagues do.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into a record a speech by former Vice President Pence published on C-SPAN in June of 23, in which he calls the President's comments on January 6th reckless. Trump was wrong then, he's wrong now. Anyone who puts themselves over the Constitution should never be president, and anyone who has someone else to put them over the Constitution should never be president.
Objection.
And
the gentleman from
But it
Virginia
was
is
still
recognized.
fucking true, Lofgren.
Mr. Smith,
What
you
are you
said several
talking
times in the
about?
deposition that you believe that the facts and the law, your interpretation of the law,
God
lead
damn,
to a
it was
conviction
still
of President
fucking
Trump, is that correct?
true.
Yes.
And did you believe that same thing, that your interpretation of the law, your reading of the law, would have resulted in the conviction when you went after Virginia Governor Bob McDonnell back in 2014? Did you believe it at the time?
I did believe, and
ultimately you got a conviction in lower court, but That was overturned by the Supreme Court, correct?
Yes, the Supreme Court changed the law on what constituted an official act, and as a
Actually, that's
result, that
incorrect.
conviction was overturned.
That's incorrect. They applied the law, and they said in their ruling, our concern is not with tawdry tales of Ferraris, Rolexes, and ball gowns. It's instead with the broader legal implications of the government's boundless interpretation of the federal bribery statute. A more limited interpretation of the term official act leaves ample room for prosecuting corruption while comporting with the text of the statute and the precedent of this court. They accused you of using a boundless interpretation of the federal bribery statutes. Now, did you believe when you went after John Edwards that your interpretation of the facts in the law were correct and that you would convict John Edwards of corruption?
Yes.
But in fact, that case resulted in a jury deadlock on 5 charges and acquittal on another charge. Is that correct?
That is my recollection. That's correct.
Let's move on to the court's interpretation of your gag order requests. Mr. Smith, America was founded on the principle that the government doesn't silence political speech, in particular speech before it happens. You sought a prior restraint against President Trump without a single violation of pretrial release. In fact, there was no real-world harm that you could articulate justified giving the federal government the power to silence him as a presidential candidate, was there?
The court granted those motions and found that the prosecutor did not have to wait until someone was harmed to make such a motion.
Actually, the request was rejected when the case was actually, when you actually were not able to, it was restricted, correct? The gag order was restricted, correct?
Well, we filed for an order in the district court. The district court granted an order. President Trump appealed that order. The Court of Appeals absolutely agreed that there was a basis and that the threats to witnesses that came from the targeting by Donald Trump were real and that we had a duty to protect them. You are correct in that the Court of Appeals narrowed the order, so the order covered
He's a Barbie
witnesses,
girl living
court
in a
staff,
Barbie world.
judge, and my staff. The difference was that it didn't cover me anymore,
Why does
which I was
Klein
fine
look
with.
like he's made
Did
of
you have any
plastic?
evidence that President Trump's statements about the cases against him intimidated witnesses or
I
prevented
mean, he
them from
kind of
coming forward?
is.
I had evidence that he said, if you come after me, I'm coming after you. He suggested a witness should be put to death. The courts found that those sort of statements not only deter witnesses who've come forward, they deter witnesses who've yet to come forward.
But you weren't able to identify a single witness who didn't come forward because they were intimidated by President Trump.
We had extremely thorough evidence that his statements were having an effect on the proceedings that is not permitted in any court of law in the United States.
Don't you think it's a pretty low bar to clear if you're trying to silence a candidate for president? I mean, if you can't identify a single witness who's intimidated, that maybe you should reconsider the gag order?
Right.
Both courts upheld the orders, and it is not incumbent on a prosecutor to wait until someone gets killed before they move for an order to protect the proceedings.
Did anyone on your team raise concerns that this expansive gag order you were seeking would infringe on President Trump's First Amendment rights?
No.
My recollection is that we, of course, discussed First Amendment issues regarding this application because I and my staff respect the First Amendment, but the First Amendment does not allow one to make statements that interfere with the administration of justice in a judicial proceeding. My interpretation was supported and agreed upon by the district court and the Court of Appeals in terms of the phenomena of the statements being made, targeting individuals, causing threats to happen to them. I would also add, sir, that in the days after Donald Trump made some of these statements, the district court, in this case, received vile threats to the district court's life. In that environment, I felt a duty as a prosecutor to make that motion, and I make no apologies.
And the court stayed that motion on August 3rd, 2024. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I should have mentioned this a little bit earlier. Mr. Smith, if ever you need a break, if you need a restroom break, you or your counsel can just let us know. I think it's now the gentleman from Colorado gets 5 minutes.
Mr. Smith, can they? Yeah. Can we take a short break?
5-10 minute recess, and then we'll be right back at it.
Okay. Oh, God. The stupid Nagoose is coming up. I'm sorry. Not sorry.
I want to make sure the Capitol Police remains in the room, just in case we have any other concerns. General Lady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a unanimous consent request.
Wait, what?
Is recognized.
This is an order of the D.C. Circuit dated December 8th.
What happened?
Meeting will come to order.
Mr. Chairman.
Witness will go ahead and take the stand. We want to make sure the Capitol Police remains in the room, just in case we have any other concerns.
Yo, what happened? Does anybody know? There's something happened. They like scrambling as soon as they came back. Did somebody attack him or get up in his face and start yelling at him, or what up? What was
Meeting
this
will come to
shit?
order.
Mr. Chairman.
Witness will go ahead and take the stand. We want to make sure the Capitol Police remains in the room, just in case we have any other concerns.
Yo,
General
what
Lady from
happened?
Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a unanimous consent request.
General Lady is recognized.
This is an order of the D.C. Circuit dated
All that
December 8th,
must be from them
2023, in
calling
which the court
Raskin
recognizes that Donald
Tito.
Trump's statements about the judge and his case have led to threats against the judge, where callers labeled the judge and clerk, quote, Nazis, dirty Jews, and child molesters.
No, I didn't read or hear or what happened there, Rhonda. Their body language went whack, but I missed why. Do you see this meme we printed out. This is your tweet. Look at it. I mean, it is that. You remember how God, what was his name? Gosar, Paul Gosar. He was censured because he shared a meme of Attack on Titan where AOC's face was transposed over a Titan that got beheaded by a human who had Gosar's face trans. You remember that shit? He was censored on the House for that because she was like, he's trying to kill me. He wants me dead. Yeah, that shit. That was hilarious as fuck.
And represent, quote, Mr. Trump's documented pattern of speech and its demonstrated real-time, real-world consequences pose a significant and imminent threat to the functioning of the criminal trial process in this case.
Without objection. It's a lot. And the gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, thank you for being here. Thank you for your service to our country. My colleague from Virginia, who's a Republican colleague who was questioning you right before the break, do you know what he said in the days after January 6th? Let me share this with you. This is a quote of his from a press release on January 8th. Congress stands united in our rejection of the violence that occurred this week, and I'll continue to urge the swift prosecution of those involved to the fullest extent of the law. Mr. Smith, this is theater. Republicans are trying to rewrite history. That's what this is. Many of them were with us in the House chamber on January 6th.
Hold on. I know my camera's still off. You didn't see that? Do they have it? Come on, y'all still have to have the meme, right? Hold on. No. Oh, that's not going to be good. I can't be looking for that. Okay. AOC attack on Titan meme. See, this is why you can't do this shit in real time. Are we serious? Okay, hold on. X doesn't have it. This is some bullshit. Yeah, here we go. Paul Gosar shared an animated meme on Saturday, November 7th, showing the likeness of him armed with 2 swords striking Rep. AOC and charging at President Joe Biden. Liberals on Twitter were outraged that the Arizona Republican tweeted out the video with a caption, "Any anime fans out there?" Yeah, let's see. Can we find a... Oh, this doesn't exist? Oh, they took it. They fucking took it. No, hold on. Somebody's got to have that. Reload. Nope. No. Rocket. Rogue Rocket, you're protected. Paul Gosar. Yeah, the creativity of my team is off the fucking hook. Yeah, and it's a scene from Attack on Titan where this blonde-haired dude here has swords and he cuts off a Titan's head. Somebody had put Paul Gosar's face on the human and AOC's face on the Titan. And everybody was bitching and complaining, and she was literally screaming that Paul Gosar wanted to have her killed. It was the most hilarious fucking thing. AOC says Gosar wants her dead. Alicia Gomez, no, that's not it. Accuses JD Vance. This was years ago. MAGA will face consequences. This was years ago. She was screaming about that shit. Where was that shit? I'd have to look deep for that shit, but yeah, that was fucking hilarious, dude. She was on the House floor screaming about how Paul Gosar wanted her dead because of that meme. And it was just a little scene from Attack on Titans that somebody else had posted, and just because he shared it, it was, oh, dude, it was one of the most hilarious AOC come aparts I have ever seen in my life.
Remember it well. The chairman was there.
I'll have to find
as
it
was
for
I.
you.
There's been a lot of discussion about witnesses today. Perhaps the chairman could muster the courage to call the 4 witnesses who I see. The American public may not see. I see.
Hold up. Who thinks I should sue Mr. Fanone for defamation?
Hey, Michael.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Ivan Raycliffe.
Fuck yourself.
Why do you have to swear at me?
What's that?
Why do you have to swear at me?
Oh, dude, don't pretend like we're not mortal enemies. Go fuck yourself.
Well, why do you have to lose your cool like that?
I'm not
I've
losing
been
my cool.
always professional with
I'm
you.
not losing my cool.
Every
Fuck
single
yourself.
time I communicate
Fuck
with you,
yourself. You're a
I
traitor to
am
this
always
country. Fuck
professional
yourself.
with you.
Well, I'm
and it
not.
requires
Fuck
other
yourself.
people to contain your Tourette's syndrome. Okay?
I'm not gonna get through it. You've threatened my family and you've threatened my
Oh,
life.
have
You're
I?
a traitor to this fucking country.
Why
Go
are you
fuck
so
yourself.
spasmodic?
Am I spasmodic?
Absolutely.
Fucking do
Look
something.
behind you.
Do something.
Why should I? I'm communicating with you. I'm trying to calm you down. Right? Look at your face and your You can't even control yourself. You can't even be a man.
Trust me,
and
I'm
tone
using
it.
a lot
You
of
see how
restraint
many
right now.
people are constraining you?
Come get me.
Look at me. Total control over my mind and body. Total control over my mind and body, and I'm totally dominating you right now.
Sir.
Totally dominating you right now.
Sir, let's step aside.
I'm not.
This guy
I'm
is
just standing
threatening
here.
my family, threatened my
I'm just
children,
standing here.
threatened to rape my children.
Oh,
Rape
really
my
now?
children, you sick bastard.
Look at him.
Wait,
Rape
what?
my
When did that
children.
happen?
People need to.
I don't
contain
understand.
him, 'cause I'm completely calm, sir. Always calm. Listen.
When did that happen? He threatened to rape children? Okay. I can understand why they came back to that then. That fucking crash out because he knows. He's scared. He knows. He fucking knows. That's why these motherfuckers do not actually go out of DC or anything like that. Because somebody's going to confront them on their bullshit. And then their pussies are going to be hurt that they get confronted on their bullshit. They're going to lose their fucking mind. And somebody like him will go out and attack somebody. And I guarantee you, if it was around here, you doing that shit would get your ass stomped. But hey, that's why everybody hates the South, right? I will admit this, for one thing, the South does hold their own to account.
Standing behind you, Mr. Smith, the 4 police officers who risked everything,
For the most
life
part.
and limb, to do what? To protect the Republican members on the dais. It's an outrage that they now sit here and have the audacity to try to rewrite history in front of the very officers who sacrificed everything to protect them. Mr. Smith, you're of course aware that President Trump was impeached for his conduct connected to January 6th, right?
Correct.
Do you know how many members of Congress voted to impeach him?
I don't recall.
232. Do you know how many Republican members of Congress voted to impeach him?
I don't recall.
10 Republican members of Congress voted to impeach him for his conduct related to January 6th, including at the time the sitting Republican chairwoman of their conference. There was a trial in the United States Senate. Senators sat as jurors. I remember it
I'm
well because I
sorry,
was one of the
you're gonna-
prosecutors who prosecuted that case.
Turn my camera back
You know how
on
many
here in a
senators voted to
second.
convict
This is
President Trump of
hilarious.
high
I'm
crimes
over
and
here
misdemeanors during that trial, Mr.
smiling
Smith?
at this fucking stupid shit.
57 senators. Do you know how many Republicans voted to convict him?
I don't recall.
7 Republican United States senators voted to convict President Trump.
It's also fucking funny. All these Republicans you're talking about that voted for this shit, yeah, they're no longer in fucking office though, right? Most of them, if not all of them, decided they weren't gonna run for re-election again, right? God damn. This is why I call you a stupid nagoose. No one fucking cares whether they're Republican or Democrat, you stupid, retarded fucking faggot. We care if they're held accountable for their fucking actions. Whether they're Democrat or Republican, it doesn't matter. Which is why you have Republicans saying that even if Donald Trump is in the goddamn Epstein files, wood chipper with him too. But y'all motherfuckers are actually fucking justifying trying to kill ICE agents. This is so fucking, Republicans wanted it too. Republicans wanted it. Look how pissed he is. Look how pissed he is. For what? Republicans wanted it too. Are those Republicans still in office? No, they're not, are they? Because as soon as they made those fucking moves, not too long after, they were saying, yeah, I'm not looking to go for re-election. Just like the fucking 10 Democrats who voted to open the government back up again. Guess what? Every single one of those fucking 10 said, yeah, I'm not up for re-election. I'm not looking to run again. Every single last Democrat that voted to open the government back up again said they weren't running for re-election either beforehand or days after that. Stop playing these fuck-ass games like it does something. Jesus fucking Christ, we know better. We see the bullshit y'all fucking pull. It only works on the retarded, which is your base, Mr. Nagoose. That's why you do this, because your base is fucking retarded. If the people who voted for you had any goddamn common sense, they wouldn't vote for somebody so willfully fucking stupid. But here we are. And here you are. That's even if your fucking district allows for people to actually choose who the fuck they vote for, because I'm starting to doubt a lot of elections everywhere.
Of high crimes and misdemeanors. It was the most bipartisan vote for conviction of a president in the history of the Republic. So they can engage in as much histrionics as they want to try to rewrite history. But facts are facts. They talk about weaponization. They accuse you of weaponization of the justice system. While the Federal Reserve Board chairman rings the alarm about political retaliation by this Department of Justice. Mr. Smith, I don't know if you're aware of this. I don't know if your counsel has made you aware. That President Trump is live tweeting, I guess you call it truth socialing, as we speak. Are you aware of this, about this hearing?
No.
Let me read to you what he posted an hour and a half ago. Deranged Jack Smith is being decimated before Congress. It was over when they discussed his past failures and unfair prosecutions. He destroyed many lives under the guise of legitimacy. Jack Smith is a deranged animal who shouldn't be allowed to practice law. If you're a Republican, his license would be taken away from him and far worse. Hopefully the Attorney General is looking at what he's done.
Jesus Christ.
We have a word for this.
If a bulldog's asshole was a person, Macbeth would be that.
It's called weaponization. It's called corruption. Mr. Smith, if you care to respond, I'll give you an opportunity, but I will simply say, we are grateful for your service to this country. We appreciate your fidelity to the rule of law, and I would echo the comments that have been made by my Democratic colleagues to ignore the noise that you hear from so many of my colleagues who would debase themselves in this way. It is, in my view, subversive of the oaths that we took to defend the Constitution. I'm happy to give you an opportunity.
Ignore the people calling you out for your shit and your treason that you're actually committing on this country. Just keep doing it.
Mr. Chairman, in 2010,
they're haters.
Did you work for the President Obama's Department of Justice?
I'm so fucking done with these people. God damn, every single fucking one of them are too damn dumb.
With the Obama IRS?
Yes, I was new to the public integrity section. I was the chief. I was trying
This
to learn
actually
about,
physically
issues I had
hurts
not
my
been in.
fucking
Did you
brain
attempt to work
sometimes.
with Lois Lerner and the IRS to investigate nonprofits?
What I did
Is that
was
Dr.
I asked
Z?
for a meeting with the IRS about nonprofits.
So the simple answer is yes.
Well,
correct.
I didn't ask to
Mr.
work with
Tiffany?
Ms. Lerner. They sent Ms. Lerner. That's the person who came to this meeting. I met her once.
And they went after Second Amendment groups, correct? If you remember correctly, that's what was the offshoot of it, that Second Amendment groups that tried to gain nonprofit status, they were slow-rolled through the IRS. Do you recall that?
Separate from this, there was an investigation of that that I was a part of in public integrity.
You prosecuted Virginia Governor Bob McDonnell. This was asked earlier. You prosecuted him, correct?
I was part of the prosecution, yes.
And that ended up with that decision ended up being unanimously overturned by the Supreme Court, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Yeah, including Justice Ginsburg joined in on that opinion, correct?
I believe
Bruce
that's
Bader
correct.
Ginsburg.
You also prosecuted John Edwards and Bob Menendez, and those both ended in mistrials. Is that right?
Every time
John
I hear
Edwards case
Ginsburg's
did.
name, I
The
think of that
Menendez
fucking
case, I had
Family
left the
Guy
public integrity
episode.
section by the time that case was tried. I wasn't.
So, Mr. Chairman, what we heard from the other side here is that this gentleman is the gold standard for prosecution here in the United States. So think about it. We had a witch hunt done by the IRS, going after Second Amendment groups, unanimously overturned by the Supreme Court, prosecuted two prominent political figures, and they ended up as mistrials.
Yeah.
That's a gold standard here in America.
Yeah.
I would just say this, Mr. Chairman. If
Apparently.
Mr. Smith ever works for the Department of Justice again, I would recommend a remedial course on the First Amendment to the Constitution.
Holy
Before I yield the
shit.
rest of my time, Mr. Smith, I just have one other question. Is there any historical precedent for an alternate slate of
Remedial
electors to be
course,
sent to
which means
Congress?
you're too fucking
Has that ever
stupid
happened
to
before?
understand what just happened.
That had happened, not anything similar to this situation, but you're correct, it was in Hawaii, I think it was Hawaii in, I want to say the 1960 election.
So it has happened before that there was an alternate slate of electors that was sent to Congress, which does the electoral count.
Yes.
There was a prior time that an electoral slate.
And it's been used.
Where there was litigation and recounts going on.
Actually, there's twice that it happened, Mr. Chairman. It happened in 1876 and 1960 that these alternate electors happened. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to introduce the 1960 Hawaii case.
Objection.
Here. With that, I yield to the chairman.
I appreciate the gentleman yielding. The gentleman from Colorado talked about noise from this side. It's not noise, it's facts. The fact is, you approved a $20,000 payment to a confidential human source. And I think you said earlier, the reason this individual or entity or person was paid was to review photo and video evidence. Why'd they have to be confidential? Why didn't you just contract with them?
Right. Why wouldn't that be a thing?
Is that this person was a confidential human source with the FBI. I do not know why they were confidential, but it would make sense to me, given that this person was assisting.
Well, confidential just raises the question of what were you trying to hide? Why not tell us? We know you hid the fact that you were getting phone records from members of Congress.
Right.
We want to know why this payment had to be hidden. Why couldn't you just contract? Which would be the customary normal way, I think, of doing it.
I mean,
did not,
it should have
make
been
the
all out in the
determination
open,
that this-
right?
That this source would be confidential, but given that this person was working on an investigation involving attacks on the Capitol and given the violence in that, it makes complete sense to me that the Bureau.
You know of any of the other special counsels who approved payments to, like, I don't remember Robert Mueller approving payments to confidential human sources.
No.
I don't remember Durham. I don't remember her. We brought all those guys in front of the committee. This is the first time I've ever heard of a special counsel having to pay secret money to someone to get information when you had the broadest subpoena power you could possibly have.
Right.
You aware of any of the other special counsels who had to do this?
Right. It legally had it.
I am not aware whether confidential sources were or were not used in those
That's because I don't think they were. I don't think they were.
I'm not aware one way or the other. I can say that the use of confidential human sources is a standard thing done by the Federal Bureau of Investigations.
The time of the gentleman from Wisconsin has expired. I now yield to the gentlelady from Georgia for 5 minutes, Ms. McBath.
Thank you, Chairman. And Mr. Smith, thank you for appearing today to speak publicly about the major issues that you handled as special counsel.
Look, it's the Bulldog's
Your work on
asshole.
election interference in my home state is especially important, as Georgia still today remains ground zero for voting rights. My state has a long history of voter suppression, including violent tactics and
Ex-girlfriend and
legislation
I
that has
went to
actively
high school with
disfranchised
Jack.
our voters.
Jack
In
was
fact,
a
the Department
wacky
of
dude
Justice
back
filed
then.
a lawsuit against Georgia in 2023 challenging recently passed voter suppression legislation. That lawsuit was later withdrawn by Donald
The
Trump's
dude-
Attorney General Pam Bondi.
I'm sorry. Yeah. I call him retarded. I call him dumb because, like, literally, he fucking is. Okay, but here's the thing. IQ-wise, he's incredibly fucking smart. And I say this because of this reason. Throughout this entire goddamn thing, throughout this entire fucking process, yes, this is on 1.5 speed, so it would have been a little bit slower. Every time he has been asked a question, he has paused, he has thought about that question, and he has formulated a response in roughly around 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds. Where he has gone through, in his head, he has gone through every single aspect, what they could come back with, what they could say, and he's just ready for that there too. I see, it's almost autistic in the way he's actually doing it. I mean, it literally is, because you can see him when he takes it, he looks down and he focuses. And in that moment, he's just going, okay, I say this, they're going to say this. 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 This is my best action. All in that second and a half, 2 second wait time. It's impressive. It really fucking is. He's almost autistic as shit. But he's stupid as fuck because he can't cover up his own goddamn tracks.
But this is not the first time that Donald Trump has encouraged voter suppression. In the 2020 presidential election, which many have accepted that he lost, he pressured his party members to overturn a legal election. Thankfully, several public servants upheld our constitutional process and respected the voice of the people. Your investigation revealed how far he is willing to go. In your final report, you wrote that, and I'm quoting, the through line of all Mr. Trump's criminal efforts was deceit, knowingly false claims of fraud. Mr. Smith, what did your investigation reveal about President Trump's interactions with Georgia's officials regarding his frauds claims?
As I sit here now, I can recall two specific officials The first was
Knowing,
the Secretary of
I'm not
State,
even going to bring it up.
who was a
I'm not going to bring it up again. Knowingly false claims of frauds. How can you say it's knowingly false when just, I mean, it's been slowly coming the fuck out over the past, what, year and a half now? But they just literally said not too long ago, yeah, 300,000 ballots were fraudulently counted in Georgia alone. What about the Minnesota shit? You know, the was it Minnesota or Michigan? Where the police were investigating a election fraud ring. They found weapons caches. Why the fuck would people that are just registering people to vote need fucking weapons caches? I don't fucking know. But they found all those illegal registrations, all those fucking ballots and everything like that. And then the people started to catch on. They just bounced and they're like, okay, whatever. Hey, this happened. We're not going to track it down. We're not going to look or anything. Yeah. I mean, come to fuck on. We hear about that all over different fucking states. We saw what happened in fucking Arizona, even with Carrie Lake. Oh shit, wrong one. The whole damn Carrie Lake thing was a fucking joke from the very beginning. She had a very valid fucking point about the signatures not being done correctly. Judge dismissed it, and appeals court said, nah, you actually got to look at this because there is some fucking merit to it. The judge says, fine. If you want to win in this court case, you got to prove not a single signature was ever verified, which was never the claim in the first fucking place. Now you got to actually change what has to be proven in court just because your pussy was hurt that a fucking appeals court said, no, take a look at this. You literally changed the whole winning conditions of the court case from it was not done correctly to not a single fucking signature can be verified for you to win. Like, how is that fucking fair and lawfare? Right? Come the fuck on. That was never the claim in the first fucking place. An appeals court said the claim is valid. You may actually have to go ahead. Well, you will have to take a look at this again. And the judge said, fine, let's change the claim altogether. Who the fuck does that? Yeah. Where she actually did bring up that, what was it? Two-thirds of all ballots were done at the level 1 level within 3 to 5 seconds, which coincidentally, check this out, coincidentally, that 3 to 5 seconds is enough time for you to click that button. That computer registers that click, sends it to a fucking server. The server comes back saying, I got that request, and here's your information back. Shows back up to the computer and post on your screen. Then you register that it's there. And you register it's good. That 3 to 5 seconds from that click, from the refresh on your screen, to you realizing that's a refresh and you can do it again, 3 to 5 seconds. 2/3 of all the level 1 signature verification was done that fast. That was the claim she had. And the judge is like, fine, you want me to hear it? You have to prove not a single fucking signature was ever verified. That's your only way you can win. All because his pussy was hurt that a fucking appeals court called him out on his shit. So what are we going to do about that, judge? Y'all remember that shit, right? What are we going to do about that, judge? Because black robe fatigue, right? That's another one. How the fuck are you going to change the win conditions of something just because your feelings got hurt? That an appeals court said, no, this is something you do have to take a look at. Oh, nobody wanted to touch the election shit. I get it. Nobody wanted to touch it. Left, right, and center, nobody wanted to touch it. Because why? You both use it. So why would you get rid of it? But yet here we are. We're about to find out actually what happened with 2020. Everybody's going to be screaming and crying and moaning and pitching and moaning and complaining about that. But ain't nothing going to be done about the laws. The laws that are actually going to head into this fucking, this midterm year are going to be rushed out and fucked up more than they already are now. Because nobody's going to have time to do anything with any of it. That's the way it's always going to be. This is our body politic now. We just do things at the whim. Do we even have a country anymore then?
A fellow Republican, my understanding, he voted for and supported Donald Trump in the election, but told Donald Trump in a conversation that was recorded.
Oh, that was a long
overturned,
fucking rant,
the
wasn't it?
results of the election and debunked many of the fraud
Auto
claims
pen
Donald
pardons.
Trump had to him in real time.
Yeah.
In addition to that, I
All
recall
that auto pen
that,
shit.
Donald Trump also spoke firsthand with the Attorney General of your state, also a
If
Republican.
you can't fucking
who
sign it
informed
yourself,
Donald Trump that he had supported
it's not a thing.
voted for him twice in the past. He also told Donald Trump he did not see outcome determined fraud in that state.
I have an audio from a phone call between Trump and the Georgia Secretary of State regarding the 2020 election. Could you please play the audio?
Are angry. The people of the country are angry, and there's nothing wrong with saying that, that you've recalculated.
Well, Mr. President, the challenge that you have is the data you have is wrong.
So, look, all I want to do is this. I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have, because we won the state.
Mr. Smith, you explained in your deposition.
Oh, yeah, that was Brad Raffensperger, though. Brad Raffensperger, that was with Georgia. Didn't Georgia just say over 300,000 ballots were illegally counted in 2020? So again, how is it so fucking wrong to say the truth here in America, ladies and gentlemen? How did it become this way? It's so fucking wrong to say the truth? Holy shit. I guess we're not a constitutional republic. I guess we've been a communist country for a while, haven't we? I mean, what'd they do for the lockdowns? You remember that? Was that a constitutional republic treating its people the way they should? Or was that a communist fucking party coming down hard on the people to do as they said? I think that's easy to answer.
And that Georgia Secretary of State was one of the witnesses who disabused President Trump's false claims. How did Georgia Secretary of State push back against Trump's efforts?
I think my recollection is in this same call, President Trump repeatedly raised fraud claims, and the Secretary of State repeatedly explained not only that they weren't true, but I believe my recollection is in several instances explained why they weren't true. And I believe that call ended, my recollection is that it ended with President Trump, in essence, threatening the Secretary of State that he might be a target for criminal prosecution if he didn't do what President Trump wanted him to do.
So see, that raises a very critical point. President Trump didn't just spread lies about the election. In your words, and I'm quoting, he preyed on,
The cold
quote,
Civil
Republican
War
officials
has
in
been
Georgia
defrosted,
and other states who
tampons and
believed
lit the
would
match.
help him. Mr. Smith, Donald Trump thought these officials would break the law out of party law.
I'm going to disagree with that. And I'm going to say this. The assassination of Charlie Kirk is what lit that match. Just a matter of time beyond that point. How long was your fuse? How long is your fuse? And it seems, for most of America, Minnesota is the the blowing point. The assassination of Charlie Kirk was the no way back scenario. They already took a shot at Trump. They tried it again not too fucking long after. Who was that dude? Aaron Danielson was the dude that took 2 to the chest just because he was wearing a red shirt. It wasn't even a MAGA shirt or MAGA hat. It was a hat, red hat. It wasn't even a MAGA hat. He took 2 to the chest. Dude said, "We got another one. We got another one." This guy right here, yes, 2 to the chest. David Dorn? What about the attack on the CBP down in Texas not too long ago? Two incidents played out the exact same way in 2 different towns, almost at the exact same fucking time. One agent got shot in the neck. Now we got these shootings from ICE agents all over the place, the attacks on ICE agents everywhere, and if you say anything, they're going to beat your ass in a fucking street. They don't normally do that unless there's a big-ass fucking crowd of them. And if there's even a small crowd of you, all they'll do is scream in your face and get up in your face like, "I'm not touching you, I'm not touching you, I'm not touching you." When you stop being afraid that you'll go to fucking jail for knocking a motherfucker's teeth out, they'll stop that bullshit too. Honestly. You wonder why motherfuckers are respected? I mean, think about it. going back in school, and even people out in the fucking public, if somebody is willing to punch you in your mouth for doing something really fucked up, are you going to do something really fucked up to them or around them? If you were getting in somebody's fucking face and just sitting there, meh, meh, yelling and screaming, doing the I'm not touching you game, and that motherfucker just knocked you out, are you going to do it again? No, you're going to get up, I'm going to go press charges. He's going to prison. And it's not going to be prison. It's jail. It's only a simple assault kind of situation. Guess what? Unless it's an everyday occurrence, which it could be if you're out there on the fucking front lines, at max 6 months. Usually it's probation the first 2, 3, 4 dozen times you do it, unless it's a long continuous thing, like you get out and punch somebody in the face as soon as you leave court, you know? Especially in situations like that. But yet you won't do it. You will cower down every fucking time because somebody gets in your face and yells and screams and you don't want to go to jail. You won't check them. This is why we are here today. Again, Tyson was right. The internet made you all literally. What was it? What was this quote? The internet made people not scared of being punched in the face or some shit like that. You understand what I'm saying. He was right. He was fucking right. You wonder why nobody respects anybody. You wonder why people like me, the assholes that like me that exist, is because you don't check people. Now, I still exist because, yeah, at times, there were people that checked me. And you know what? I checked them back. Win or fucking lost, you knew you fought me because you were hurt too. I may have gotten my fucking ass kicked, but you had broken bones. People forgot that. Nobody fears getting punched in the face because you may say something incredibly fucked up. Maybe not even knowing it. It was that fear of being hurt that taught you not to do something. And we've lost that. Now, am I advocating for punching people? I mean, if they're going to be these motherfuckers, yeah. Yeah, if you got people getting up in your face and screaming at you, using a bullhorn right in your fucking ear, and you don't check them, I'm going to call you out. I'm sorry. I'd just be like, okay, so why were you a pussy in this situation? Why are you going to let them blow your fucking ears out? Why are you going to let them scream at you? Why? Oh, you didn't want to go to jail? Come on, fuck on. Where's the respect for yourself? You're going to kowtow every time somebody does that because you're too scared of the outcomes of your actions? I mean, the outcomes of those actions wouldn't even fucking work. They wouldn't even happen. If people know, you would punch them in the mouth if they started smarting the fuck off, would they? Nobody would smart the fuck off and you wouldn't have to go punching, right? All it takes is just an incident or two. I'm doing it. I'm seriously fucking doing it. I ain't got no problem sitting here saying I have and will punch a motherfucker in the mouth again. I got no problem saying it. You gonna sit there and smart the fuck off? You gonna be that fucking asshole? You gonna get up in my face? Yes, I'm gonna fucking hit you. I'll go to jail for it. I don't give a fuck. Because you're gonna learn you ain't fucking with me.
Loyalty. And when those officials, his own political allies,
I
told
just
him the
fucking
truth,
hate
he
it.
dismissed them
Like,
and continued to
everybody's
specialize anyway.
scared.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
You're in a goddamn civil war, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody's scared that something bad is going to happen to them. Well, of course something bad is going to happen to you when you don't do anything to at least avert the bad. Come the fuck on. Let's stop acting stupid, people.
Mr. Smith, if your case had gone to trial, would the evidence from Georgia have helped prove that President Trump knowingly engaged in a criminal scheme to overturn the 2020 election?
Yes, after an investigation following the facts and the law, we believed we had proof beyond a reasonable doubt to prove those charges.
And in your deposition, you mentioned a fake elector witness in Georgia who you thought would have been a very powerful witness at trial. Can you tell us a little bit more about that in a very limited amount of time?
Sure. It was a witness who had been made to understand that his electoral vote.
They have put all this, Charlie, the lies, the fraud, the gaslighting on every one of us.
And
And all of it
President
is
Trump and his
unforgivable.
co-conspirators tried to
Yes,
use
Glenn.
those alternative fake
Yes.
voter certificates to get Mike Pence.
Chairman, regular order.
Okay, well, Mr. Smith, thank you so much for your
I
the
didn't
work you
do
and
what
your team of
others
career
did, but I feel
prosecutors
all
have
of
put
it
forth in uncovering this
to the
evidence.
depths of
The American
my
people need to
soul.
know what happened, and they need to know how their president pressured Georgia state
Time of the
officials
gentlelady has
to
expired.
overturn their free
Gentleman
and fair
from
elections. And I yield.
Alabama has unanimous consent request.
Thank you, Mr.
They
Speaker.
called them little
December 6,
minions,
2025,
slaves
Atlanta News
to
First.
Satan,
Fulton County
to
admits
try
to
to
verifying
attack us.
315,000 votes in the 2020
After
without poll
Charlie
worker
was
signatures.
assassinated, the fury and wrath of God descended
Chair now
upon
recognizes
him.
for 5 minutes the gentleman from
He
Arizona.
loosed
Thank you,
his
Mr. Chairman.
warriors.
Mr. Smith, isn't it true that for a federal criminal conspiracy charge, it requires more than one individual? In other words, you're making a contractual agreement of some kind with
Lesbian
somebody other than
liberals
yourself,
lit the
right?
march.
That is correct. There has to be an agreement.
Walls was holding
And
the
so
fuse.
when you made the determination to charge President Trump with conspiracy, you surely knew that you had somebody else that must have agreed upon somewhere to engage in this act that generated the conspiracy, right?
That's correct. We alleged specific individuals in the indictment as co-conspirators.
And so
I need to stop crying
so
in
you
the
knew what you were going to do when you
car
who you were going to
complaining
charge
about normal things
when
that
you,
everyone deals
pursued the
with and
indictment.
recording it for TikTok.
You knew who the agreeing parties were, but you chose to list them as
Yet
co-conspirators.
we make the
but you didn't
stupid
indict
famous
them.
by making
How often
fun
have
of
you done
them.
that in the past?
In the past, I have had a number of cases where I have charged some members of a conspiracy and
No,
not charged others.
one member of the conspiracy. How many times have you done that? Charged one member of the conspiracy and let everybody else off the hook?
I'm sure that's happened. That is
neither.
not an
You don't
uncommon-
remember doing that?
That is not an uncommon thing to do in an investigation. In my
So
Wait.
okay. I dispute that, but we're going to leave that as it may. But let's just get to this. If a member of Congress moves to decertify
If you were doing an investigation and you found that there were more people involved in whatever criminal thing you're investigating from, it's not uncommon to not throw charges at those people too? Then how did RICO come about? I'm sorry, wasn't RICO a law designed to lump every single person together in a single fucking crime because they couldn't get the mob on little individual things? They had to tie them all together and make that a thing. That's how RICO started. So it's not uncommon for the federal government, well, for the federal government not to, yes, but it's not uncommon in law to find out somebody else in an investigation is committing crime and you don't go after them too. When? Other than the federal fucking government, when? Holy fucking shit.
states electors, that would not be a crime, would it?
When you say to decertify,
You make a motion to decertify on that January 6th, that way every 4 years. That's not a crime, right?
correct.
And if another elected official urged someone to join them in that decertification, that's not a crime either, right?
As you stated, it's not.
Several members of Congress get together over breakfast. They say, this is the normal path. We watched it because we saw the Democrats do it for every Republican president. So we're not sure how to do it. We've never done it before. That's not a crime to sit down at breakfast to talk about that or any other time together to talk about decertification, is it?
No, it's not a crime to talk
I'll
about
never
that over
forgive the
breakfast.
Democrats and feds
In your
for
deposition,
January
you
6th.
talked
Neither
about,
will I.
you made the argument that an elected official who's been deemed to have lost could not knowingly make
You
false statements
pushed a
about election
peaceful
fraud
crowd into
to
doing
target
some
a
shit
lawful
just so
government
you
operation.
could
Is
say,
that true?
look,
That's what you
they
said in
were
your
bad.
deposition. Page 27.
I believe it's a lawful government function.
Yeah, I'm sorry, yeah, lawful government function. That's what you said. You remember saying that?
I said lawful government function. Could you read back what you said again? I'm sorry.
Yeah. An elected official has been deemed to have lost could not knowingly make false statements about election fraud to target a lawful government function. You said that would be illegal. Remember that page? Do you want me to actually read this back? Surely you remember that position. That's your
I'm not denying it, and I apologize. I'm just trying to listen to you closely.
Okay, let's just go right from this. You said there's, as we said in the indictment, he was free to say that he thought he won the election, right?
That is correct.
He was even free to say falsely that he won the election, correct?
That's correct.
What you said is he was not free to do was violate federal law and use knowingly false statements about election fraud to target a lawful government function.
That is correct.
Yeah, and for you, that lawful government function is
So let me get this right. It's okay to say something fucking dumb that's not true. It's even okay to believe that fucking dumb shit, even when it's found to be false. Except if you go after the government. What? I mean, fuck, the biggest goddamn conspiracy theory of our fucking lifetime, the JFK files. Yeah, they all but confirm the CIA fucking did it. What do you... You can believe whatever dumb shit you want, unless that dumb shit harms the government. Then it's illegal. What are we doing?
The certification process, I suppose, on January 6th.
Well, it's slightly broader than that. It's the collecting, counting, and certifying of the votes. Our view of the evidence is that begins from the point of time that the electors are certified through the counting of the votes. So that would be...
So the entire certification process from the state to the feds.
My recollection, as it's pled in the indictment, as I sit here, I don't have it in front of me, but I believe it's from December 14th. I think that was the day through the voting.
Okay, so you can't recall, but for you, it's from the certification moving forward to the actual ratification of the certification process on inaugural day.
My recollection, that's what we
Take it
pled
easy,
in the
Jennifer.
indictment.
Okay. So you've managed to filibuster us right out of this thing, but
I do have to get off label ready sometime tonight.
You said that President Trump engendered a level of distrust. You said he made false statements to state
Government
legislators who were
protects
supporters of all
itself before
sorts.
anything else.
And somehow
Yeah.
you discerned that his supporters were angry and that was somehow related to a criminal offense. I find that absolutely weak. I think it's misdirected.
Okay, Bean, that would just be like me saying you can cuss out any other person on the face of this earth. You can say whatever you want to about them, but you can't talk about me, because if you talk about me, you're going to prison. It doesn't work that way, does it? Then why do we allow the federal government to allow it to work that way in their favor?
And
Time the gentleman's expired. Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record. Axios dated August 2nd, 2023. Barr says Trump's First Amendment argument in January 6th case is not valid.
Objection? Did you have one? Okay. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, many of us were here on January 6th and directly experienced what happened. Yet some of my colleagues across the aisle still insist that Trump had no role in the violence. In videos of the raging battle against our brave Capitol Police officers, many rioters were screaming things like, "We were invited here by the president." Mr. Smith, did your investigation uncover evidence?
They were also invited in by the U.S. Capitol Police. Yeah, because the only, well, not the only violence, but damn near every bit of the fucking violence that happened down in the Capitol happened on the west end of the Capitol. You know, where the Capitol Police were actually shooting CS gas with tear gas into the fucking crowd and rubber bullets. You know, one guy in my fucking state had a rubber bullet lodged in his fucking cheek. Why? Well, they were just talking. They were talking too close to the Capitol, so we got to get some shit stirred up, right? Nah, we never thought that throwing CS gas and fucking rubber bullets into a damn peaceful crowd not doing shit who's already pissed off that you didn't hear what the fuck was going on in this area. You all wanted to sweep every bit of it under the fucking rug because nobody wanted to light that match. You let it fucking happen, and then you you stoke up the fucking crowd by throwing the fucking tear gas into them, hitting them with rubber bullets, forcing them into the fucking Capitol. You know, where we have multiple fucking camera angles of alleged, I'll say that, just to play it nicely, multiple fucking camera angles of alleged agents or informants that were breaking the windows, forcing everybody else to go inside. We can bring up Ray-Apps all the fuck you want to. In either case, however you defend it, you're wrong. Ray-Apps, you should be in prison. I am so fucking sick and tired of this. I'm tired of them trying to use January 6th as some kind of, oh my God, it's a gotcha moment kind of situation. Motherfucker, it was your shit that you set up. You did it. You caused it to fucking happen. And then you're going to try and use it as some kind of argument as to why everybody else is bad because you caused a fucking riot at the Capitol? Everybody else is bad because they fell for your tactic of causing a riot at the Capitol. Explain that to me like I'm fucking 5. Because I'm sorry, if you're shooting CS gas and fucking rubber balls at me, yeah, you're damn right I'm going to get violent. Especially when I'm just sitting here talking to the next motherfucker beside me and all of a sudden I'm getting hit with shit. You fucking forced it. Nancy Pelosi waited 71 minutes. Her fucking daughter even released video footage. I don't even know why the fuck she thought that was a good idea. Her daughter released video footage of her taking responsibility for the National Guard not being there. Why? Let's see. Trump ordered 10,000. They said, her and Muriel Bowser said, we don't want them. We don't like it because of the optics. And then, you know what? Fine. Fuck it. 5,000. We'll keep them a mile and a half away. 71 goddamn minutes. Nancy Pelosi waited to give that fucking call to let the National Guard come to fuck in. Those 5,000 troops that they said were never offered in the first fucking place were actually 10. And they were sitting a mile and a half away for 71 damn minutes watching everything go the fuck down and weren't allowed to take a step. They were called in. Why? No, the riot was done. Everything was gone. What'd they do? Drove cars around the perimeter and took pictures and then went the fuck home. Oh, where was home? That parking garage? Yeah, they had to sleep out there. Nobody sees this being a setup in any way. And you're going to use your fuckery, your actual insurrection against this country, levying war on the citizens of this country. And you're going to use that as somehow we're the evil ones. Holy shit. Let's take it back to May 29th, 2020 then. January 6th was an insurrection, and May 29th, 2020 was treason.
That some of the rioters had gone to the Capitol because they really believed the president had invited them there?
There were, I believe there's video of rioters.
I don't think
saying
that are words.
that,
I don't have words to
pled
express the
indictment,
hatred I have.
knowing
It's like
wisely
retard.
Donald Trump,
Retard's not
put out
strong enough for this
immediately
anymore.
after that,
Retard is
led to a level of distrust. And he
calling some of these people retard now would be like, does anybody remember? I use this a lot. Does anybody remember that movie, What's Eating Gilbert Grape? You know, the Leonardo DiCaprio played the mentally challenged kid in that movie. What I like to say is you make Gilbert Grape's brother look like Albert Einstein. And that's a lot more close to more damage than calling somebody retard now, because there's no level of, in the English language, the human language, there is no word for this level of absolute stupidity that goes on in mankind anymore. Retard just doesn't have that punch. Not because it's been overused, it's just, Jesus Christ, mentally challenged people can do better than you. And quicker than you guys can. It's been years and you still think Kyle Rittenhouse killed black people. There's no level of any word that comes close to any of this. We need to come up with something else. We need to come up with something, and it needs to actually be a clinical thing. Not just some made-up word. We need to study this. Because how in the hell has mankind's IQ literally lowered? I'll never understand that.
ultimately knew that the crowd at the Capitol, or at the ellipse, I should say, was angry before he told them to march toward the Capitol.
And we've seen report after report of rioters who have said that if Donald Trump had not convinced them that the election had been stolen, they might not have even come to Washington.
I'm sorry, I'm going
gonna
off
share some
rant
quotes
after
from
rant
some of those
after
rioters.
rant.
I believed I was following up on the instructions of former President Trump. One rioter said about going to the Capitol. I marched to the U.S. Capitol because President Trump said to do so, another said. He personally asked for me to come that day, said another. Can you give us a few examples of Trump's
I can
rhetoric and
imagine.
language that inspired people to
And
go to the
that's-
Capitol
that's the
believing
sad
that they were
part.
going on the president's direct
You can imagine it. You can go that far and imagine it. It is. Oh,
One instance I can recall is during
that's the bad part about it
speech
all.
he gave to his supporters, and in context,
Nothing
his supporters,
surprises us
he told
anymore.
them
We're
to
like,
Washington,
yeah,
D.C.
that sounds
live.
right.
He
Fuck.
was on notice that they were angry, and he told that crowd, we can't let this happen. And he told them that, my recollection is multiple times, at a
Electronics.
time
Oh, yeah.
when there was nothing that could be done to stop the outcome of the election but to obstruct it. In addition to that, he told them when there is fraud, you can go by different rules. And my recollection is there is a videotape of when he's making these sort of statements and he's saying that they need to fight if they want to save their country. There are, in fact, people in the crowd chanting, "Fight for Trump." That all happened during the lip speech before people headed towards the Capitol and the Capitol was attacked.
And did your investigation
Are you going to mention the fact that the barricades were broken 15, 20 minutes before he was done speaking? Like, nobody's even going to think about that or put a pin on that. All right, let's come back to that, right? Because who the fuck's going to actually leave a speech to go out there and break fucking barricades? I mean, they literally walked up to it without saying shit and just started attacking the barricades like it was planned, like it was something to do. Like, we don't have video footage of groups of people that are walking away from the group, other motherfuckers following them. They seem to change clothes, and then they go attack a barricade. Yeah.
find any of the rioters trying to use Trump's words and calls to action as a defense in the criminal cases against them? I can read you something from your special counsel report.
I was
if you'd
just going to
like.
say, I think we cited a number of rioters who ultimately admitted that they had committed their crimes at the behest and in the name of Donald Trump.
Okay. And it happened several times, and many of those accounts are on page 86 and page 87 of the special counsel report. Even the lawyer for Jacob Chansley, also known as the QAnon shaman, highlighted that his words, how the words affected his client. He heard the words of the president, he believed them, he genuinely believed them, and he thought that the president was actually going to walk with them to the Capitol. For my final question, Mr. Smith, do you believe that Donald Trump
I'm not even.
motivated and was
I'm not
responsible
even.
for the violence that occurred on that day,
I'll leave
even if he didn't walk with them to the Capitol?
Yes, as we stated in our report, the results of our investigation following the facts and following the law was that he was the person most responsible for what happened at the Capitol, and that he caused what happened at the Capitol, and that it was foreseeable to him.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have two UCs.
Gentlemen, consider unanimous consent request.
I asked unanimous consent to enter into the record a tweet from Representative Biggs on January 7th, 2021, in which he said, quote, "Yesterday, criminal rioters hijacked a joint session of Congress."
Objection. Without objection.
And the second one is a unanimous consent to enter into the record an interview from March 2024 on the Capitol Hill show, in which you called on those who attacked the Capitol on January 6th to be, quote, "held accountable because, quote, that's the way our system does work and should work."
Objection.
Thank you very much. Thank
I
you very
recognize
much.
the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Smith, how many members of Congress or the Senate did you subpoena phone toll records?
How are you going to put into
As I sit
record
here right now, I do
something
not
where
recall
somebody
this.
says, yes,
Is this
they
the complete
should be
list right
held
here?
to account and act like it's something big? Like, what
Let me
the
see
fuck
this.
is
Am
that?
I on this list? Did you target my records and subpoena my phone toll records?
My understanding is your records were subpoenaed by prosecutors before I became special counsel.
Well, staff would put this up on the screen. I'm thankful for the great staff who discovered the email where I learned for the first time a few weeks ago that my phone records were indeed targeted. We called AT&T and we've learned that they were given to the Department of Justice, as this email indicates, because I've been in communication with Scott Perry, one of my colleagues here in Congress.
Did they all forget
Literally
about
had his
the
phone
failed
taken from him in front of his
impeachment?
family.
No,
Of course,
I
we've
mean,
already
that's
talked about in
something they
this
can't
document,
talk
talks about
about.
you could be in violation of the privilege by even obtaining and possessing this information if a member objected to the disclosure. This happened 4 years ago in May of 2022, and I couldn't object because I
Oh,
didn't
if
know.
I were the devil?
I
Yes.
didn't know until about 3 weeks ago.
That famous speech.
My question here is, was there any limits to your investigation or the investigation that preceded you, Mr. Smith? Because as egregious as a violation of separation of powers this is, as an egregious and abuse of power it is, it's far more concerning you are clearly targeting American citizens for merely being conservative or supporting the president. We've got memos that we've already been talking about in
Because
this
she wants to
hearing
make her
from
mom
April
have a
2022 that
legacy.
preceded you that establish and open the investigations, one of which has Attorney General Merrick Garland's signature on it.
Maybe.
And the focus was the electors. Now, that was 6 months before you were appointed. You testified earlier, you met and interviewed Merrick Garland and Deputy AG Lisa Monaco. And you briefed the AG and Deputy multiple times. Did you brief them on the electors and the prosecution of their supposed crimes?
I'm sorry.
Did you brief them on the electors and their supposed crimes?
I don't recall specific conversations, but I'm sure that in the course of briefing them, I discussed.
Wasn't that the purpose of the entire investigation as it was set out? Because putting aside that in 1960, it was already talked about my friend Mr. Tiffany, that Hawaii put forward an alternate slate of electors, the investigation pivoted President Trump and frankly anybody who knew him. Do you know who Cleta Mitchell is?
Yes, I do.
She's an election lawyer that was involved in filing an election contest on behalf of President Trump in Georgia in December of 2020. A 64-page complaint with over 1,100 pages of exhibits, witness affidavits, and expert witness reports documenting thousands of votes cast in violation of Georgia law, but which were nevertheless included in the vote total. Now, notwithstanding the disposition of the cases that was filed, is that a criminal act?
I gotta
filing an election contest on behalf of a candidate for
holy
office,
shit,
a
that's
client.
almost too fast for me.
Is that a criminal act? Yes or no?
And pay attention at the same time.
So why did you deem it appropriate to monitor Cleta Mitchell's long-distance phone records in 2023, 2.5 years after the election contest was filed and after the presidential electors were certified? What about Jen Ellis? What about Sidney Powell? What about Bill Sepien? What crime did you suspect had been committed by them that would warrant monitoring their phone records 2.5 years after the 2020 election was certified?
With respect to Sidney Powell, she is one of the co-conspirators alleged in the indictment. I don't know what you mean by monitoring, sir, if you're talking.
Well, there were some 400 plus Republican conservative groups and leaders who were targeted by your investigation. Their financial records were obtained, records of the RNC, the Trump campaign, Cleta Mitchell, the Conservative Partnership Institute, the America First Policy Institute, NRCC, NRSC, PACs, conservative groups, people all across the country, citizens, because we hear a lot about members of Congress. And we should, because of separation of powers and the egregious abuse of power. But what we're not talking about enough, in my opinion, are the American citizens that have been targeted. Because frankly, are there any limits to the power of a special prosecutor or special counsel? So much so in your abuse of power that in the summer of 2024, the indictment involving classified documents was dismissed after determining your appointment violated the Appointments Clause of the Constitution, but you continued to sign your name on court filings until...
Huh? Oh. Oh, they quit the stream. Okay, we got to jump back then. Where the fuck was he? It snapped back because there's Nagoose. It snapped back because the stream ended.
I don't know what you mean by monitoring, sir, if you're talking.
Well, there were some 400 plus Republican conservative groups
quick.
and leaders who were targeted by your investigation. Their financial records were obtained, records of the RNC, the Trump campaign, Cleta Mitchell, the Conservative Partnership Institute, the America First Policy Institute, NRCC, NRSC, PACs, conservative groups, people all across the country, citizens, because we hear a lot about members of Congress. And we should, because of separation of powers and the egregious abuse of power. But what we're not talking about enough, in my opinion, are the American citizens that have been targeted. Because frankly, are there any limits to the power of a special prosecutor or special counsel? So much so in your abuse of power that in the summer of 2024, the indictment involving classified documents was dismissed after determining your appointment violated the Appointments Clause of the Constitution, but you continued to sign your name on court filings until the time you resigned from office in January of 2025. A federal judge just recently stated a prosecutor who continues to sign his name in court filings after a disqualification order should face disciplinary action or disbarment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back the...
Did the gentleman have the opportunity to respond?
If the gentleman wants to respond, he can.
With respect to the last point, Judge Cannon's order specifically limited her finding to that proceeding. So there would be nothing improper about continuing to litigate the cases in Washington, D.C. And with respect to Florida, there was nothing improper about taking an appeal of that very decision.
The gentlelady from Vermont is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Smith, I want to discuss Volume 2.
The only thing you were correct on in that is there is nothing improper about taking appeal of that decision. You are correct about that, sir. However, it doesn't matter if she held it to that case. In any way, it does not fucking matter because you were found to be able to not be bringing those charges. She just held it to her case so she could, hey, Chutkin, whatever. You want to do your thing? You do your thing. Cool. No, in my courtroom, this ain't gonna fucking fly. And Chutkin was just like, nah, bitch, it's whatever. Fuck it. I'm gonna hear it anyway. Why? Well, Orange Man, bad. And how'd that turn out for you, Chutkin? Did you have your day in court? Did you get your little cameras? Did you get your moment in the fucking sun for everybody to see? No? What happened to her, by the way, after that? Does anybody know?
Of your report, which summarizes the findings of your investigation into President Trump's hoarding of classified documents at Mar-a-Lago and his efforts to obstruct the FBI's investigation. Mr. Smith, is it generally the practice for a special counsel's report to be made public to the American people?
I want to say first, I'm limited what I can say about Volume 2 because of Judge Cannon's order. I can say generally that with respect to special counsels, there are regulations that direct a special counsel to draft a report. Whether that report becomes public is determined, the Attorney General has the authority to determine that.
To the best of your knowledge, was Special Counsel Mueller's report made public in full?
I know it was made public. I'm not sure if it was made public in full.
What about Special Counsel Herr's report?
My recollection is his report was made public in full. I believe that's correct.
And Special Counsel Weiss's report?
I do not know.
Okay. Now, I understand that the district judge, Aileen Cannon, the Trump appointee who oversaw the case in Florida, issued a gag order that...
Oh, so now it's bad to be a Trump appointee, right? But when it goes against Trump, you got to definitely point out, hey, look, it was a Trump appointee who did this. But when a Trump appointee doesn't flip, it's a Trump appointee. It's all fucking fake.
prevents you from discussing any parts of the classified documents investigation that is not already public. I understand that, including your findings that you laid out in Volume 2 of that report. Am I correct that the reason your report is not available in full to the public is because of this gag order?
I wrote a report. The Attorney General, it was submitted to him. I understand generally that there's been litigation about whether this report would be public or not. I have not been a party to that litigation. I just know that there is an order, and I know the Department of Justice, the current Department of Justice, has interpreted that order in a way that I cannot speak about anything that could possibly be in that report and its findings.
And when Judge Cannon issued that gag order, she cited pending cases against Trump's co-defendants. Is that correct?
I'm sorry?
When Judge Cannon issued the gag order, she cited pending cases against Trump's co-defendants. Is that correct?
That's my recollection.
Are those cases still pending?
By the way, ladies and gentlemen,
No, they're not.
No, they're not.
This
so there
woman
is no
can't
reason
wipe her own ass.
from where I
She
sit
needs
for this
other
important
people.
information to be not made public.
She needs other
At this
people
point,
to
I want
wipe
to
her
turn
ass for
now
her.
to President Trump's attacks on you. Trump has a playbook for how he handles people who try to hold him accountable. In August 2023, right after your office indicted him, President Trump shared that playbook on social media for everyone to see. He wrote, "If you go after me, I'm coming for you." Trump has said that
I
you,
would
Mr.
too.
Smith, should be investigated and put in prison. He called you a disgrace to humanity, a radical left Marxist, a criminal.
Saying that you were going to defend yourself and let your bullshit come to fucking light if you actually try to come after me is not a violent thing at all. And even thinking that is fucking 100% retardation in every bit of the word. Because you started the fucking fight and somebody says they're going to defend themselves and somehow, oh my God, defending yourself. Oh, shit, that's, what are you thinking? You can't do that. You can't do that, America. You can't defend yourself. Like, what the actual fuck are we even trying to think this is? Does anybody think this is okay? To sit here and have somebody from the federal government say that if we come after you, you can't defend yourself. But yet they cry and complain. Oh my God, somebody said something mean about me. Somebody said something I don't like. Oh my God, they need to go to prison. This is what we're doing? Okay, just wanted to know.
In fact, Trump has used the words deranged Jack Smith 185 times on Truth Social. How do you think that these statements have impacted you, your staff, and your investigation?
With respect to me, I think the statements.
How did mean
are meant
words
to intimidate
online
me.
affect you?
I will not be intimidated.
Tell me
I
where
think
the mean
these
words
statements are
online
also
touched
made,
you.
as a warning to others, what will happen if they stand up. And,
Oh, your
I'm,
pussy's
as I said,
bleeding
not gonna be
everywhere.
intimidated.
Okay.
We did our work pursuant to department policy. We followed the facts and we followed the law, and that process resulted in proof beyond a reasonable doubt that he committed serious crimes. I'm not going to pretend that didn't happen because he's threatening me.
And Mr. Smith, do you believe that President Trump's Department of Justice will find some way to indict you?
I believe that they will do everything in their power to do that because they've been ordered to by the president.
That's very concerning, obviously.
I can tell you that's straight up fucking bullshit right now. How many people has Pam Bondi gone after versus how many she hasn't? How many people has she gone after that have been referred to her, even if it's just by Trump himself? How many people has she gone after versus how many she hasn't? Just because the president wants me, they're going to come after me. I mean, the president has wanted multiple fucking people indicted that haven't been. The president wants to see something happen multiple fucking people that haven't been. So to say just because Orange Man wants you to be prosecuted, just shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up. If you are prosecuted, it's because they know full fucking well, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that they're gonna throw your ass in fucking prison. That's everybody. Left, right, and fucking center. Case in point, hey, didn't Steve Bannon go to jail for contempt of Congress? But Hunter Biden spit in your face twice. Once walked away from being inside the congressional room about a hearing about holding him in contempt. They let the fucker walk away. Jim Jordan and James Comer said, we can make it all disappear if you just come talk to us. But Steve Bannon, oh, you only get one fucking chance. Your ass goes to prison.
It's very concerning to all of us, at least on this side of the aisle. This is Trump's playbook at work. Complain loudly, gin up hatred and resentment, then express our hope that somebody will do something, but never explicitly order anyone to act, and then watch as his followers and loyalists go after their targets. This is what happened on January 6th. Trump stood at the ellipse and gave a campaign speech to his supporters, and he said, if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. And I think it's clear that his intimidation will stop at nothing. I want to speak on behalf, in closing, I want to speak on behalf of people.
Chairman, regular order.
No, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, regular order.
I'm sorry, you have gone over numerous times.
Time belongs to the gentleman from Vermont. I'll let you go a couple
Thank
of
you,
seconds.
Mr. Chair.
I have all day.
Thank you. On behalf of the people of the state of Vermont, thank you for all of your 30 years of service to this country, and to the police officers sitting here. I'm ashamed that you have not gotten your due.
Time the gentleman is expired.
I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey is
I've got a UC request.
Gentleman, ranking member recognized for UC.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. The first is a New York Times article titled "Hunting Leaks: Trump DOJ Officials Seized Records of Democrats," explaining how the Trump administration subpoenaed Apple for data from the accounts of at least a dozen people tied to the House Intelligence Committee in 2017-18, including Representative Swalwell and Senator Adam Schiff.
Objection.
And the other, one of those days! Trump's DOJ secretly obtained phone and text message logs of 43 congressional staffers and 2 members of Congress. That's December 10, 2024.
Without objection. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Chairman. You know, I don't even know where to go because there's so much, Mr. Smith. There really.
We just staved off the fall, K-Bean. We haven't saved it yet. To say we saved this country would be to rid the plague that we have among the people. And I'm not talking about stupidity in that case. We'll never get rid of that shit. I'm talking about this insane fucking delusional fucking world of people who think you can chop your dick off and somehow you're a woman, who think that 2020 was actually the most safe and secure election we've ever had, who thinks that it's okay for to kill a federal fucking officer, but if they attack you, that's all egregious. Oh my God. This delusional world where they can do whatever the fuck they want to do and get away with it because they have gotten away with it. Until that is gone, until left, right, and center, everybody understands, if I do this, I'm going to fuck up. And I'm going to be held accountable for that. Right down to the very motherfucking, the lowest of the low in our society to the highest of the fucking high. When everybody understands that, that's when we have saved this country. Until then, it's always going to be at risk. Even if we lower the number of people today, 20, 30 years to say, 20, 30 years from now, who's to say it doesn't happen again? You can't put a Band-Aid over a wound. You have to treat the wound.
Is. But it isn't, what I do know is it's much more than how much people like or hate you, or like or hate Donald Trump, or like or hate Republicans, or like or hate Democrats. This is about the system. It's about what the Department of Justice did. It's about what you did. The core of the hearing is all about, can Americans still trust the justice system? Is it fair? Was it fair under you? And all they expect, they don't expect you to be perfect, but they expect you to treat everyone the same, Republicans and Democrats.
I'll give you that one. What I say is saved, you say is fixed. The semantics in that game, because that would be saved, right? If it's fixed, you would save your. So we're just arguing semantics and just coming about it at the wrong, or coming to the same conclusion at different angles. But yeah, I get your point.
Liberals and conservatives, but that wasn't the case. When you treat people differently because of their political status, their political party, their ideals, that's hypocrisy. And I'm sorry to say, and I don't say it lightly, I do consider you to be a hypocrite. With that being said, I think the prosecutors and the people around you stretch norms, change standards,
Calling somebody
depending
a
upon who's
hypocrite
under
does not affect
investigation.
them
So you don't
anymore.
like Donald Trump, and so you're a liberal Democrat, whatever the case may be. And they went after him. And by the way, it's interesting, in all those congressional records that were subpoenaed, all those congressional records that were looked at, was one of them a Democrat? No. The answer is no. I'll answer for you. So I got simple questions. I always say I'm a simple guy, but it
I mean,
really
he
boils down to this.
answered.
How much can Americans trust this system?
I'm sorry,
Your special
Andrew,
counsel
he
report you stated
answered.
President Trump engaged and was guilty of criminal conspiracies, and he was guilty of criminal conduct, and you publicly testified you believed you had the proof, etc. If prosecutors deal this way with cases, if they declare that it's guilty and it's over before a jury verdict, would Americans trust the justice system more, or would they? Would they trust the system more? The answer, go ahead, answer, please answer.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you were asking me.
So when this was all going on, before, and I believe it was political, before there was an entire case and we went through the whole case, you pretty much declared, and I'm not going to read the whole thing through again, that President Trump was guilty. That wasn't your job. That's a judge's job. It's a jury's job. It's not your job. Don't you think that's unfair, that that's wrong, that didn't make the playing field level? Did it make people
Kamala
less
had one, there would have been
trustworthy
no
of
going
the
back.
system? Yes or no?
No, when I announced the charges in the election case, I specifically stated that the case needed to be tried and that
It
he
would
had a
have
right to go to trial.
already
He was
been
presumed innocent.
And thank you for,
apocalyptic.
I just want a simple answer because we are limited on time. I disagree
It
with you.
would
I
have
don't think
been.
you did. Your office secretly subpoenaed and got records of members of Congress.
You thought
And you
the
kept
red
those subpoenas
heifer
hidden through
story was
non-disclosure
bad?
orders. That's
No.
wrong. They should have known. You want to do that, fine.
Let's
It's
talk
wrong.
about the black
Number one, it's
heifer.
wrong because people have a right. The American public has a
I'm
right
sorry.
to know. The
Not
elected
really.
officials have a right to know. It's your right to subpoena them. But they should know. Secondly, and I brought this up before, not one Democrat. It's all Republicans. All Republicans. Everything you've done, everything you've ever done is always against Republicans. Do you think?
Okay, I will apologize. I will apologize. I actually put Kamala Harris on a biblical fucking level. All right? I apologize for that shit. Holy shit. I do apologize for that one. That was uncalled for. I can't excuse that. Fuck.
That puts more trust in the system when you're so partisan in that way? Yes or no?
No, politics played no role in our investigation. I have prosecuted Republicans and Democrats throughout my career. I have dismissed cases against Republicans and Democrats.
But you didn't have the proof. If prosecutors routinely relied on politically imbalanced investigations, and by this I mean, let me appeal to your sense of fairness. You're saying you're a fair man. We had a January 6th committee, select
Is
committee,
he?
that was appointed only by a Democrat, the then Speaker, Nancy Pelosi. Everybody on it was a Democrat, except 2 Republicans that hated Republicans. Was that fair? Was that fair? I mean, look at our system here in Congress. We've got Democrats, man, they speak up. You've got Republicans, we speak up. You hear both sides. That's the way a select committee should be. And you based everything upon this biased, unfair, prejudiced system. How is that fair? Tell me how that's fair.
That's not correct. We conducted an independent investigation.
You based a lot on that commission. You got all the records.
That's not correct. We did collect their records. We conducted our own independent investigation following the facts and the law. The
And you used
reality
a lot of their information. Mr. Smith, I don't mean to cut you off. I've got limited time. Joe Biden took classified records that were not to be taken when he was vice president and when he was Senate. And I know you didn't deal directly
Over
with that
here
case.
just clowning around right now.
But nevertheless, he did. Is that fair? Because he let him go, don't do anything to him. But on the other hand, when it's President Trump who did it as president, then there was you raided Mar-a-Lago. Is that fair?
I'm the gentleman. Gentleman's part.
I'd like him to answer.
If the witness would like to respond, he can.
I have no response.
It's damn unfair. That's the answer.
We've got UC request.
UC request from the gentleman from California.
Yes, I have a unanimous consent request. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the government sentencing memorandum for Capitol rioter Cody Mattis, who said that, quote, when the former president asked his supporters to march on the Capitol, it was not a call to peacefully and patriotically make your voice
Objection.
heard, but to storm and seize the building.
And I've got one, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's recognized.
This is a press release from Congressman Jeff Van Drew's statement on storming the Capitol building, calling it unacceptable, un-American, and disrespectful of democracy.
Without objection, the chair now recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Smith, for being here today. Let's remember why we're here today. Donald Trump incited an insurrection in 2020 because he refused to
incited
accept that
the
he lost that
election.
election.
We get it.
And then he
You
took
got a hard
classified
on.
documents with him and put them in Mar-a-Lago. Republicans support impunity for criminals, not accountability. There's no clearer example than that of the blanket pardon of nearly 1,600 insurrectionists on day one of this disgraceful presidency. Trump pardoned people convicted of seditious conspiracy who brutalized police officers. There are 4 of them who can testify to that here, and who wanted to kill Vice President Pence. People who've committed more crimes since the insurrection: sexual assault, child molestation, aggravated kidnapping. That's who Trump pardoned, and that's who.
You're also defending them when you actually try to obstruct ICE, though. You're defending them when you try to kill these ICE agents simply because they're rounding these people up. I'm sorry, I don't think a pardon for January 6th because they're a pedophile is a warranted fucking claim. All right? It doesn't pardon their pedophilia. It pardons the fucking shit that happened on January 6th. actively defending the pedophiles. That's a different fucking story, is it not, Garcia? Holy fucking shit, you retard.
Side Republicans are on. They may not want to, but they are because they refuse to tell the truth. Mr. Smith, let me ask you something. Does pardoning violent rioters who brutalize law enforcement officers, spray peppering them, tasering them, beating them up, kicking them, smashing them in door frames, make our country safer?
Absolutely not.
Mr. Garcia, does paying off violent rioters who stormed the White House, set fire to St. John's Church, and destroyed the guard shack that was out there, and laid siege to D.C. for over a fucking month that caused more damage and more harm to the police officers, more damage to the buildings and more harm to the police officers than January 6th, does that make our country safer?
As a prosecutor, can you describe why these pardons make our communities less safe and undermine our criminal legal system more broadly?
Because you think motherfuckers are out there, are willing to, should be able to go out there and commit murder?
Police officers and were convicted
and get
after
away with it?
trial.
Simply
In my
because
view,
they're
and I
Trump
think in the view
supporters
of the judges who
that they
sentenced them to
killed?
prison are dangerous to their community.
Or they're an
as you
illegal,
mentioned, some of
killing
these
an
people have
American
already,
citizen?
Committed crimes against their communities again, and I think all of us
I don't know.
are reasonable
You tell me.
know that there's going to be more crimes committed by these people in the future. I do not understand why you would mass pardon people who assaulted police officers. I don't get it. I never will.
That's exactly right. And none of this is a coincidence. The entire purpose of the Republican Party, unfortunately, has become to help criminals and corporate interests evade accountability. Republicans want impunity, not accountability. They want impunity for the January 6th people, for the classified documents case, for the Epstein files, for billionaires and big corporations, and for terror that DHS is sowing on our streets.
And paid
The
them.
Gestapo tactics by ICE and CBP are the obvious result of President Trump and the Republican Party that protect anyone who helps them turn our country into an authoritarian gangster state. Whether it's storming the Capitol to overthrow an election or murdering people in broad daylight, Republicans will back.
Murdering people in broad daylight, murdering people because they're trying to save their own business, murdering people just because they wear red shirts, murdering people just because they don't think you should be able to cut your dick and balls off, murdering people just because, murdering people now because they look like ICE agents. We think you're ICE agents, so we get to attack you and do whatever. Random fucking people in the streets. People just passing by in cars. They get to attack and just rip them out because they look like ICE agents. What are we talking about here? What are we fucking talking about here?
You if you back their political mafia and racketeering operation. That's why Democrats must fight for accountability through oversight, through legislation, evidence collection, and through prosecution for the openly criminal
So it's
acts
okay when
that
you
we're
do
seeing
it, but
in our
when everybody
communities
else
every
does it, it's
day.
a problem.
Democracy doesn't exist without
Sounds right.
accountability, but you got to have a spine. I thank you, Mr. Smith, for doing your part. Our community, our fight continues for accountability, not for impunity. Thank you, and I yield back.
May I have a time?
Mr. Chairman, I would yield to the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Smith, I just want to take a minute and allow you to explain why you requested the toll records of those officials for January 6th.
For the January 6th investigation, you mean, correct? With regard to the toll records that were subpoenaed regarding the period of the 4th, I think it was to the 7th, we had evidence that the president had directed Rudy Giuliani, one of his co-conspirators, to contact members of Congress to try to further delay the proceedings and exploit the violence that happened in the Capitol. We had evidence that those calls had happened. We wanted to get more evidence of that to corroborate it for trial. That is, again, as I mentioned earlier today, a standard part of an investigation to understand who a conspiracy is trying to reach out to, how they're trying to influence people.
And you want a documentary confirmation?
Yes, correct.
Time of the gentleman has expired. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Nels, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, I'll just cut right to the chase here. Your investigation and attempted prosecution of President Trump, it wasn't about justice. It was about politics. Politics. From day one, under the Biden-Harris DOJ, you weaponized the law to go after their top political opponent. You pushed flawed legal theories, and even the far left, Washington Post, called you out. They called you out, sir, for violating the First Amendment. You tried to criminalize political speech, slap unlawful gag orders on a presidential candidate, and spy on Republican members of Congress in violation of the speech or debate clause, including the sitting Speaker of the House. Mr. Smith, you mishandled documents, pressured defense lawyers, and dumped a massive trove of so-called evidence right before the election. And you did it to sway voters. That's why you did it. And don't get me started on that raid at Mar-a-Lago or your unconstitutional appointment, which a federal judge in Florida rightly tossed out. A very bad day for you. This wasn't, Mr. Smith, about upholding the law. It was about tearing down President Trump and anyone close to him. You even tried to ram through a politically motivated final report after your cases collapsed, including the Presidential Transition Act and basic fairness. But here's the good part, America, here's the good part. The American people saw right through it. They rejected, sir, your witch hunt loud and clear in November, handing President Trump a commanding victory. The voters spoke loud and clear. They wanted an end to the weaponization of our justice system. In your opening statement, you spoke about proof of beyond a reasonable doubt. Mr. Smith, I will give you proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Donald Trump winning the popular vote by over 2 million votes, the Electoral College by 85 votes, along with every single swing state. Now, sir, that is proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the crap you were shoveling did not pass the smell test with the American people. To put it bluntly, Mr. Smith, the stink remains on you.
Right.
And lastly, I would like to quickly address the police officers of January 6th. Mr. Dunn, Mr. Fanone, Mr. Gonell, Mr. Hodges. I'm a member of the new select committee to actually examine what happened that day. And I can tell you, gentlemen, that the fault does not lie with Donald Trump. It lies with Yogananda Pittman and the U.S. Capitol leadership team. We know they had the intelligence, and there was going to be a high propensity for violence that day.
You hear that? Go fuck yourself. Nope. I was fucking right from the beginning. Oh, goddamn, I was fucking right. Holy shit. It was Yogananda Pittman. It was the fact that she was not giving any fucking command. The dude who actually cleared out the fucking people from the house was put on leave because he didn't have the orders to remove people from the chambers. He did it anyway. And he was put on leave for that. Yogananda Pittman didn't say a fucking thing throughout the entire goddamn thing. It is her fucking fault. And guess where she's at? Chief of Police, UC Berkeley. District right next to Nancy Pelosi. Interesting.
Claim my time, yeah.
You will be in order. The time belongs to the gentleman from Texas. We've had some disruptions already. We don't need that. Let the gentleman may continue.
We know the Capitol leadership team, specifically Yogananda Pittman, had the intelligence, and there was going to be a high propensity for violence that day. And the Capitol itself was the target. We knew the extremist groups were going to be there. And why do I say that? It was your own report from your intelligence section, the IICD, which was run by Pittman, in the January 3rd special events section. It was in it. It was in it. And Mr. Dunn, I believe that you thought that day would be like just any other. In your testimony to the January 6th committee, you said you found out how Dudley was going to get on a cell phone. Somebody sent you some information on social media. The point is, you were all unprepared to deal with that day. And that's because your leadership failed to share the intelligence with you.
Can't be a coincidence.
It was their fault, folks. It was their fault. It was not President Trump, and we are going to expose it for the first time because the Benny Thompson, the Sham Committee didn't do it.
Will the gentleman yield for
the Sham Committee didn't do it. The report is 845 pages. Donald Trump's name is mentioned 4,207 times. We know what the committee wanted to do is to not allow Donald Trump to come back and win again. And they failed miserably, and I hope you now can see that. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield the balance to my distinguished colleague out of Jersey.
I just want to quickly go over something because we keep rewriting history. The president said peacefully and patriotically. What don't we understand about peacefully and patriotically? He asked for the National Guard. That was ignored. He asked Speaker Pelosi. What don't we understand that?
Will the gentleman yield for the question? Are you saying Nancy Pelosi controls the National Guard?
Wait a minute.
The president could have ordered the National Guard if he wanted to, and you know that.
Oh my God. Hey, Mr. Van Drew, all you have to do is tell this fucking piece of shit, hey, who controls the security of the Capitol building? Wouldn't that be the Speaker of the House? Yes. The Speaker of the House was supposed to tell the Sergeant at Arms to call in the National Guard. Who was the Speaker of the House then? It's that fucking easy.
I lost some of my time.
Time belongs to the gentleman from New Jersey. You have a few more seconds.
And finally, how many elected officials say we're going to fight to win an election? It's new terminology used all the time, seriously. And of course, if they were guilty, they should be prosecuted. The problem was there were many in the mix.
Unanimous consent. Gentleman yields back.
Last thing, your hand gestures, Mr. Fanone.
No.
You need
medication.
medication.
The time of the gentleman expired. The audience will be in order. The committee will be in order. And the gentlelady from Georgia is recognized for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have 2 unanimous consent requests to enter into the record. 2 articles.
At this point, isn't
An article dated
Fanone
December
trying
29,
to
2025, titled Wall Street Journal Editorial
obstruct
Board calls
an
out
official
Matt's latest 2020
proceeding?
stolen election
Why are
nonsense.
you not arresting him?
And the second article, an article dated December 23, 2025, titled Fact Check. Fulton
multiple
County's
fucking
315,000
incidences now in
unsigned
the
early
same
votes
hearing.
are not proof of electoral fraud.
Without objection, the gentleman from Illinois is recognized for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Chairman. Under unanimous consent, I ask to enter into the record the Judiciary Democrats' January 2026 report titled, "Where Are They Now? The Perpetrators of January 6th and the Defenders of Democracy Who Stopped Them," which profiles the illustrious career trajectories of some of the key actors from January 6th who were pardoned by Donald Trump. And secondly, a second report, January 2026 report from Judiciary Democrat, 1 year later, assessing the public safety implications of President Trump's mass pardon of 1,600 January 6 rioters and insurrectionists.
Without objection, the gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Smith, for joining us. You know, most people are wondering why you are even here today, but it's because we've heard conspiracy after conspiracy that the 2020 election was rigged, and Capitol Police officers were harmed and died because of those conspiracies.
Goddamn,
and
here
we
comes
have important
Kamalover.
elections coming up, and the people want them to happen, and they want them to be fair. And the one person who should be telling the truth about elections is the president. But Donald Trump has not and is still not telling the truth about the 2020 elections. In fact, there is a January 6th page on the taxpayer-funded White House website that says the election was stolen from Trump, a blatant, disproven lie he knows is totally false. So one of my Republican colleagues earlier brought up Trump's mind state, that he knew he lost, and he knew that what he was saying was untrue, but that you had no proof. So, Mr. Smith, what evidence did you develop to suggest Trump knew he had lost the 2020 election?
We had evidence from a variety of sources, evidence from people who were close to Donald Trump and who he relied on, people who wanted him to win the election, people who were employed by his campaign to help him win the election. Our evidence is that this was a conspiracy and that Donald Trump specifically sought to prey on party loyalty. Our investigation involved interviewing and subpoenaing records of Republicans because that's who Donald Trump sought to prey on to stay in office. And the reality is certain people refused to do that. The vice president refused to go along with that. People in various states' legislatures refused to go along with that. And the reality is that if we took this case to trial, a good number of our witnesses would be Republicans. If a Democrat had committed these crimes, had done these things, I would have subpoenaed a number of Democrats. I would have subpoenaed their records.
And I'm going to ask you about that. But correct, it's not like he was calling Nancy Pelosi. So why is it legally important to know that Trump knew he was lying when he said the election was
Nancy
stolen?
Pelosi was calling everybody else,
That was
but
part of
who
our
she
proof at
should have
trial,
been
and it was
calling.
relevant to the charges, specifically to
What
the
the
first
fuck?
charge to defraud the United States. It is permissible for someone to lie, but when they use...
And let's not forget, ladies and gentlemen, after the fucking attempted coup there, that by using fucking Trump supporters as their goddamn blatant fucking weapon, after this failed, never forget that it was Nancy Pelosi the next fucking day on January fucking 7th went to the Joint Chiefs of Staff and told them that they can't listen to the President of the United States because he's unhinged. They can't do that. You need to disobey any lawful command given to you because we think the president is unhinged. Let's not forget that shit. Let's not forget that she actually tried a military fucking coup.
Speech to commit a crime, to facilitate a crime, that is not protected by the First Amendment. The Supreme Court has been very clear on that, and this very issue was litigated in the case. The defense raised this very issue. And one thing I want to be clear about today, the case that I investigated and the case we had, it was built to be tried in a courtroom, not in the media. Our case was built to withstand the crucible of litigation, and our assessment was that we had proof beyond a reasonable doubt that would do that.
So what I heard you say is that when you lie, and you know you're lying, and then you act on that lie to overturn the democratic process, that is a felony. A January 6er actually said, if I can't trust him, then who can I trust? Exactly. You know, we cannot even trust our own president. And in fact, there's so many other things that you can say that you're not allowed to say.
I should have a
because
bingo card to watch
Trump
this.
appointed
It is
judge
predictable.
sealed the documents, refusing to release the files.
But see, here's the thing, J-Beam, to do that, that would actually, Muffin had that idea. But to do that, it would have to change her hearing, which means I would have to do this in advance and let somebody else come up with the fucking bingo card for that shit. And it'd have to be different ones for different things, because if y'all had the same bingo card, everybody would have bingo at the same time. It's not fair. It's not fun, right? You got to have different ones. They got to be arranged differently. I can't manage my time well enough to get that done. Let's just be honest.
Yet again, which is why we could probably ask you far more questions if those were unsealed. So I know I don't have that much time. I want to now shift to these allegations from my Republican colleagues about the collection of phone records of Republican senators. I guess some of the ones that were trying to get $500,000 of taxpayer dollars. So many of the phone records of members were requested before you were appointed as special counsel, yes or no? That's true? Is that accurate?
Yes,
Yeah.
some subpoenas occurred before I was special counsel.
And what do you say to those who claim you chose to target Republicans because you only collected phone records for Republicans?
The conspiracy I was investigating targeted Republicans,
Right.
as I mentioned earlier.
That's right. And so you would have requested any relevant call records necessary for your investigation of a Republican or of a Democrat?
That's correct. And to be clear, if a Democrat
I meant
committed
that I
these
should have
acts,
made
we
one.
would have sought those. I could have just add one thing. We interviewed Rudy Giuliani in the course of this investigation. And we asked him, why did you, in one of the voicemails he left for the senator, mention the fact that it was Republicans that you were reaching out to? And he said, because the Democrats weren't going to help us, and even some Republicans wouldn't help us. And so our evidence showed repeatedly that the plan was to see if you could prey on people's party.
Time of the gentlelady's expired. The gentlelady from...
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Smith, it was during your deposition with our committee that you revealed that you tasked your team, specifically J.P. Cooney, to engage with the partisan January 6th committee. You had to have known at the time the controversy surrounding this committee, including the fact that all of the members had been appointed by Nancy.
However long this goes for here, I'm going to give it another 30 minutes or so. I'm going to quit right before 4 o'clock because I got to get off label going too. Jesus Christ, I ain't done shit all day. See, this is why I have so bad. My time management skills are horrible. This is why.
Pelosi, who disallowed the Republicans from being able to engage. Yet you proceeded anyway, raising numerous questions as to your strategy for conspiring with the J6 committee. You had every possible resource available to you. Your prosecution of President Trump was clearly a priority for the Biden administration, and it is clear that you had an unlimited budget. And you also left no stone unturned, even subpoenaing records from sitting members of the House and Senate. So what information could the J6 committee possess that you and the nation's top law enforcement agency could not obtain on your own?
I did request J.P. Cooney.
What did they have that you couldn't obtain on your own?
In any investigation,
What information did they have that you were not able to obtain on your own?
I couldn't know that until I had their information.
Was there anything there? Did you find that they had information that you were not able to obtain?
I don't recall specifically every bit of information. What I can tell you is we took in their information because we wanted to collect any information that could be relevant. We made our own independent assessment of the evidence.
So from the time that you were appointed as special counsel up to the date of your resignation in January of 2025, did you personally have any contact with any members, staff, or contractors of the House's January 6th Select Committee, and if so, who?
I do not believe I had contact with anybody personally from the January.
The January 6th committee failed to archive or preserve its video recordings of witness interviews, deleting or destroying as many as 900 interview summaries or transcripts involving more than 1 full terabyte of digital data. I repeat, the J6th committee destroyed evidence. Let that sink in. Why would they do such a thing? I think we have a dang good idea.
Hiding something.
The committee actually used selective clips from these videos and transcripts during their hearings, and yet by
Jesus Christ, I was actually talking about that earlier. I was wondering why people weren't bringing that. Thank you, Miss Hageman. Damn it. I'm sorry I ever doubted you when you were running, ma'am. Holy shit. Somebody remembers it. Thank you.
destroying this evidence, they have denied Congress and the public the ability to obtain their full content and context. They created their narrative by selective use of the evidence before them, so how very convenient. Did you or your team receive any of those witness transcripts or video recordings of transcribed interviews from the Select Committee that were not released to the public?
What I can tell you is that I requested J.P. Cooney to contact the Select Committee.
Do you know if you received any of the evidence or testimony that the J6 Committee eventually destroyed?
I don't have any information that the J6 Committee
You don't know one way or the other as you sit here today?
No, what I'm telling you is that I requested all the information we could get from the January 6th.
Has all of the information that you requested been preserved? All of the information from the J6 Committee, has that been preserved?
The information that we requested and received, we reviewed it.
Has it been preserved?
Yes, as part
Thank
of
you.
our files.
Were you or your team advised, or did you get the impression from anyone affiliated with the January 6th committee that these documents were not for public release, even though portions of them had already been shown to the American people? Were you advised to keep any of the information from the J6 committee confidential?
This fucking hurts, guys.
As I sit here right now, I don't recall that.
Okay.
Holy shit.
Did the J6 committee provide you with the Cassidy Hutchinson testimony as part of the trove of documents that you received?
As I sit here now, I don't recall, but it was...
Well, you're familiar with her testimony, aren't you?
I am.
And in fact, wouldn't you agree with me that Ms. Hutchinson's testimony, especially the most explosive allegations made, was comprised of hearsay upon hearsay upon hearsay? Come on, you're an attorney. Mr. Smith, you can answer the question. Of course it was hearsay. And hearsay isn't admissible in a court of law, is it? Why? Because it is inherently unreliable, and the victim or the target of a prosecution is not able to cross-examine. Isn't that correct? In fact, Mr. Smith, if you had attempted to walk into court with Cassidy Hutchinson's testimony, you would have been thrown out on your ear. No judge, no legitimate judge would have ever allowed the testimony of Cassidy Hutchins to be admitted in a court of law, would they?
damn.
I disagree.
Well, and then we've already talked about your record.
Chairman, Mr. Chairman, the gentlelady's time has long since expired.
The time of the gentlelady has expired. The gentleman from Florida.
Can I do one UC request first?
Gentleman is recognized.
This is from factcheck.org. Meme rehashes old
I love
false
you, Ms.
claim
Hageman.
that J6 committee destroyed
Jesus
evidence from
Christ,
October
that was-
15,
all right.
2024. And this is from the District of Columbia National Guard website, stating that this is the only National Guard unit in America which reports exclusively and only to the president.
Without objection, the gentleman from
He
Florida.
had his ass
Thank you,
flustered from
Chairman.
the very
I mean,
beginning.
we're definitely not in a court of law today. Half this shit wouldn't come in if we were. I mean, good God. You know? I want to talk about something one of my colleagues, Mr. Nell, said from Texas. He sits on this new January 6th subcommittee, which I also happen to sit on. And he said the same thing in the subcommittee the other week, that it wasn't President Trump that inspired January 6th, right? It wasn't him. He said in the subcommittee that it was actually Ray Epps. Ray Epps, he was the one who told people to break the law and the windows and the doors and to beat police officers and hang Mike Pence and try to break it into the floor of the House and wiping feces on the walls. It was all this guy, Ray Epps, right? So who is Ray Epps? Why is he so powerful? So, I mean, I just did a quick, Google search of Ray Epps, and his Wikipedia page says the powerful Ray Epps is a wedding planner to the Oath Keepers. This is the wedding planner? That's the mastermind of January. You went from Donald Trump. It wasn't Donald. Who are we going to blame? Who could it be? How about the wedding planner to the Oath Keepers? I mean, it's just pathetic. But
All right, Mr. Chipmunk here. Let me ask you a question. Who in the fuck said that Ray Epps was a mastermind of it all? Who? Nobody. We're saying Ray Epps was involved with it because he was screaming, we need to go into the Capitol. People were calling him feds. He was led through the crowd by 8 fucking agents. He whispered into dude's ear, and just a few seconds after doing that, that dude attacked the fucking barricades that led to the charge on the Capitol Hill. No one ever said they were masterminds. No one ever said that, you fucking clown. So to sit there and try to clown everybody else for your made-up delusion is fucking pathetic. What the actual fuck are you thinking is going to happen here? We're going to be like, yeah, his retardation makes sense. Yeah. No one ever claimed he was a mastermind. We said he was involved with it, but yeah. Stupidity is the biggest fucking pandemic of this planet. I give you exhibit number 15,872,670. I don't know what number we're on.
My colleagues love the past, Mr. Smith. Love the past. That's why you're here before Pam Bondi. Okay, we haven't had the Attorney General here. We didn't have her last year. She's the only one in the cabinet to not come in committee of reference. But they love the past. Oh, they love talking about January 6th and Hunter Biden and COVID and Barack Obama and Hillary's emails. They love the past. These people love the past so much they're still reenacting the Civil War. Okay, love the past. Right now. But they hate talking about the present. But you know what? Let's talk about the past real quick. Here are some quotes, because I heard one of my colleagues call you a hypocrite. Here are some quotes from my colleagues. Chairman Jordan, right after January 6th, stop the violence, support Capitol Police. Ted Cruz, those storming the Capitol need to stop right now. The Constitution protects but not violence. Chip Roy, today the People's House was attacked, which is an attack on the Republic itself. Steve Scalise, United States Capitol Police saved my life. Lindsey Graham, when it comes to accountability, the president needs to understand his actions were the problem. Troy Nels, oh my God, him again. I'm happy to stand shoulder to shoulder with Capitol Police. Darrell Issa, the violence and turmoil we witnessed in Washington, D.C. was completely unacceptable. Rep. McClintock, the attack on Capitol strikes the most sacred act of our democracy. And former Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, whose name we heard a lot today, what did he have to say about it? Let me be clear. Last week's violence attack on the Capitol was undemocratic, un-American, and criminal. And make no mistake, those who were responsible should be brought to justice. The president bears responsibility. Period. Or exclamation point. But let's talk also about the present. That's the past. Let's talk about the present. These are the guys who created the weaponization committee for the DOJ. So let's talk about the present. Jerome Powell facing investigation. Okay. In fact, we heard about Jonathan Turley, that he's some legal messiah. Jonathan Turley calls the
You mean Jerome Powell, the motherfucker who levies economic warfare on the people by not lowering the fucking interest rate just because it would give Donald Trump a win, therefore helping the American fucking people. He's still trying to take more money from your pocket than he should simply because Orange Man bad. You talking about that motherfucker? Because as far as I'm concerned, we don't need a trial. He's guilty of fucking treason. He levies economic warfare on me just because Orange Man fucking bad. Yeah, you're goddamn right. I have to suffer just because he doesn't want to give somebody a goddamn win. Yeah, That's economic warfare on me. I can barely fucking pay my bills and keep everything running. Why? Well, this cocksucker doesn't want to lower the fucking interest rate from the Federal Reserve simply because it would make Orange Man look good. I'm beginning to say habeas corpus. Be damned.
Jerome Powell thing, legitimate concerns of retaliation. Lisa Cook, under investigation. Mark Kelly, United States Senator, under investigation. Adam Schiff, United States Senator, under investigation. Eric Swalwell, United States Representative, under investigation. Chris Christie, potentially under investigation. Jack Smith, oh, that's you, under investigation. Okay, Miles Taylor, former Chief of Staff, United States Department of Homeland Security, under investigation. Christopher Krebs, former Director of Cybersecurity, under investigation.
You know, all these people that were actually working on this whole plan to get fucking Trump because we can't beat him at the ballot box. You use the weapon, the federal fucking government, as a goddamn weapon, trying to get every fucking Republican on the street killed just because. And you wonder why you're under investigation. Holy fucking shit. Are we gonna act like any bit of this is fucking normal, America? Are we gonna act like this is a fucking problem when we investigate people who levy war against the citizens of this fucking country? Are we gonna sit here and play like this is a goddamn thing? Oh my God, this is an abuse of power. It's an abuse of power because you need to take it in the ass. Whatever we do should be fucking legal. You need to take it in the ass simply because we don't get our fucking way and we get to have a fucking fit and we get to riot and burn shit the fuck down, kill people. But if you even say a word, fight like hell, or you say peacefully and patriotically, let your voice be heard, that's a goddamn insurrection. And you wonder why they're under investigation. Holy fucking shit, America. If you can't understand why, you were too fucking stupid to be calling yourself a human fucking being.
Indicted. James Comey. Letitia James. John
What
Bolton.
the actual fuck is this?
Accused of crimes. Former President Joe Biden. Former President Barack Obama. Revoke or threaten with revocation of Secret Service protection. Kamala Harris. Hunter Biden. Ashley Biden, the daughter of President Joe Biden. Mayorkas. Mike Pompeo. Brian Hook. General Mark Milley.
I wonder why. I wonder why the Ashley Biden diary situation, that was all fake fucking news until you started going after James O'Keefe because he got a hold of something that actually didn't exist. And then you went after and imprisoned the people who walked into the Airbnb she left the shit at, saw that shit, and sold it to James O'Keefe. They went to jail. That couple went to fucking jail for something that didn't exist. You know, where she said she took a shower with her father when she was a teenager, and she's not sure if that was fucking right or not. You know, that turned out to be fucking true. Huh. Holy shit. I wonder why Ashley Biden is under investigation. Not to mention, wasn't she involved with all the money laundering that was going on with Burisma? You know, like Jim Biden and fucking Hunter Biden and Joe Biden. Ashley Biden. There was a lot of Bidens in there that were actually laundering fucking money. I wonder why she's under investigation. Holy goddamn fuck, America. It's blowing my mind why people who would commit crimes are under investigation. Shall you list the name of Republicans? Or even Republican voices? Those who you deem Republicans? Shall we list the names of those who were under investigation? I mean, I can list 29 fucking 100 people under the whole Russian fucking propaganda thing. 2,900 conservative voices were pointed out to be Russian propaganda paid for by Russia. Oh yeah, that's right. That came up. Wasn't that right before an election? And then as soon as the election was over, the fucking federal government dismissed the indictment. You know, the one that went after Tenet Media? Shit, didn't they just throw all that away right after without even another word said about it? Fuck. So you want to talk about why these people are under investigation? I don't fucking know. How about you tell me?
John Bolton, Dr. Anthony Fauci, the guy Trump gave a medal to. Security clearance revoked. Joe Biden, Anthony Blinken, Jacob Sullivan, Lisa Monaco, Mark Zaid, Norman Eisen, Letitia James, Alvin Bragg, Andrew Weissman, Hillary Clinton, Liz Cheney, Kamala Harris, Adam Kinzinger, Fiona Hill, Alexander Vindman. Miles Taylor, I can keep going. Any questions about any of that? We know you don't.
But will the gentleman yield for a question?
I will, please.
Because you have a way of synthesizing that nobody else does, Mr. Moskowitz. Listening to our colleague today, I wonder if they actually believe any of this would have happened had Donald Trump simply accepted the results of the election.
You mean like Al Gore did when he lost 5-4 at the Supreme Court?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would any of this, would the violence have happened? Would the fake counterfeit slates have happened?
No,
the threats against Vice President Pence?
No, none of it would have happened. And Leon Panetta would still have a security clearance, so would John Brennan, so would Michael Morrell, Michael Vickers. I can't get them all in, Mr. Chairman. I can't get I have like 4 more pages of the weaponization of the Department.
Time of the gentleman from Florida has expired. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, when was the initial indictment issued on President Trump? August 1st, 2023, does that sound about right?
That's in the election case. That's correct.
Correct. And on that election case, after that, you asked for a trial date when?
I don't recall as I sit here right now.
January 2024, does that sound about right?
That sounds about right.
Okay, so after the indictment, you in August, you asked for a January trial date. That's like 5 months? 5 months? How much evidence did you have? Millions of pages?
As I sit here right now, I don't recall the exact.
I think in your testimony, they talked about a number, 13 million pages. Is that a ballpark accurate number?
I think that was the question asked of me, and as I sit here, I don't have an accurate number.
So let's just assume that that's true, right? Because you had a bunch of stuff. You have $50 million that you blew through the Treasury on a trial that went nowhere. How many pages per day is that? 100,000? That sound about right? What if we break that down per hour? It's 4,166 per minute is 70 pages. You like to read, sir? You like to read?
I do.
Do you read 70 pages a minute?
I do not.
I mean, that would be remarkable. So how do you prepare for a trial in 5 months if you're asking the defense counsel?
Thank you, Mr. Fry. Hageman brought up one point. Thank you, Mr. Fry.
To read 70 pages a minute. How do you do that and prepare a defense and look at all the witness testimony and video evidence that you supposedly had? How do you do that? You know what's shocking to me? I think that one of the most egregious aspects of this case, Mr. Smith, is that if you get a traffic ticket in Washington, D.C., you're not going to trial in 5 months. But you want the president, the former president of the United States, to have a trial date with 13 million pages of documents within 5 months.
13.
I think that's ridiculous. And I think that speaks exactly to what we talk about when we examine not only your record, but the...
Don't worry, Mr. Fry. Don't worry. The prosecution had highlighted and tabbed every bit of evidence that they were going to use. They didn't have to go through all of it. We gave them the case right there in front of them. We gave it to them on a silver platter. They should have taken it.
things in this case that are deeply troubling. That this was not the pursuit of facts and law and letting the judge and the jury decide. That this was an exercise in political, it was a political hit job, timed perfectly against the President of the United States. Sir, in the Florida case, in the records case, what happened ultimately in that case?
What happened ultimately in the case?
Yeah, the Mar-a-Lago records case.
How do you write up that much
I'm going to answer
without
because I don't think this is
fraudulent funds
covered
going to Congress?
by Judge Cannon's order of the, we moved to dismiss that case
The
pursuant to
only
District
other way is
Court
it goes
policy.
back into their pockets. That's it.
In Florida.
Against Donald Trump.
Like
The
Al
records
Gore
case in Mar-a-Lago,
refused
were
to
you
accept
ruled
the
to
election
be,
of Hillary
what was the
Clinton.
ruling in that?
That was
good.
Judge Cannon's ruling,
You're
and
right.
she ruled my appointment unlawful, and we sought to appeal that, and that appeal was pending at the time
what's up,
that we
Adam?
dismissed the cases.
So from the very beginning, were you ever confirmed by the United States Senate?
I have never been confirmed by the United States Senate. I will say that the history supporting my appointment is over 100 years old. Other special counsels
Isn't there a
have
statute of
approved-
appointment? I mean, you have to be confirmed by the Senate. So I think that's kind of interesting. But I think the point is, from the very beginning, on the documents case and others, you weren't even lawfully appointed, and that's why Judge Cannon ruled the way that she did. And from the beginning, we talk about that you followed Department of Justice policy, you followed the facts, you followed the law, you followed the Constitution. That's what you have said all throughout this day, parroted by the Democrats, that you have done nothing wrong. But from the very beginning, you weren't even lawfully, and you can't even recall who swore you in. So as we sit here today, based on your testimony in the transcribed interview, can you tell us who swore you in as special prosecutor?
Nope.
As I said, I know I took the oath of office. I don't recall who swore me in. What I can share with you.
I don't know, sir. Call me naive, but that's a milestone career move for you that you get to do this, and you don't remember the circumstances. I just find that a little bit odd. But here's the thing. I'm going to wrap up quick.
Very
You're
odd.
constitutionally appointed. You breached the 60-day rule, releasing this very partisan attack against the president right before the election. You tampered with evidence in the Mar-a-Lago case that you admitted to in court filings. You subpoenaed members of Congress and their phone records in violation of the Constitution, of current statutes. You didn't even let the court know that these were members of Congress. How are we to assume otherwise that this wasn't political? Because it absolutely was, sir. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes.
I would caution my friend from South Carolina and others against jumping into bed with Judge Cannon, who's been rebuked repeatedly by the 11th Circuit because she is completely lawless. But let's go back to the actual evidence rather than all the
How in the fuck are you going to sit there and verbally blow Jack Smith in this hearing for being a shining example of what a lawyer should be when the motherfucker's been refuted several fucking times from his own goddamn district, and then say, don't jump into bed with Judge Cannon because the 11th Circuit refutes her? How? How is this possible? How is it possible you can verbally fillet a man right in front of your fucking face and say he's doing a good job because he's breaking the fucking law, and then say a judge who has had shit overturned, and the 11th Circuit is just all up in a pissy because she dismissed the case because this motherfucker is not legally appointed? How are you gonna try the dude, you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't sit here and flame somebody for doing something that you're appraising another motherfucker for doing. It just doesn't happen. It doesn't work. What the fuck are we doing?
Procedural stuff about when you were sworn in or not. I don't blame you for not remembering that. You've been probably sworn in a dozen times. It doesn't jump out at you. I want to go back to the evidence, though, that Donald Trump knew that he was lying about the election. And I'd ask you to say, if you could, specifically, who gave evidence to you that supported your conclusion that he knew that he was lying?
That came from a number of sources. It came from staff in the White House who talked to him and told him that his fraud claims were not true. It came from staff on his campaign who told him that. It came from members of the Department of Justice. It came from state officials who, when he tried to press them to do things in contravention of their oath, they refused to. They asked him for evidence, and his co-conspirators, and they never provided it.
If it's not true, then why do we have evidence of fuckery happening in not just the 2020 election, but a lot of other elections? If that were true, why is there a lot of fuckery happening in our election system? If it were not true at all, how the fuck do half these people get elected? Come on now. Because I doubt that there are that many fucking people who go to the ballot box every fucking time. Midterms or for the fucking presidency. I doubt that many people actually do go. Because it is an overwhelming sentiment here in this country that elections don't matter, my vote don't matter, who the fuck cares? Explain the HAVV data. Explain why Joe Biden thought it was appropriate to have a fucking an executive order saying that the federal government can register you to vote with or without your fucking knowledge. Explain any of that if our elections are actually real. Oh, you fucking can't. That's right.
Over and over again, the people who
Explain why you think black people are too stupid to get IDs, so therefore voter ID is racist.
He either avoided contacting them or disregarded the clear debunkings that were provided to him, such as by the Georgia Secretary of State.
Right, and I mean, that's a lot of evidence, but we know that his Attorney General at the time also concluded, quote, he knew well that he lost the election, Bill Barr, and yet he incited a riot on January 6th, and 4 of the brave officers who defended the Capitol and defended my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are here today. Not a single Republican member of this committee has recognized them or thanked them for their service, and I would like to do so today. Thank you, gentlemen. Now, my colleague from California referred to a couple statements from your former colleagues in Penn and the Eastern District about your impeccable reputation as an apolitical career politician. As an alum of the Southern District of New York myself, I can tell you that many of my former colleagues also feel the same, and that's saying something coming from the SDNY to the EDNY, as you know.
Can I eat up like 10 more fucking minutes so we don't have to listen to her?
Did you ever speak to President Biden about this case?
Never.
I mean, this is probably going to be the last one.
Did you ever receive orders or direction from President Biden or anyone else in the White House about this case?
No.
Did you ever receive any direction from the Attorney General Merrick Garland regarding how you should, whether or not you should charge this case?
No, I was given the independence to make that decision on my own.
An independent special counsel, exactly. I just want to point out to my colleagues who seem to think this is a politicized investigation that on February 10th, over a month, 2021, over a month after January 6th, Marco Rubio said the January 6th attack on the Capitol was far more dangerous than most realize, and we have a criminal justice system in place to address it. Who oversaw the Department of Justice on February 10th, 2021? Who was president?
February 10th, 2021. That was Joe Biden.
Silent Crockett
so Marco
is the
Rubio
best
wanted
Crockett.
Joe Biden's Department of Justice to investigate
There ain't
Donald
no-
Trump and his
there ain't
January
no
6th insurrectionist.
good better, best Crockett. It's all
I want to
just
ask you in my
horrible
last few
fucking
seconds,
dog shit.
Mr. Smith, you're not the first special counsel to investigate Donald Trump. Special counsel Mueller, also of impeccable integrity, concluded that the 2016 Trump campaign welcomed foreign interference from Russia and used it to help them. Donald Trump has made it a litmus test to be hired in this administration to say that the 2020 election was fraudulent, even though, as you have established, it was not.
How
And
the
now there are
fuck is it a
senior
litmus
officials
test?
in
What?
this government who are responsible for protecting our elections, who are election deniers. Can you describe in a few seconds what your concerns are about the upcoming election based on your investigation and what we know today?
Your retardation is coming back into
I believe
office.
political litmus tests are not proper for career prosecutors. I think my experience over 30 years as a prosecutor in the Department of Justice is having people who are not guided by party allegiance, but guided by experience. That's how you can trust the criminal justice system. It's the same way with our election system.
Gentleman's time is
Thank you. I
expired.
yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Yeah. First of all, just a couple of comments.
There's only a little bit left. Oh, damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. 50. Screw it. Sorry, I'm gonna hear it all.
More conversations with, and 15 people on this committee have more conversations with Donald Trump.
I'll
than
stop
myself.
trying to pause it.
But anybody who says that Donald Trump thought he won that election, that is just plain not true. No way, unless he's the best actor in the history of this building.
We agree.
That Donald Trump believed.
Order.
Donald Trump did not believe. Donald Trump did not believe he lost that election. He just did. No way. And I think on January 6th, I can't believe there were any congressmen here who didn't think Joe Biden was going to be sworn in as president. So it was a riot, but it wasn't a threat to the future of the republic. Okay, now we should have posted up here a document for you to look at. Here we are. Okay, this is something we received with regard to Arctic frost. It's a list of about 70 names. I don't know whether or not you're familiar with the document.
I don't believe I'm familiar with this document.
Okay, the document contains just about every person who was higher up in the Donald Trump campaign. There's a little more emphasis on here on people involved in Wisconsin, but you're not familiar with the document.
I'm sorry, sir, what was your question?
Would you know what was in this document?
He
These
didn't
names, you're familiar with them at
establish it.
all?
Nope. I was always a fan of Lurch.
They're under the impression that most of these people, maybe almost all of them, were subpoenaed by you at some time or other. That helps you.
When the
Some
White
of these
House
names
Speaker
I am familiar
coordinates
with.
the coup, then Marco
Others
was
I'm
right
not
about it
familiar
being
with, or I don't
dangerous.
recall as I sit here now.
Okay, we'll eventually submit another question for you on this later
telling
on. From the time you were appointed as special counsel to your resignation in January 2025, did you ever have contact with the January 6th Select Committee?
I did not personally. When I became special counsel, I directed my deputy to ask the Select Committee to provide us whatever evidence they would provide us.
So you directed people to have direct contact?
I directed my deputy to make contact to collect evidence from them.
And that's J.P. Cooney?
J.P. Cooney, my deputy, correct.
Okay. Did you have any concern that the evidence collected by the Partisan Select Committee would be in any way tainted by politics?
I apologize, sir. I just couldn't hear because of the door.
I'm sorry, we had people going through here. Did you have any concern that the evidence collected by the Partisan Select Committee would be in any way tainted by politics?
I intended to conduct an independent investigation, and my goal was to collect the evidence, assess it, and consider it with all the other evidence we would collect, and make an independent determination in my investigation separate from that investigation.
I'm going to go back and ask you something on that one before, because I think I know the answer. There's a person on that list by the name of Vicki McKenna who we believe did have her records subpoenaed. Are you familiar with that name at all?
As I sit here right now, I am not familiar with that name.
Okay, thank you. With regard to part of the documents that you received was with regard to Cassidy Hutchison, right?
We requested that they give us everything they were willing to give us. As I sit here now, I don't recall if specifically her information was in there, but I'm not denying that it was. It may well have been.
Okay, we'll go back. Your team issued subpoenas to various financial institutions, telecommunications providers, and conservative entities requesting communications between them and President Trump's campaign, right?
We did issue subpoenas for various sorts of information, correct.
Okay, and the bank records, you would say, or we could describe, were fairly broad, the request?
We issued subpoenas for certain bank records as part of our investigation, yes.
Okay. Shortly after you're appointed, you issued subpoenas to state and local officials for their communications with President Trump, is that correct? And his campaign.
As I sit here now, I'm trying to recall specifically which officials, but I know we issued a number of subpoenas in our investigation to understand the communications between President Trump and various entities, including state officials.
One final question.
One quick final question.
Yeah. Do you really believe that President Trump thinks he lost that election?
Yes. Our investigation following the facts and the law determined that...
No way. Thank you. That's enough.
I have a unanimous consent
Gentleman
request.
from New York is recognized for unanimous consent.
Actually, I have two. One is to an article entitled, "With A.G. Bondi next to him, Trump says deranged Jack Smith must be investigated." And the other is a tweet from Marco Rubio. "There is nothing patriotic about what is occurring on Capitol Hill. This is third world style anti-American anarchy."
Without objection. Gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Can I get an extra 33 seconds?
But storming the fucking White House to try to attack it and attack the sitting president. Huh? I mean, that's kind of worse though, right? But you love that.
You get your full 5 minutes.
Well, okay, fine. It's curious because you've sat here all day, and thank you so much for showing up because this was something that you wanted to do. The Republicans wanted to make sure that you were hid in a room with no cameras because I was there. They didn't really want you out public because they were afraid of what you would say, which is that you could have proven your case because you are a career prosecutor who knows how to prosecute criminals. So just to be clear, today it seems like the Republicans have not really fought very much about whether or not Trump was guilty or not. In fact, their fight seems to be over whether or not you were authorized to prove their guilt. Do you recall a number of Republican members asking about whether or not your appointment was okay, even though we know that you've testified about the more than 100-year precedent that allowed for your appointment?
I was asked questions about that today, and our position, as we filed in our appeal, is that there was strong support for my appointment, including Supreme Court precedent directly on point.
Thank you so much. Additionally, everybody's been out gingerly here today, but I don't know why we're acting surprised that a man who had close to 90 allegations out of 4 different jurisdictions and ultimately ended up with 34 convictions after a jury was able to hear all the evidence would possibly be committing a criminal act on January 6th. In fact, considering the fact that we are now under the impression that he is violating people's due process rights, he is ignoring court orders, he's starting wars without congressional authority in contradiction to the Constitution, he's enriching himself to the tune of over $1.4 billion, he's shaking down electeds to draw maps that will help him stay in power because the Republicans don't understand that they swore an oath to the Constitution and that we are supposed to do checks and balances. He's also shaking down TV stations to get money. So why are we trying to pretend as if it is out of the realm for this particular man to commit the crime that he committed on January 6th? And frankly, the only reason he ran for president was to make sure that he would not be prosecuted because I fully believe that you would have put him under the jail based on our long-form conversation that we had. But according to your special counsel report on page 137, it states the department's view that the Constitution prohibits the continued indictment and prosecution of a president is categorical and does not turn on the gravity of the crimes charged, the strength of the government's proof, or the merits of the prosecution. And that, quote, but for Mr. Trump's election and imminent return to the presidency, the office assessed that the admissible evidence was sufficient to obtain and sustain a conviction at trial. In other words, Donald Trump ran for president, like I said, so he wouldn't have to spend the rest of his life in prison. The chairman and other members of this committee have spent all day attacking you and trying to rewrite the history of January 6th. But Mr. Jim Jordan, the chairman, failed to mention how he was running around the Capitol terrified by the possibility that all those insurrectionists would harm him. In fact, on page 97 of the deposition transcript, you mentioned how Mark Meadows, the president's chief of staff, quote unquote, never saw Jim Jordan so scared. The chairman also failed to mention that he was in direct contact with the White House in the days leading up to and on January 6th, which is why his toll records were subpoenaed by your office. Let me be clear, because they're trying to act like this is Democrat.
Wait. So not having foreknowledge of a fucking riot to go at the Capitol where they're trying to kill people, supposedly. Not having foreknowledge about that, knowing it's happening and being scared about it is somehow fucking, it's supposed to be a dunk? Like about the Josh Hawley thing, you see that Josh Hawley running through, not having knowledge about what's going on, thinking, oh my God, some shit's happening. I'm getting reports that they want to fucking kill me. For what reason? I don't know. Let's get the fuck out of here anyway. Like preserving your fucking life is somehow now it's a shunned thing in society. What the fuck? How is that an attack? It would be an attack if they had foreknowledge of the fucking incident and still played it up and made it look like that. Yeah, you could use that as an attack. But if somebody doesn't know what the fuck's going on and their only instinct is let me get the fuck out of here so I don't die, how is that an attack on their fucking character? Holy goddamn shit. Why are you such a fucking retarded cunt? Why? Why can you never make a fucking real goddamn argument? Why is it your dumb fucking ass can never make an actual intellectual goddamn argument on anything? Your argument now is they ran because they thought their life was in danger. Look at these stupid sons of bitches. But they were, weren't they? That's what you've been screaming about January 6th. is they were going in there to kill you motherfuckers. But now you're laughing at somebody who actually genuinely thought maybe his life really is at fucking risk, and now you're using it to try to flame the dude. Holy fucking shit.
On Republicans, and I guess you are a covert Democrat that knew that he was going to try to steal an election before he tried to steal that election, and so therefore you were somehow put into place. I mean, the conspiracy theories make your head spin, but nevertheless, were you going to subpoena the toll records of every single Republican simply because they were a Republican?
No, we subpoenaed the toll records in the course of this investigation because they were relevant to our investigation.
Relevant? Oh, okay. All right, so that means something about facts.
You didn't subpoena every single Republican because they were Republican, right? No. Okay, so why the fuck did you subpoena every single Republican? Oh yeah, that's right. Because Republicans were involved in trying to overthrow the election. But you didn't subpoena them because they were Republicans. You subpoenaed them because the Republicans were trying to overthrow the election. What? What fucking dumb shit? You have to be mentally retarded to follow this shit. And think this is what she is saying is fucking right. You have to be mentally fucking retarded. They didn't subpoena Republicans because they're Republicans. We subpoenaed them because the Republicans were trying to overthrow the election. So you subpoenaed them because they were Republicans. Because some of the ones you were subpoenaing were running through the fucking hallways scared for their fucking lives, as you had just admitted trying to use that to flame somebody. Holy goddamn fuck, you have to be retarded.
So let's talk about facts. Donald Trump lost to Joe Biden, yes or no?
That's correct.
Okay. In fact, 60 federal and state courts have found that there was no evidence of election fraud. Trump's own Attorney General and Vice President knew that he lost the election, but he still tried to steal the election by pressuring state officials, designing fake elector plans, nearly having Mike Pence hanged, and ultimately demanding that his supporters, quote, fight like hell, correct?
Correct.
We also...
They were trying to hang a 6-foot fucking man with a 4-foot fucking gallows. I'm supposed to believe that? I'm supposed to believe that a fucking gallows that would come up to the dude's fucking rib cage would be able to hang a 6-foot fucking man? That motherfucking shit wouldn't have even hung Wee Man. But it's supposed to hang a 6-foot man. I'm fucking done with the retardation. I am so fucking fed up with it.
Saw it happen once they reached, we all saw what happened once they reached the U.S. Capitol. As your report outlines, President Trump knew that he would incite violence at the Capitol that day. In fact, some of Trump's senior advisors were pushing for violence. For example, page 81 of the report details how co-conspirators number 2, John Eastman, tried to convince Mike Pence to break the law, stating that, quote, violence was necessary. So it isn't just Trump who is responsible for the death of multiple law enforcement officers and the injuries of...
So saying violence is necessary is something illegal, right? Then why isn't half the fucking Democratic House in prison right now? Why isn't half the fucking Democratic base in prison right now? Because, ladies and gentlemen, what is it? 46% of liberal women think that it's okay for political assassinations? Now, don't get me wrong. You want to talk about conservatives? It's a growing thing. It's like what, 26% now, or something like that. Oh, my phone. Hold on.
Thousands of people. A lot of Republican members of Congress are also responsible. 147 Republicans voted to overturn the 2020 election results, including multiple members currently serving on this committee. And I will yield.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, we've heard a lot of information that's gone across this day as we spin it here. We've heard disregard for the First Amendment at times. We've heard talk about solely seeking charges against Donald Trump, obviously targeting. We've talked about the amount of time and reasonable time frame. But I want to ask you for a moment, about some troubling reports that a prosecutor from your office, Jay Bratt, implied to Stanley Woodward that the administration would look more favorably on a judgeship application if he managed to get his client, Walt Nauta, to cooperate against President Trump and to flip on him. And we know this because Stanley Woodward himself came forth with this information. And I guess my question for you, is this appropriate behavior for a special counsel's office to leverage attorneys' future career prospects?
Sir, I believe I can answer this question, even though it's regarding the Florida case, because we did filings on it, and I'm not referring to anything in the final report. And my answer to you, sir, is that when I was first notified about this issue, which was 9 months after it allegedly occurred, this is alleged to have occurred before I was even special counsel. What I did is I directed my deputies to look into it. We made sure the person involved self-referred it to OPR. And then we did a filing to the court. There was a motion by President Trump's attorneys. We responded and we laid out our position. And our position was that I did not believe that that allegation was credible. At best, it was a misunderstanding because the people in the room did not understand any threat to be made. Even Mr. Woodard in his allegation claimed it was only an inference. 9 months went by where we interacted with Mr. Woodard in which we had no hearing of a complaint. When the complaint was raised for the first time, which was on the eve of that indictment being brought, it was raised in the guise of asking the court to delay the indictment while an investigation of it happened. So I take allegations of misconduct very seriously. I would not want any of my attorneys threatening anybody. Ultimately, when I looked at this, I did not credit it, and we responded with our position in court. But we also, it was clear that it was referred to the Office of Professional Responsibility, which is what good prosecutors do in that situation.
Well, again, to say that you didn't consider it to be credible,
That's why
I
they
guess we
forgot
have the
my phone
United
in the
States
kitchen
Associate
this
Attorney
morning.
General Stanley Woodward, who claims that this threat was made to
missed
him,
a lot.
and I don't see what he would stand to gain from not telling the truth there. And I understand that you tasked 2 of your attorneys with investigating those statements made by Brat, but given the amount of publicity and the scrutiny that was surrounding this entire investigation, why in the world did you not initiate an independent investigation into these very alarming allegations?
Well, 2 points there. You stated that you don't. Why would he do this? When he made the allegation, when this allegation first came from President Trump's attorneys, and then days later from Mr. Woodard, he did ask for the case, the indictment, to be put off in result of this. So there was a thing he was asking for in result. And with respect to an independent investigation, that's exactly why you refer this to the Office of Professional Responsibility. They conduct an independent investigation outside of my office.
Well, let me just say, for 4 years, we watched the Biden administration politicize and weaponize the Department of Justice. From going after pro-life activists to spying on faithful Catholics, the Biden administration showed disregard for impartiality. And this blatant disregard was perhaps no clearer than in the targeting of President Trump. We've talked about it all throughout this day. They knew they couldn't beat him at the ballot box, so they pursued alternative options. And I'm grateful for this committee's efforts today to investigate this conduct to ensure accountability. And while elections are not akin to jury trials, I feel strongly that the results of the 2024 election sent a clear message about how the American people feel about these politicized charges. And I think they absolutely made a difference in those 24 elections. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Chair, I actually have a UC.
Gentleman is recognized.
This is, let's see, I asked unanimous consent to enter into the record this DOJ press release titled Houston Man Sentenced to Prison for Assaulting Law Enforcement with Dangerous Weapons During January 6th Capitol Breach.
Without objection.
My second one is I asked unanimous consent to enter into the record an article titled They Ransacked the U.S. Capitol and Want the Government to Pay Them Back, published by the Washington Post, January 21st, 2026.
Without objection. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, after indicting the leading Republican candidate for the President of the United States on August 1st, 2023, you asked for a trial date of January 2024, just 5 months later. During your deposition, you did not dispute that that would have given Trump's legal team just 5 months to review 13 million pages and thousands of hours of video evidence, working out to nearly 100,000 pages per
Mr.
day.
Anders on it now?
Mr. Smith, you claimed that you acted independently
I've
of the
only heard
upcoming
you a few
presidential
times.
election, and yet you pushed for a trial date ahead of the election. Why such a rush to charge and try and pursue conviction on President Trump?
I sought to move that case forward expeditiously because the public has a right to a speedy trial as well as a defendant. That is, there is Supreme Court precedent directly on point regarding that. I felt it was my duty to do that. I considered all options. I listened to.
But isn't the right to a speedy trial primarily a right of the defendant? I honestly, before your arguments, I've never heard of the idea that the prosecution has a right to speed up a trial and require the defense to review 100,000 pages a day in order to get a trial in before an election. I've never heard of such a thing.
The Supreme Court, in at least, as I sit here now, 3 different cases, has stated pretty explicitly that the right to a speedy trial is the public's as well as the defendant's. And that
you were trying to get President tried, convicted, and hopefully in prison before Election Day. I understand. Mr. Smith, I think it's very telling that during your deposition, you could not articulate any evidence that President Trump instructed individuals to unlawfully enter the Capitol on January 6, 2021. You claimed that President Trump was, quote, responsible for the events at the Capitol on January 6, which was not charged in your indictment. How do you reconcile that with the position of the department in other GA6 related cases that President Trump wasn't responsible for the events at the Capitol that day?
I'm not aware of the department taking a position that Donald Trump was not responsible. I think my recollection is the position that the department took in other cases is other defendants weren't not responsible themselves because of Donald Trump, that blaming him wasn't going to be a valid defense in their case. That's my recollection.
So on January 6, 2021, President Trump tweeted, quote, please support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They are truly on the side of the country.
Wait. Blaming him wasn't going to be an offense, but his words should throw his ass in prison. If blaming him is not a defense, then you can't throw him in prison for the words, because his words did not actually make somebody do something then, by your own admission. What the actual fuck is this? You can't throw somebody. No. You can't prosecute somebody for their fucking words if their words had no fucking impact. I mean, you can, but it's going to be hard to fucking get a conviction just because somebody said something and something didn't happen. What the? Oh my God. Oh my God. You can technically do it, yes, but it would be hard to get a conviction because of that. It'd be like me saying everybody should go out there and just blow shit up. Technically, you could throw me in jail for that, yes, but it would be very hard to get a conviction out of me if nobody went and blew shit up. I mean, it was the same fucking argument that they had for Eminem. You remember that? Oh, he wrote those bad lyrics, and somebody was saying, hey, you know what? Because I was listening to Eminem, I felt like I could go out there and kill somebody and get away with it. And everybody's like, yeah, that's a thing. Eminem, it's Eminem's fucking fault. He writes those horrible fucking songs. It's Eminem's fault. And now, the same damn thing is no justification under the law. I mean, it shouldn't have been in the first goddamn place. But how is it a justification during Eminem's fucking trial, but it's not a justification now? What the actual fuck is happening?
A peaceful exclamation point. This seems to show clearly that Trump urged his supporters at the Capitol to remain peaceful. Is that not right?
It's incorrect. First off,
He didn't send that tweet?
he sent that tweet, but he sent that tweet only after being harangued by people to send something to stop the violence at the Capitol.
Okay, let's get the timeline straight then. At 1:55 p.m., there was a breach of the bike racks at the northeast perimeter. At 2:13, there were protesters breaching the Capitol, breaking into the Northwest Senate window and opening the doors. At 2:38, President Trump tweeted what I just quoted. That's 25 minutes between the Capitol building breach. Is 25 minutes, that's too slow? Would Trump have been guilty of insurrection if it were 15 minutes? Would 5 minutes? How quickly was he supposed to send that tweet to remain peaceful?
My recollection, as set forth in the indictment, is the timeline of when the attack of the Capitol happened, including the tweet that endangered Vice President Mike Pence's life was different than what you stated.
So that tweet was after, of course, the riot had started. But President Trump also said, quote, "We've come to demand that Congress do the right thing and only count the electors who have been lawfully selected. I know that everyone will soon be marching to the Capitol building and to peacefully and patriotically make your voice heard." Peacefully and patriotically, is that an incitement of a riot?
That is not.
Okay, so in November 2016, Hillary Clinton disputed, for years, called President Trump an illegitimate president. He knows he stole the election as recently as September 2019. Had there been a riot around the 2016 presidential election, would Hillary Clinton be guilty of inciting insurrection?
I'm not going to engage in hypotheticals. I will say that President Trump's conduct was without historical analog.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields
Mr.
back.
Chair? May I?
The lady from Vermont.
Mr. Chair, I ask for unanimous consent to enter into the
hypotheticals.
record the first superseding indictment for Capitol rioter and Oath Keeper Kelly Meggs, who brought weapons and armor with him to D.C. and wrote to a friend, "Trump said it's going to be wild, it's going to be wild. He wants us to make it wild." That's what he said. He's calling us to the Capitol and wants to make it wild. Sir, yes, sir, gentlemen, we're heading to D.C. to pack our shit. And, Mr. Chair, I have unanimous consent request. I ask unanimous consent to enter in the record this superseding indictment.
So make it wild. Have some fun. Do whatever. Do it. Just go out there and speak. Make your voice heard. Have some fun. Tailgate fucking party. Somehow that meant go ahead, let the Capitol Police throw tear gas at you and shoot you with rubber bullets, and then, only then, once they do that, can you break into the fucking Capitol and start an insurrection. Have a wild time. How many motherfuckers have said that? I'm going to have a wild time. I'm going to go out and I'm going to have a wild time on the town. You just committed insurrection. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm so fucking done with this shit. I am so done with these people. Can we just admit these motherfuckers are living war against you now?
Filed Department of Justice on August 27th, 2024, that outlines how Donald Trump, among other felonies, conspired to defraud the United States in his effort to fraudulently and violently overturn the results of the 2020 election that he lost.
Without objection, the gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, 5 hours later, here we are. One of the benefits of being a freshman member of this committee with the least amount of seniority is you get the benefit of getting everybody else listen to them talk first. I want to start by saying that starting out, I was not real familiar with this issue. In fact, when the chair of the committee told me we had Jack Smith coming in, my first response privately was, "Who's Jack Smith?" And I say that because my wife and I have 5 young children. We don't have cable television, and by the time we get them to bed, we're either watching Netflix or better yet, reading books. So when I came to this, I wanted to take a real honest look at what had happened. And I should also say that, look at what I think happened on January 6th. I think, like most Americans, think Donald Trump was cruising to re-election in 2019 with the booming economy, and then COVID happened, George Floyd happened, a lot of things got changed. But I do think in those circumstances that Joe Biden won that election. I also think, like most Americans, that January 6th was a terrible attack. I think it was a terrible riot. I don't believe it was an insurrection determined to overthrow the government, but I think it was an important day for America. I also think, like most Americans, it was extremely unfortunate for this country that the January 6th committee was a partisan event, and there was not an ability to put folks from both sides of their choosing on that committee, so there could have been a full and honest debate for the American people. I think it was politically motivated, what Nancy Pelosi did with that committee. And so when I came to this issue with a fresh look, with those kind of my priors and what I got into, what I wanted to find was that in the goodness of the rule of law, that you as an investigator carried this out to the highest ideals, and it was not a politically motivated investigation. And I think a lot about that in the 250th anniversary of America. I think about what the framers would have thought of this and the state of the rule of law, what makes America special with checks and balances, what keeps us from being a banana republic. But what I was disappointed to find when I looked into this issue and how you conducted the investigation was that it was a politically motivated investigation determined to influence the election in 2024. And I say that, and the thing I cannot get around as I look into this is the timing that you fought for in when the court cases would be held.
Yes.
Now, to my understanding, the Department of Justice says you're not supposed to have politically motivated timing of a court case. But when I look at the timing that you pushed for and the jurisdictions between New York and Florida, and with all the other things that President Trump was engaged in, that looks very politically motivated to me, and I think the American people, as they take a look at this issue, to try to influence the election. So that's where I come down after all of today's hearing, my own independent investigation, and your commentary.
They tried to kick him off the ballot when the fucking shit wasn't working in the court system.
And I think when most people, if they go through this not through a partisan lens, I think they'll come through. They will not be able to get around the fact of how you timed these elections. I think that's really to the detriment of the American Republic and for where we sit today as a country. And so my one question for you, Jack Smith, is are you familiar with the Vietnamese city of Bến Tre?
I am not.
Well, Bến Tre was the site of an intense firefight in early 1968. And after that intense firefight that destroyed the town, a reporter from the Associated Press interviewed a U.S. major, and he said it became necessary to destroy the village in order to save it. Now, historians do not know what was the name of that U.S. major, but I think when they look back at your engagement with our democracy in this republic, they will remember your name. And when it comes to the rule of law that is the foundation of this country, they will remember someone who helped destroy the rule of law. And with that, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Ranking members recognized for.
Oh, I was wondering whether you would yield for a question.
I will defer. I'll just yield to the chairman.
Gentleman yields back. I think the gentleman.
Yeah, then I just got one UC request, Mr. Chairman.
You, then I think the gentleman.
Take it
from
easy,
Wisconsin has a request.
Okay, this is from
This is
Politico,
almost done. And then I'll
October
get off
20,
here and
2023. Kenneth
get the actual
Chesbrough, an
show
architect
set
of
up.
Trump's fake elector scheme, pleads guilty to the offense in Georgia.
We got a guest tonight.
Objection. Gentleman from Wisconsin.
I just have to clarify something I said.
Yep.
I've talked to Donald Trump over a period of time. Donald Trump is 100% certain he won that election. There is 0% chance that he believes he lost. And I say that based on private conversations, which just boom. So I want to clarify that.
Noted for the record, we appreciate that. This concludes today's hearing. We thank you.
Mr. Chairman, for me, I just have one final question for you. That it begins really just as a point of order.
Okay.
As you,
point of order, or is a point of order a question?
It's a point of order leading to a question. If
Wow,
that's all right.
that's innovative.
Okay, so it's
I don't think that's an order, but because I'm such a nice guy,
well, I
I'm going to
appreciate
let you
that.
state
It's
whatever you're
straightforward and
stating.
it's good faith.
Okay,
Look,
in good faith.
Because of nothing you've done and nothing that I've done, Jack Smith has not been able to answer the vast majority of questions about what's in Volume 2 of his special counsel report relating to the stolen documents. Now, it's been said that the judicial order that Eileen Cannon imposed will be lifted in February. And so I guess my point of order is, do we intend to bring him back so we can answer questions about Volume 2 and about the stolen documents case?
We'll take that on advisement.
Okay, well then,
we'll just see what the court decides to do, frankly.
I got you. Well, then in that event, I've got the signatures of every member on our side who are writing to notify you of our intent to call him to testify in continuation of this hearing to answer all of the unanswered questions about the second half of his
That will
work.
certainly factor in tremendously when we make our decision.
Okay, because we have a right on the minority day to have a witness, and we will exercise that right.
You're going to call him back again?
Yes.
Wow, okay.
So
We'll
I'm,
see.
okay. I'm citing Rule 11, Clause 2J.
We look forward to seeing the letter, and we'll find out. We'll take it all under advisement, as we said. That concludes today's hearing. We thank the witness for appearing before the committee today. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witness or additional materials for the record. Without objection, the hearing is adjourned.
Awesome.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back in just a couple of hours with an actual show. We got a guest coming up here we're going to have Davey. I just wanted to bring this. I wasn't actually going to do it. I was just going to sit here and listen. And then they went to that break, and I was like, why the fuck not? Let's do it. But it was a long one. Of course, I made it even fucking longer. But we will be back in just a couple of hours with the actual show tonight. We got a lot we got to discuss, and things that I haven't even touched on yet. We got a guest with us tonight. We will be right back. Oh, wait. Might as well hit the end, right?
And y'all don't know that I'm a soldier. I always felt like I'm alone when everybody thinks they know ya. And y'all don't even know I own ya. And now I'm ready taking over, 'cause every day I'm getting closer. Just look at everything I'll show ya. And now I'm ready, I'ma blow up.